Chapter 1. This man's physical strength is really terrifying. The moment the pain struck, Sheng Feiyu woke up abruptly in her sleep. A man was lying on top of her. The excruciating pain, which was so real that she could not ignore it, made it clear to her that this was not an embarrassing dream, but someone had really entered her room. He slept with her. Sheng Feiyu gritted her teeth and reached under the pillow, quickly grabbing the silver needle. She killed this dog man. First time? The man in the darkness suddenly spoke in a gentle voice. His body was abnormally hot, and his voice was extremely hoarse and suppressed. As a doctor, Sheng Feiyu immediately sensed something was wrong with him. And, does this voice seem a bit familiar? Relax. The man lowered his head and gently kissed her lips. Can I turn on the light? He asked intermittently. I want to see you. Sheng Feiyu hesitated slightly for a few seconds with her fingertips, and spoke softly, Pop. The bedside lamp was switched on. Sheng Feiyu narrowed her watery eyes and, in the dim light, saw the man above her. Thin lips, long eyebrows, a handsome face without peer. And those sharp, cold eyes that seemed to be able to see right through people. Could it really be him? The silver needle in her hand was quietly withdrawn under the pillow. The man also looked at the woman beneath him. Her lips were moist and her eyes bright. Her small, white face, the size of a palm, had been tossed about by him, giving it a faint pink tinge. Everything about her was mesmerizing. The baby is so beautiful. He had seen countless beautiful women, but she was the first woman who was so delicate and soft, so natural, that she made his heart flutter. Otherwise, his self-control, which he was proud of, would not have collapsed as soon as he saw her in bed. Sheng Feiyu suddenly let out a soft grunt. Her hands slightly pinched the man's shoulders. Relax, baby. The man let out a low chuckle, leaned in and kissed the woman's lips again. Completely indulgent. It wasn't even dawn yet, but Sheng Feiyu's biological clock woke her up on time. Her whole body was indescribably weak and sore. This man's stamina is really terrifying. If she hadn't really been unable to bear it anymore later, and felt for the silver needles under the pillow to knock him unconscious, she would have had to die tonight. Such a way of death is too embarrassing. She refused. However, she could not let her identity be exposed, and she had to leave as soon as possible before he woke up. She also had to erase all traces. Thinking about this, Sheng Feiyu endured the pain and gritted her teeth to get up from the sleeping man's embrace. She went to the bathroom and quickly washed up, putting on her clothes that were still intact. Thinking about last night, she didn't wear any clothes to bed to save trouble, but it turned out to be a favor to this man, and she couldn't help but twitch her slightly red eyes. But it's good, otherwise if he tore up her clothes, she would still be having a headache about what to wear. Sheng Feiyu looked at the handsome sleeping face of the man, and suddenly a playful mood came over her. She took out a check and wrote a series of numbers on it, and then threw it on the bed. Although I really want to see you storming about, I can't meet you for the time being. Sheng Feiyu laughed lightly, leaned over and kissed the man's thin lips. Then she got up and left without looking back. As soon as she left the hotel, Sheng Feiyu put on her hat and gloves, and her trench coat covered her figure, making her look like she was fully armed. As she passed by the hotel reception, she glanced slightly to the side and took a quick look at the receptionist. Someone new. Ha! Without any hesitation, Sheng Feiyu turned around and left. Back at the apartment, she turned on the computer, quickly hacked into the hotel surveillance system, and erased all the footage from when she entered the hotel. After double-checking to make sure that she hadn't left any clues that could be traced back to her, she shut down the computer with satisfaction. Ugh, that dog of a man. Sheng Feiyu looked at her own modeled reflection in the mirror and gave her red lips a slight twist. Thanks to him, she wouldn't be able to go out today. Luckily, she had some homemade ointment, so she should be able to remove the traces tomorrow. After applying the ointment all over her body, Sheng Feiyu lay comfortably on the bed and went back to sleep. Last night, she really was tossed and turned and only managed to get an hour of sleep. It was only thanks to her quick thinking and knocking the guy out that she was able to get any rest. Sheng Feiyu quickly fell into a deep sleep. She had no idea that there had been a major upheaval at the hotel. Yuting's cold, dark eyes held no warmth, his long legs resting straight, his entire body exuding a strong aura of hostility. Between his long, slender fingers was a check for 50 million yuan. Young Master Hua, the hotel's surveillance footage from last night was all deleted. The opponent is a top expert, and Long Qian was unable to recover the data. Long Xian, one of Yuting's trusted subordinates, walked into the room and bowed, reporting. Who checked her in? Go check. Yuting looked at the number on the check with an indifferent expression. Yes, young Master Hua. Long Xian quickly withdrew. Yuting's thin lips curled up in a cold and ruthless arc. The hotel is a Hua family business. The top floor 2208 presidential suite is for Yuting's personal use only, and there is no record of it on the computer at all, so it is impossible that it was mistakenly issued to another guest. Therefore, last night was not a mistake. Someone did it on purpose. Although that little woman had a sweet smell and he liked her very much, he would not let anyone take advantage of him. Soon, Long Xian brought the receptionist who was in charge of the check-in last night to the top floor. The receptionist looked to be in her 20s and should be an intern. Before entering the room, she had obviously been scared by Long Xian and now she could hardly stand. She knelt directly on the ground. Her face was pale and frightened, her hands shaking. I didn't, Mr. Hua, I really didn't. I didn't know that 2208 was Mr. Hua's private room. I just registered randomly, and room 2208 popped up on the computer. I really didn't do it on purpose. Yuting's face turned gloomy from crying. With an impatient wave of his hand, Long Xian understood what he meant and immediately took the person downstairs. Suddenly, Yuting's eyebrows twitched slightly. He thought of last night. After the end of his grandfather's 80th birthday banquet, his grandfather handed him a glass of wine with a smile. It was that glass of wine that made him feel hot instantly, which is why he hid in the hotel. Could it be that the woman last night was also his grandfather? Yuting's eyebrows twitched slightly. After a long while, he slowly took out his phone and dialed a number. My dear grandson, what is the matter that you are looking for Grandpa so early? Although Mr. Fok is 80 years old, his voice is as loud as a bell, he is full of energy, and he can still scold his unfilial son. He is a model of old but vigorous. I slept with a woman. Yuting got up and walked to the French windows, overlooking the cityscape in the distance. Her name is. Yuting made up a name and gave this woman the identity of an 18th-tier minor celebrity in the entertainment industry. Then she sighed and said to Grandpa Hua, Grandpa, I have to be responsible for her. There was dead silence on the other end of the phone. After an unknown period of time, Grandpa was furious. Scolding sounded, You bastard, you despicable son of a bitch, you get your ass back here right now, I'll beat the living daylights out of you. Yuting turned on the speakerphone early and turned the volume to the lowest. After listening to the initial tirade of the old Master Hua, who began to cry and accuse him of not coming home at night, and complained about why he didn't go back to his own hotel, Yuting smiled and confirmed one thing. The woman last night was arranged by his grandfather. Chapter 2, He must find her. Yuting promised the old Master Hua to go home and accept the punishment. After hanging up the phone, Yuting called Long Xian and ordered, find a way to install a listening device on the old master's phone. I want to see who this woman is. Long Xian responded first, then whispered, Young Master Hua, in fact, the old master has liked one granddaughter-in-law for many years. If it really is a woman arranged by the old master, then there can be no one else but the one from the Sheng family. Yuting raised an eyebrow inscrutably. Really? I saw her face. Yuting's Adam's apple rolled slightly, remembering that enchanting and beautiful little face. Especially the pink marks he had left on her, which were very eye-catching. The corners of her eyes were red, and she was so soft that it made people's hearts tremble. It wasn't Sheng Feiyu. Long Xian understood when he heard his boss say that something had gone wrong. Sheng Feiyu hadn't shown up, and his boss had slept with another unidentified woman. Sheng Feiyu also didn't have 50 million. Yuting waved the check in his hand. Long Xian nodded in agreement. That's true. Boss Hua, if the arrangement was for Sheng Feiyu, why did you have to monitor the old man's phone? Long Xian really wanted to save himself. If this were to come to light, well, the old master would surely use that cane that hurts like hell to give him a good beating. Oh, it's just a precaution. With a leisurely air, Mr. Hua folded the 50 million check and inserted it into his wallet with a lingering motion. Tonight, he would go to the Sheng residence to take a look. That little woman was pretty badly messed up by him last night. Her skin was white and tender, and it left marks when pinched. Although he didn't think it was Sheng Feiyu, he always believed that seeing is believing. So, he wanted to go to the Sheng family to check for himself. Okay, Mr. Hua. Long Xian smiled with a forced smile on his face, agreeing. Yuting then went back to the Hua family mansion to receive his punishment. Hua's grandfather had already called Sheng Feiyu at this point, desperately confirming that Sheng Feiyu had not gone to the Hua family hotel last night. So his eldest grandson really slept with another woman. Grandpa. Hua Yuting was brought up by Grandpa Hua from a young age and has blind obedience towards him. He said he would go back to the old mansion to receive punishment, so he would definitely not be ambiguous. So as soon as he entered the door, he slowly walked up to the sad and angry Grandpa Hua and knelt down. Grandpa Hua was really sad. The granddaughter-in-law he had kept in his pocket for many years had just flown away. When did your self-control become so poor? Grandpa Hua clenched his cane and gave Hua Yuting a hard slap on the back. Hua Yuting didn't explain. Grandpa Hua gave Hua Yuting a few more hard slaps before remembering that he had drugged Hua Yuting's wine. But he was still furious. You have a fiancé. Why didn't you go to Xiaoyu? You actually touched an 18th tier little celebrity. If he weren't my grandson, I'd chop off his flesh to vent my anger at Xiaoyu. I have no feelings for Sheng Feiyu. Even if he died in a freak accident, he would never go to Sheng Feiyu. Ha ha ha. Old Master Hua laughed in anger, and he mercilessly struck again. You have feelings for that 18th tier little celebrity you just met. I let you have feelings. I let you have feelings. Hua Yuting lowered his head, and his fingers slowly clenched. The burning pain in his back did not alleviate the man's longing for the woman from last night. After living for 22 years, he finally understood love at first sight really exists. He must find her. Sheng Feiyu caught up on some sleep in her apartment and woke up in the afternoon. She lazily went online to read the latest news before getting ready. In no time at all, the stunningly beautiful woman had transformed into a pale, weak, and timid country girl. She even put on some homemade special effect contact lenses. However, other people wear contact lenses to hide their ugliness. She wears them to hide her beauty. That's why she affectionately calls her contact lenses ugly lenses. After making all the preparations before returning to the Sheng family, Sheng Feiyu went onto the dark web and sent a message to her senior, set a fire in the Sheng family garden at 1720 sharp. This was a diversionary tactic. It would make it easier for her to sneak back in. Grandpa Hua called and asked her where she was and if she had encountered anything last night. She realized in a second that last night was a setup by the old man. No wonder a man like Hua Yuting would drink spiked wine. Even if he had planned everything, he never expected his own grandfather to set him up. Sheng Feiyu suddenly remembered the marks Hua Yuting left on her body and pulled down her shirt to take a look. The ointment she made herself was amazing, but the man's strength was too much. There were still some slight marks. Sheng Feiyu pursed her lips and simply took out the super waterproof concealer and applied it all over the area above her chest. She didn't even spare her arms. Only when she was sure that there was no trace left did Sheng Feiyu get dressed, put on her hat and sunglasses and left the apartment. Sheng Feiyu rode her motorcycle back to the Sheng family neighborhood. She glanced at the time displayed on the motorcycle, 17:15. Raising her hand, she pushed the motorcycle into the lake. Destroy the evidence. Then she quickly started running. A thick cloud of smoke rose in the distance, and the Sheng residence was on fire. Hurry! Go put out the fire. Idiot! What's with the bucket? Hurry and open the fire hydrant. The fire was raging in the garden, and almost all of the Sheng household staff and bodyguards were mobilized. After all, the garden was full of expensive flowers, and just this garden alone was worth at least 100 million. It's no wonder that the servants and bodyguards were in a panic. Sheng Feiyu didn't care what the garden looked like after it burned, and she climbed over the wall at the back of the villa. Due to the fire, the main switch for the entire villa had been turned off. The surveillance cameras were therefore useless. Sheng Feiyu returned to her small attic as quickly as she could, grabbed a moldy quilt, and covered herself with it. Half an hour later. Bang! The fragile wooden door to the small attic was kicked open. Sheng Feiyu! A terrifying roar resounded through the Sheng household. The country girl in the quilt slowly sat up, her gray eyes dull and lifeless. What is it, Second Master Sheng? The Sheng household has 3 masters. Eldest Master Sheng Jiansheng is currently the president of Central China. Second Master Sheng Shiyan is currently a top male star in the entertainment industry. Third Master Sheng Kaiji is the captain of a well-known domestic esports team. In terms of blood relationship, they are Sheng Feiyu's biological brothers. But unfortunately, they don't recognize him. They only recognize their only sister, Sheng Ningxian, a popular actress who is gentle and intellectual, and easygoing and generous. As for this country girl who suddenly appeared 2 years ago, they will at most feed her and raise her until she gets married. Therefore, they do not allow Sheng Feiyu to call them brothers. They are all Shang Ningxian's brothers. Sheng Feiyu is not qualified to be their sister. Did you set the fire in the garden? Shang Xian approached menacingly, picked Sheng Feiyu up by the collar and questioned her. Sheng Feiyu's tone was calm as ever. I didn't do it. The servants all said it was you. How dare you deny it? Shang Xian was so angry that he wanted to strangle the disgusting country girl in front of him. He, Shang Xian, the pride of the family, how could he have such an unpresentable sister? But the paternity test had been done 3 times, so there was no way he could deny it. This is so infuriating. This has nothing to do with her. At the door, a cold male voice came. Shang Xian turned his head and looked. Big brother? Why would Big Brother defend this disgusting country girl? Chapter 3, Hua Xiao must have come to break off the engagement. When you kicked the door, didn't you notice that the attic was locked? Sheng Jianqing, dressed in a suit, stood in the backlight. It seemed as if he was covered in a sacred light. Shang Xian was taken aback. It was locked? Then it wasn't this country girl who set the fire? Shang Xian's grip unconsciously loosened, and Sheng Feiyu fell back into the corner. Sheng Jianqing was 184 centimeters tall, and the small attic could not accommodate him at all. He stood in the doorway, looking at Sheng Feiyu, who was sitting on the floor, indifferently. The maid said that you cursed the Sheng family in the attic all day, and said that you wanted to burn us all to death. What do you have to say? What? Sheng Xian instantly became angry again, and turned his head to glare at Sheng Feiyu sinisterly. You disaster! How dare you curse us? Do you treat us as your family? You're really something. Sheng Feiyu's gray pupils lifted slightly. He looked at Shang Xian calmly. Shang Xian didn't feel anything, but Sheng Jianqing at the door paused slightly in his breathing. This gaze was clearly deathly silent, but it inexplicably carried a suffocating malevolence. It was as if she were mocking them. Had they ever treated her like family? Brother, have you found out what caused the fire? Shang Xian asked Sheng Jianqing. Although it sounded infuriating, he was a little incredulous. As the servants said, Sheng Feiyu cursed, and the garden caught fire. She was just a country girl who couldn't get anywhere, so how could she have such evil powers? After investigation, it should be arson, but the other party did not leave any traces, and the surveillance was also destroyed. Sheng Jianqing replied in a cold tone. Shang Xian was instantly relieved. He said it was impossible because it was a curse from a country girl. Even if it was arson, you cursed us and that is unforgivable. Shang Xian aggressively stepped forward, crouched down, and forcefully grabbed Sheng Feiyu's arm, cursing, You already caused Xian Xian to fall down the stairs, and now you dare to curse us. Your crime is even worse. You're going to be locked up for half a month this time. You're not going anywhere, got it? You're happy, that's fine. Sheng Feiyu said indifferently. In 1 month and 3 days, she would be able to leave the Sheng family. She would have turned 18 last month, but when she was found by the Sheng family 2 years ago, they changed her birth month by 2 months to make her younger sister, and Sheng Ningxian her older sister. And in the past 2 years, she has already gathered enough evidence. Everything was ready, she just needed to come of age. However, Sheng Jianqing frowned and said, Don't be silly, it's easy to get into trouble keeping someone locked up like this. There's nothing in the attic, and the only window is a skylight, so it's better to leave the door open normally. These past 3 days locked up in the attic, Sheng Feiyu's spirits have obviously declined a lot. Sheng Jianqing never would have imagined that Sheng Feiyu's poor spirits were due to the torment of a certain man. What could possibly happen after a few days? Shang Xian didn't think it was a big deal. She had lived in a shabby place in the countryside before, and she had grown up just fine. Sheng Jianqing frowned even more. Was this something that could be casually mentioned? If it got out, what kind of impression would it give? Fine, forget about what happened in the past. Sheng Jianqing gave Sheng Xian a warning look and said coldly, If you want next month's allowance, this is the end. I will continue to investigate the fire. When he said the last sentence, Sheng Jianqing's gaze swept across Sheng Feiyu's face. Sheng Feiyu still didn't have any expression on his face. Sheng Jianqing turned and laughed. Don't think that I'm helping you, I just don't want you to die here. Sheng Xian snarled viciously. Sheng Feiyu silently looked at the door. Perhaps it was the little bit of understanding between siblings that made Sheng Xian burn with rage. What's that look in your eyes? You want me to leave? Sheng Feiyu looked at Shang Xian like he was an idiot. After 2 years, she still couldn't associate herself with this group of idiots. Later, she came to the conclusion that she had inherited excellent genes from her mother, while these idiots had inherited the inferior genes of their scum of a father, Shang Yiha. The more she looked at him, the angrier she became. She was about to go up to him and settle the score when she heard the servants report behind her. "Young master, Mr. Hui is here and says he wants to see Miss." A glimmer of light flashed in Shang Feiyu's dark eyes. "Hui Yuting? Why is he here? Does he suspect her of something? Who are you talking about?" Shang Xian turned sharply and stared at the servant. "Young Master Hua. Who does young Master Hua want to see?" "Young Mississippi." The servant's expression was obviously dazed and a little complicated. Perhaps the servant didn't quite believe that young Master Hua would come to see Shang Feiyu. You see, Shang Feiyu has been back to the Sheng family for 2 years, and Hua Xiao has never come to the Sheng family to find her alone. Every time, it was Master Hua forcing Hua Xiao to come. And every time, Hua Xiao had an indifferent face, never even looking at Shang Feiyu directly. Shang Xian clenched his fists tightly, staring at the servant for a few seconds before shaking his hand in disgust and leaving. He didn't believe that Hui Yuting had suddenly taken a different view of Shang Feiyu, the country bumpkin. Maybe he's here to break off the engagement. He needs to go and check it out. "Miss Shang, hurry downstairs. Don't keep Mr. Hua waiting." As soon as Shang Xian left, the servant put on an impatient expression and urged Shang Feiyu to go. Servants are like their masters, and the servants in the Shang family all judge people according to their appearance. Shang Feiyu, the second young lady, was only brought back from the countryside 2 years ago. None of the master, the mistress, the eldest young lady, or the 3 young masters liked her, so naturally the servants didn't take her seriously. The servant's impatient and contemptuous attitude didn't enter Shang Feiyu's eyes. She never argued with the mentally handicapped. It would lower her own standards. She got up, slowly folded the quilt, and then slowly bent over and walked towards the attic door. The maid was a little incredulous that Shang Feiyu had just walked downstairs like that. She hadn't even combed her hair, and she hadn't even changed out of her gray school uniform. The person she was going to see was Mr. Hua, after all. However, the maid quickly thought that although Shang Feiyu was the second daughter of the Sheng family, it seemed that the master and the 3 young masters had never bought her any luxury clothes. It was just that Shang Feiyu never wore them. She still wore the clothes in the ordinary suitcase she brought when she first arrived at the Sheng family. They were all mainly dark colors. They made her even more inconspicuous and even annoying. When the maid came back to her senses, she saw that Shang Feiyu had already started to walk down the stairs, so she hurriedly chased after her. "Second young lady, I feel that Mr. Hua is here to break off the engagement. You mustn't cry in front of Mr. Hua later. Mr. Hua hates it when people cry." The maid's babbling suddenly made Shang Feiyu turn around. Stared at by those dark unfathomable eyes, the maid subconsciously shut up. "Even if he doesn't marry me, he won't marry you. You don't have to worry." Shang Feiyu's voice was low and a little hoarse. The maid's face immediately changed. Chapter 4, Hui Yuting punched Shang Xian and knocked him flying. In the living room of the Sheng family villa, Sheng Jianqing and Hui Yuting were sitting facing each other, each holding a cup of tea in their hands. The difference was that Hui Yuting hadn't drunk any, while Sheng Jianqing had already taken 2 sips. As the eldest son of the Sheng family, Sheng Jianqing had been raised as the heir since childhood and had always been calm and introverted. His emotions were never shown. But he had a secret fear hidden deep within his heart. This person was Hua Xiao, Hui Yuting. The shadows of his childhood continued into adulthood. So that every time he met Hui Yuting, he felt a coldness in his blood that he could not control. Sheng Jianqing had not spoken since they began drinking tea, and Hui Yuting, with a composed expression, twirled the teacup in his hands, completely at ease. At this time, Shang Xian rushed down from the 3rd floor. Upon seeing that Hui Yuting was really waiting in the living room, he immediately walked up to him and asked loudly, "Hua Xiao, did you come to withdraw from the marriage?" Hui Yuting could not have come to meet Shang Feiyu alone. He could only have come to withdraw from the marriage. Could it be that something has happened to Master Hua's health, and he can no longer control Hui Yuting, so Hui Yuting is taking this opportunity to come to the Sheng family to withdraw from the marriage? Shang Xian speculated wildly. "I wish." Hui Yuting looked at Shang Xian with complete composure, on the condition that the Sheng family returned the golden phoenix crown. In fact, it was Shang Feiyu's grandfather, Lin, who arranged the marriage between Shang Feiyu and Hua Yuting. Back then, the Lin and Hua families were both powerful families in Beijing, and the two family patriarchs were close friends who had a deep bond. Lin only had one daughter, who married Sheng Yihe, a young talent who was at the height of his fame at the time. At that time, Hua Yuting had already been born, and Sheng Jiansheng, the eldest son of the Sheng family, had just been conceived by Mrs. Sheng. Grandpa Lin and Grandpa Hua then decided that any daughter born to the Sheng family would enter the Hua family. Grandpa Hua gave Mrs. Sheng the golden phoenix crown, a family heirloom of the Hua family, as a token of engagement, while Grandpa Lin gave Mrs. Hua the illusion dragon pendant, a family heirloom of the Lin family. But Mr. Lin never got to meet his granddaughter before he died. However, Mr. Hua was a man of his word, and said that unless Hua Yuting reached adulthood and the Sheng family had no more daughters, the marriage would be annulled and the families would return the tokens to their rightful owners. Later, the Sheng family's little princess, Sheng Feiyu, was born. The marriage contract between the two families officially came into effect. But no one expected that Sheng Feiyu disappeared when she was 1 year old, and there was no news from her for more than 10 years. Mrs. Sheng later also suffered from depression after losing her beloved daughter, and eventually cut her wrists and killed herself. Hua Yuting never took this marriage contract seriously. After all, Sheng Feiyu had been missing for more than 10 years. Until 2 years ago, Sheng Feiyu was found. It was still Mr. Hua who found her. Over the years, the Sheng family had given up looking for Sheng Feiyu, but Mr. Hua, who kept his promise, never gave up. Over the years, the Sheng family has been trying to replace the marriage partner with Sheng Ningxian, the eldest daughter of the Sheng family. However, Grandpa Hua has resolutely refused, saying that Sheng Feiyu is the only daughter-in-law of the Hua family. This is also the reason why the Sheng family hates Sheng Feiyu from top to bottom after she returns to the Sheng family. Sheng Ningxian has liked Hua Yuting for many years. It is no secret. And what is Hua Yuting's identity? How can Sheng Feiyu, a girl who grew up in the countryside, match him? Sheng Feiyu had been reminded, explicitly and implicitly, more than once, to take the initiative and tell the old master Hua that she wanted to replace her sister Sheng Ningxian as his engagement partner. But Sheng Feiyu had never expressed her opinion. This made the Sheng family even more disgusted with her stupid person with no self-awareness. My father has locked it up with 3 layers of locks, I can't get it. Hearing that Hua Yuting wanted an engagement token, Shang Xian rolled his eyes. Besides, the Sheng family had never considered breaking off the engagement. They just wanted to replace the betrothed with Xiener. Unfortunately, the old master was stubborn and refused to agree. Since you can't get it, why are you yelling at me? Hua Yuting's lips curled into a cold arc. Bang! He crushed the teacup in his hands with his bare hands. Shang Jianqing and Shang Xian couldn't help but tremble. For a moment, they couldn't find anything to ease the tension. Just then, a low, hoarse voice sounded in the living room. The maid said, "Mr. Hua is looking for me?" Hua Yuting slowly opened his fingers, and the broken teacup fell to the ground, with a faint trace of blood dripping onto the floor. But he didn't care at all. With those deep, indifferent dark eyes, he slowly looked at the girl who had appeared in the living room. He remembered that she was already 18. However, when she returned to the Sheng family had changed her ID card to make her 2 months younger, turning her into the second young lady of the Sheng family. Hua Yuting got up. His long legs slowly walked towards Sheng Feiyu. When he stood in front of Sheng Feiyu, he took a quick look at the height of the two of them. He was 190 centimeters tall, and Sheng Feiyu only reached his chin, so she should be about 170 centimeters tall. For a girl, this was considered quite tall. And the woman last night was also very tall. "Where were you last night?" Hua Yuting asked indifferently, looking down slightly at the girl in front of him, who had a sallow complexion, ugly bangs, and an unadorned gray shirt. "At the Sheng residence." Sheng Feiyu took a step back, as if a little intimidated by the man's imposing presence. Her voice also carried a slight tremor, but it was not hard to tell that she was holding herself together. Of course, Hua Yuting, the nominal fiancé, had seen her information. Even if he didn't want to, his grandfather, the old master Hua, would force him to. He knew all about Sheng Feiyu's hardships over the past decade. She was a pitiful girl. And she was also very resilient. But there was no emotion there. He had long since planned to withdraw from the engagement. But he would give her sufficient compensation. For the past 2 years, he had been waiting. Waiting for her to turn 18. Otherwise, no matter how much compensation he gave her, it would only go to the Sheng family. It won't reach her hands. You didn't go out all night? Yuting stared at her, not missing any changes in her expression. Sheng Feiyu seemed to hesitate for a moment before lifting her dull eyes and looking into the man's eyes. I have been at the Sheng family for the past 3 days. The door was locked until just now when the second young master Sheng returned and kicked it open. In other words, until just now, she was locked inside the Sheng family and never went anywhere. Is that so? Yuting glanced at Shang Xian indifferently. Before Shang Xian could say anything, Yuting gave a cold, emotionless smile and said, the engagement between the Huo and Sheng families has not yet been broken off. Shang Xian's pupils constricted. Damn that bitch, she actually complained to Yuting. He gritted his teeth, pointed at Sheng Feiyu, and shouted, she deliberately caused my sister Xianer to fall down the stairs, so she couldn't perform in the variety show, and now she's still in the hospital. 3 days in detention is just a small punishment for her. Oh. Yuting glanced at Shang Xian and suddenly turned around and punched him. Bang! Shang Xian was knocked flying. The single sofa behind him fell to the ground with him. The intense pain made him unable to stand up at first. He just covered his dislocated jaw and looked at the cold man in front of him in disbelief. He was hit by Yuting? Chapter 5, pull down your shirt and show me your shoulders. Shang Jianqing's pupils dilated. He stood up abruptly, looked at Yuting with a complex expression in his eyes, and asked in a deep voice, Mr. Hua, it's not appropriate for you to hit my younger brother in my Sheng family, is it? This is no longer just a fight between teenagers. They are both adults. And the Sheng and Hua families have an engagement, so how dare Yuting? Sheng Feiyu had not expected Yuting to strike. She had returned to the Sheng family 2 years ago and had met Yuting more than 10 times. Every time, he had sat like a monk in meditation, not speaking to anyone. This was the first time she had seen him show any emotion. Was a man who had eaten meat so terrifying? Sheng Feiyu could only attribute Yuting's abnormal behavior to the fact that he had just eaten meat the night before. At the moment, Sheng Feiyu could only see Yuting slowly putting his hands in his pockets, his face expressionless and indifferent. He had locked Sheng Feiyu up for 3 days to take revenge for his sister Shang Ningxian. Shang Jianqing was taken aback. So what? So it's only natural that I punch him to take revenge for my fiancé, right? Yuting spoke out the reason Shang Xian was beaten, word by word. In the Sheng family living room, it was so quiet that if a pin dropped on the floor, it would be clearly heard. No one would have thought that one day, the words fiancé would come out of Yuting's mouth. Everyone in the capital knows how much Yuting resists this marriage and how many times he has been scolded by the old master for breaking off the engagement. But today, not only did he admit Sheng Feiyu as his fiancé, he also stood up for Sheng Feiyu and hit Shang Xian, who had locked Sheng Feiyu in the attic for 3 days. This is simply the biggest supernatural event of the year. It's unbelievable. Shang Jianqing looked at Yuting and couldn't say a word in rebuttal. Because Sheng Feiyu was, nominally, indeed Yuting's fiancé. As the saying goes, you have to look at the master when you beat the dog. As long as Yuting recognized Sheng Feiyu as his fiancé, even the Sheng family could not punish Sheng Feiyu lightly. Otherwise, the Hua family would really have a position to stand up for Sheng Feiyu. Where is the attic? Show me. Yuting turned indifferently and glanced at Sheng Feiyu. No one else could tell what was meant by these words, but Sheng Feiyu felt a chill run down her spine. This man is really meticulous. Please, Mr. Hua. She bowed her head and pretended to stiffen her body as she led the way. Yuting followed behind her with his hands in his pockets, his eyes constantly scanning the girl's slender and tall back. The image of her beautiful back, like a butterfly's wings, from last night came to mind. Every part of her was beautiful. Her skin was as delicate as freshly peeled eggs. Especially the soft black hair scattered across the snow-white skin was a fatal temptation to men. His stomach suddenly tightened slightly. His blood was also boiling. Yuting looked down lightly, glancing at the unpromising bulge at the bottom of his shirt. His thin lips curled up in a sneer. I didn't know that I was such a lustful person. Sheng Feiyu led Yuting to the door of the attic in silence the whole way. As soon as she turned around, she suddenly felt that the man behind her inexplicably exuded a masculine charm. She subconsciously retreated, and her line of sight, because she was looking down, naturally fell below the man's belly. This jerk. He must be thinking something messed up. He can actually get an erection just walking. Sheng Feiyu clenched her fingers, suppressed her anger, and pretended to know nothing as she continued to look down at the ground. Mr. Hua, this is the attic. The girl was as dull and uncommunicative as ever, which made her uninteresting. She kept her head down, but her hair was nicely shaped. Yuting was quite an accurate judge of women. He had always known that if Sheng Feiyu had dressed up a little, she wouldn't have been so inconspicuous. After all, the foundation is there. Back then, Mrs. Shan was one of the most beautiful women in the capital. But what does it matter to him whether Sheng Feiyu is beautiful or ugly? What day is it today? Yuting walked past Sheng Feiyu indifferently, and with long fingers, he touched the damaged attic door, as if he were casually feeling the door lock. The third day. Sheng Feiyu replied in a low voice. Yuting bent down and walked into the attic. The door was indeed low, but the attic was still 2 meters high inside. Yuting walked into the attic and took a quick look around. There was nothing left except a floorbed. Oh, and a basin. It was filled with clean water, but there was no sign that it had been used. It was probably the maid's way of deliberately humiliating Sheng Feiyu, giving her something to urinate in. Yuting frowned imperceptibly. How could she have endured being locked up here for 3 days in such a hot summer? A beam of pale golden light shone in. Yuting raised her eyes and looked up. The sun was setting in the west, and the only skylight in the attic, which provided ventilation, was directly facing the west. That was why there was this beam of golden light. Sheng Feiyu had been watching the man's every move since he entered the attic, following his gaze. Now that she saw him staring at the skylight, her heart tightened slightly. Come on. Can he really tell? Sheng Feiyu's heart beat a little faster, but she didn't intend to say anything. If she did at this point, it would undoubtedly be like throwing away silver dollars. This man, Yuting, was very meticulous. His eyes were also very sharp. She could not reveal her own shortcomings. After a long time, Yuting's gaze finally withdrew from the skylight. He turned and looked at the girl who was still standing with her head bowed outside the door. This was the first time Yuting had taken a serious look at Sheng Feiyu. He wasn't entirely sure about the back just now, but now that he saw Sheng Feiyu's front, at least half of his already few doubts were dispelled. Last night, he kissed every inch of that woman's body. She made him very excited. And he knew that it was never because of the drugs. He had a deep memory of every inch of her body. Pull the clothes down to show me your shoulders. Yuting looked at Sheng Feiyu and spoke slowly. Everything can be disguised. But the traces he left behind cannot be disguised. Sheng Feiyu trembled all over, and almost immediately, she reached out her finger and tightly grasped the collar. Her head hung even lower. She gave off a sense of I don't want to. I can make your life better in the Sheng family. Yuting bent down and walked out, staring at the little head. His tone was as cold as ice. I can also make your life in the Sheng family miserable. Which do you choose? Sheng Feiyu's body trembled again. The dog man, how dare he threaten her? But where did he get the suspicion that she might be the woman from last night? Could it be because of Grandpa Hua? Sheng Feiyu almost immediately thought that the reason Yuting fell for it was because he was not on guard against Grandpa Hua. And Yuting's suspicion of her should also be because he understood that the granddaughter-in-law that Grandpa Hua wanted most was her. Once she had figured this out, Sheng Feiyu felt much more at ease. At least she hadn't found any clues. That was good. I'll only show you my shoulders. Sheng Feiyu said in a trembling voice. Yuting narrowed his cold eyes slightly, looking at the girl in front of him, and used trembling fingers to unbutton his collar. She tilted her little face to one side and pulled her shirt down in front of him. Half of her round shoulders were revealed. Chapter 6, she was punished by Hua Xiao to kneel in front of the Sheng family's front door. Sheng Feiyu tilted her head. She bit her lower lip lightly and firmly. Her profile revealed a touch of the embarrassment and stubbornness of a young girl. Yuting's gaze lingered for a short while on the exposed parts of the young girl's body. Her collarbone was delicate, but unfortunately her skin was yellowish, which took away a lot of points. There were no ambiguous traces left by a man on her face, neck, or shoulders. She shouldn't be the one. Yuting withdrew his gaze and buttoned up his shirt. Sheng Feiyu quickly pulled her shirt back into place, grabbed the collar tightly, and stood with her head bowed. This time, she should pass, right? Yuting, who had walked to the corner of the stairs, suddenly paused. He glanced sideways at the girl standing with her head bowed, and in a cold voice, he said, "Go downstairs and get me a glass of water." Okay. Sheng Feiyu buttoned up her collar, suppressed her emotions, and mechanically followed the man downstairs. Sheng Jianqing saw the two coming down the stairs and stood up. Yuting raised his palm and looked at Sheng Jianqing with cold eyes. Sheng Jianqing's question on the tip of his tongue was swallowed back. Obviously, the other person simply did not want to talk to him. Not a single word. Sheng Jianqing's face burned with pain, but he dared not speak angrily. Since childhood, only Yuting had dared to humiliate him like this. Sheng Feiyu poured some water and handed it to Yuting. Hua Shao. Yuting extended his cold white fingers and took the glass. Warm water. Very good. Yuting's narrow, cold eyes narrowed, and he raised his wrist above Sheng Feiyu's head, tilting it slightly. A large glass of warm water slowly dripped down Sheng Feiyu's head. Everyone in the Sheng family living room was stunned by this action of Yuting. Sheng Feiyu suddenly looked up and looked at the man in front of her. He actually hasn't dispelled his suspicions? Bring a towel and dry the water off your second young lady. Yuting played with the empty glass in his hands, and his indifferent gaze glanced at the maid to the side. The maid, like a dream just waking up, hurriedly answered and dashed to get a dry towel. In front of so many people, Yuting poured a bucket of water over Sheng Feiyu, and anyone would think that Yuting was deliberately trying to make things difficult for Sheng Feiyu. He was humiliating her. The maid also thought so. So the maid deliberately rubbed Sheng Feiyu's face and neck very hard. The yellowish skin immediately turned red from the rubbing. Sheng Feiyu tilted her head and pulled the towel away. I'll wipe it myself. The maid still tried to argue with her. Mr. Hua asked me to help Miss Air, so please don't be stubborn, Mr. Hua will be upset. Sheng Feiyu jerked, and the towel was snatched from the maid's hands. If you listen to Mr. Hua so much, you can go work as a maid in the Hua family. Sheng Feiyu said sarcastically while wiping her face. Miss Air, your maid is still quite pretty, and she was about to burst into tears. Yuting didn't care about the war between the two women at all. He stared at Sheng Feiyu's reddened skin without blinking. Despite the redness of her skin and the fact that all the water she had splashed had dried up, there was still no trace of it. It wasn't her. After concluding in his heart, Yuting looked away indifferently, not giving Sheng Feiyu another glance. I'll take this maid. Yuting's voice was low and wrapped in a layer of icy breath, but the ecstatic maid did not hear it. She kept thanking excitedly, thank you, Mr. Hua. Sheng Jianqing's face was very ugly. Shang Xian's face was even uglier. He was punched by Yuting, so he couldn't attack Yuting, so he vented his anger on the maid. If you go to the Hua family as a maid, the Sheng family will not pay you a penny. The maid looked at the charming man with his cold demeanor and her courage doubled. If you don't want to pay, then I don't want it. Yuting's thin lips pulled back into a faint, indifferent curve. He then turned and walked out the door. Hua's young maid hurriedly chased after him. Sheng Feiyu pinched the towel in her hand, and a flash of light passed through her eyes. If she guessed correctly. Sheng Feiyu's lips curled up slightly, and she turned and went upstairs. Stop right there. Shang Xian roared. It was all because of Sheng Feiyu that he had been punched by Yuting. Sheng Feiyu lightly grasped the handrail of the stairs, looked sideways at Shang Xian, and asked calmly, does the young master know what his mistake is? Mistake? He made a mistake? Is Sheng Feiyu crazy? Shang Xian almost couldn't catch his breath. Sheng Feiyu, however, lightly raised the corner of his lips and said slowly, Wishao can splash me in the face with water, but you can't. This is why you got beaten up. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to find out what happened to the maid just now. After saying this, Sheng Feiyu went upstairs. Leaving Shang Xian with a stunned expression, he slowly digested Sheng Feiyu's words. I just don't believe it. After a while, Shang Xian muttered to himself, turned around, and ordered the butler, go check if the maid who just left the Sheng family was taken back to the Hua family by Yuting. Yes, young master. The butler hurriedly went out the door. Shang Xian sat on the sofa with a cold air, rubbing his jaw that was in excruciating pain. Damn Yuting. It almost dislocated his jaw. Shang Xian was about to say something to Sheng Jianqing when he saw the butler rush back in. Young master, the maid hasn't been taken away by Mr. Hua. Shang Xian was stunned by the butler's words. Could it be that Sheng Feiyu was right? Sheng Jianqing asked in a deep voice, what's going on? Young master, the maid is kneeling in front of the Sheng family gate, as punishment by Mr. Hua. When I asked her what happened, she just cried and wouldn't say anything. I'm afraid she's been threatened by Mr. Hua. The butler wiped a cold sweat from his brow and said honestly. How dare a mere maid disobey Yuting's orders? Not to mention that she had just witnessed Shang Xian, the second young master of the Sheng family, being beaten by Yuting. She doesn't have the capital to fight Yuting. She can only obediently accept her punishment. Indeed, you have to look at the master when you want to beat a dog. Shang Jiansheng was silent for a moment, then sneered and said, "Go, tell second young lady to go to the bedroom." The butler quickly obeyed, "Yes, master." As the butler went upstairs, Shang Xian, with his chin in his hands, asked with reluctance, "Big brother, so she's just going to get away with what she did to Xiener? Didn't Xiener say that she fell down the stairs by herself?" Shang Jiansheng got up impatiently. "I have to go to the company to deal with things, so don't cause trouble. Sheng Feiyu will marry out of the house sooner or later, so if you can't stand her, just see her less." After saying that, Shang Jiansheng strode out of the living room. Shang Xian kicked the coffee table in anger. "Sheng, Fei, and you. You're a disaster." Yuting returned to the Hua family. The old master glared at him angrily, but the family doctor arrived. Yuting's cold eyes softened, and his thin lips curled slightly. "Grandpa. Where have you been?" The old master squirmed and glared at Yuting again. "You didn't even get medicine after being beaten up, what's the point? A scheme to make yourself look like a martyr?" "Humph, he doesn't care." He went to the Sheng family. Yuting unbuttoned his shirt to reveal his back so that the family doctor could apply medicine, and replied nonchalantly, "Go to the Sheng family? Is he going to withdraw from the engagement?" Grandpa was suddenly exploded, "You little brat. As long as I'm alive, you're not allowed to withdraw from the engagement with that little fish girl." Chapter 7, This man is really too much, isn't he? The marriage will definitely be called off. Yuting thought to himself. But seeing how angry the old master was, Yuting decided to talk about it later. After he finds that little demon. Shang Ningxian fell down the stairs and was taken to the hospital. Yuting casually shifted the blame to someone else, and the Sheng family thought that it was Sheng Feiyu who did it, so they locked her up in the attic for 3 days. When he heard this, the old master of the Hua family was taken aback. Then, with a strange look on his face, he touched the dragon head of his walking stick and said nothing. Xiaoyu returned to the Sheng family as a country girl, with her own plans. He had promised Xiaoyu that he would not reveal her identity to anyone. This included his eldest grandson, Yuting. So for the past 2 years, Xiaoyu has been unfairly treated in the Sheng family, and he has never interfered. I punched Shang Xian for Sheng Feiyu. After the family doctor finished applying the medicine, Yuting slowly pulled his shirt back on. "Are you finally willing to be a human being?" Was little fish girl very moved? Grandpa's face brightened. God knows how many times he had tried to persuade his eldest grandson to go to little fish's side over the past 2 years, but his grandson refused to do so, leaving him to worry. Now, his eldest grandson has finally stood up for little fish, so she will be moved, won't she? Xiaoyu is a softie at heart. She will be nice to whoever is nice to her. No, she scolded me for meddling. Yuting's thin lips curled slightly. Hua's face stiffened for a moment, and then he suddenly reacted, scolding, "Nonsense. Xiaoyu would never scold you like that." Yuting's eyes were slightly deep and dark. Grandpa really believes in Sheng Feiyu. If he hadn't investigated Sheng Feiyu 2 years ago and confirmed that she had no previous relationship with his grandfather, he would really have to wonder if she had used some kind of trick to confuse his grandfather. Yuting didn't mention Sheng Feiyu again, but instead handed the check to his grandfather to look at. "Grandpa, take a look at this check." Yuting's thin lips curled up slightly. Grandpa picked up his cane and struck it. "Ha? No. The handwriting on this check looks so familiar." Grandpa quickly dropped his cane, sat up straight, and carefully looked at the check Yuting gave him several times. He was sure. It was Xiaoyu's handwriting. Although Xiaoyu's calligraphy was priceless and his style was ever-changing, it never strayed from the basics. As an old fan, he had studied it thoroughly. There's no way he could have made a mistake. This girl can write well. Old Master Hua's thoughts turned, and he looked at Yuting with a serious expression. "You slept with not an 18th tier small celebrity, but a lady of the upper class? I'm just joking, and you fell for it?" Yuting sat down lazily, resting his arms on the back of the sofa. "Then who did you sleep with?" Old Master Hua asked with a stern face, suppressing his excitement. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Old Master Hua raised his voice. "I really don't know." All I know is that she was very beautiful. But she ran away before I woke up, erased all the surveillance cameras in the hotel, and left me with a check for 50 million. Yuting pressed his eyebrows together and said in a clear voice. Hua's heart was pounding. It was definitely the little fish girl. No one but that girl could have done this. What a little fish girl, and she even lied to him, saying that she hadn't gone anywhere last night at the Sheng residence. Ha ha ha. So mysterious? Grandpa Hua pretended to be confused. So how do you plan to find her? Are you going to post her portrait all over the street? How can you post your future granddaughter's portrait all over the street? Yuting extended his long fingers and took the check from Grandpa Hua. Then he said nonchalantly, "Didn't you leave a check for me? If I withdraw the 50 million, Long Qian will be able to find out which account the money came from and track her down." What if it's not her account? Old Master Hua secretly rolled his eyes. Since the little fish girl left behind 50 million, how could she be stupid enough to use her own account? Even if it's not her account, it must be related to her. Yuting's thin lips parted slightly, and a trace of a smile slipped across his eyes. Her face is so iconic, and Beijing is such a small city, I don't believe she can hide from me forever. Mr. Hua really had nothing to say. He guessed that the account of the little girl must belong to one of her fellow disciples, or perhaps her master. Once his eldest grandson tracked down these people, it would be easy to find the little girl. However, the little girl would definitely appear in a different identity. Not as the second young lady of the Sheng family. Mr. Hua suddenly felt a bit mischievous, so he pretended to be serious and asked, "What will you do after you find this woman? Do you really want to marry her?" Of course. Yuting's Adam's apple rolled slightly. I'm a germaphobe. She slept with me once, and she'll have to sleep with me forever. Hua's grandfather. Who slept with who, exactly? Ha ha. But that's not the point. What about your engagement to Xiaoyu's daughter? Hua's grandfather looked furious, as if he hated iron that couldn't be made into steel. I've always taught you to be clean and self-disciplined, and you've betrayed Xiaoyu's daughter. Now I don't even have the face to beg for you in front of Xiaoyu's daughter. I will break off the engagement with her and give her sufficient compensation. Yuting gazed deeply into his grandfather's eyes. Don't worry, I will take care of her like a sister and prepare a generous dowry for her. Yuting's grandfather almost couldn't hold back and burst out laughing on the spot. But he did his best to hold back. Good, you must remember what you have said. Yuting's grandfather said with full authority, if you don't recognize Xiaoyu as your sister and don't prepare a dowry for her, I will break all 3 of your legs. Yuting. Dear grandfather. No escape. Night. After accompanying the old Master Hua to finish dinner, Yuting leaves the old Hua residence. The old Master Hua immediately can't wait to dial Sheng Feiyu's private number. Little fish girl, I'm saying to you. G. The sound of a slight electric current comes through. Sheng Feiyu's heart trembles, and she says vaguely, Grandpa Hua, there's something wrong with your phone, I can't hear you clearly, I'll just go to the Hua residence to find you. The old man's face changed as well. You're good, Yuting. Even my own grandfather is spying on me. No wonder there's an electrical sound. Very well, I'll have my driver pick you up. The old man laughed. Okay, thank you, Grandpa Hua. Sheng Feiyu quickly hung up the phone and then slowly walked out of the Sheng family house, waiting for the Hua family driver to pick her up. At the same time, she wondered why Yuting had installed a listening device on the old man's phone. Could it be that he has not yet dispelled his suspicions of her? This man is really too much, isn't he? Just as Sheng Feiyu was lost in thought, the Sheng family's extended-length Rolls-Royce pulled up not far in front of her. The car door opened, and Shang Yiha and Shang Xian, father and son, quickly got out and helped Shang Ningxian, who was in the back seat, out like they were serving a princess. Xiener, be careful, take it easy, there's no rush. Why don't I carry you on my back, does your foot hurt? The 2 men both looked at Shang Ningxian, who was wearing a long, pink dress, with tender concern. Sheng Feiyu looked on with a blank expression. His heart was unmoved. Xiao Yu. Shang Ningxian saw Sheng Feiyu, however, and immediately beamed a beautiful, gentle smile. You've come to pick me up too. Chapter 8, I must withdraw from this marriage. Sheng Feiyu's gray eyes lowered faintly, and her fingers twisted lightly at the side of her dress. Shang Ningxian. Ha ha. A trace of subtle coldness flashed from the girl's downcast eyes. No one saw it. Shang Xian saw that Sheng Feiyu had actually come to pick up Sheng Ningxian, and his face immediately turned cold as he shouted, "Who told you to come? You're lucky if you don't harm my daughter." Sheng Feiyu didn't look up. She simply turned sideways and walked past the group of people. "Xiao Yu." Shang Yiha became a little anxious and quickly called out to Sheng Feiyu, "Where are you going? This daughter is unsociable and cold-hearted, and she is not close to me. But she is still his biological daughter, and he cannot bear her not at all. Grandpa was sent someone to fetch me, asking me to go to the Hua family." Sheng Feiyu replied without looking back. In an instant, she was out of the other's sight. Hua family. A flash of imperceptible jealousy crossed Shang Ningxian's eyes. She could not understand why Grandpa Hua liked Sheng Feiyu, a country girl, so much. Obviously, she is the woman most worthy of Hua Xiao. But never mind, I heard from my second brother that Hua Yuting came to the Sheng family today and humiliated Sheng Feiyu. Obviously, Hua Yuting will never acknowledge this marriage contract. Dad, look at her. She has no respect for her elders, no sense of propriety, and doesn't treat us as family at all. Shang Xian hates the way Sheng Feiyu looks down on people. What right does a country girl have to give them the cold shoulder? Come on, Xiao Yu has never been around us since she was little. She has suffered a lot in the countryside, and her solitary personality is understandable. As her elder brother, you have to give her more leeway and be more tolerant of her. Don't always. I know. Xiener, let me help you in first. Shang Xian impatiently interrupted his father's nagging and helped Sheng Ningxian walk towards the villa. Shang Yiha hesitantly glanced in the direction Sheng Feiyu had left, but ultimately chose to help Sheng Ningxian into the villa with Shang Xian. Sheng Feiyu put one hand in her pocket and walked slowly to the intersection. Mr. Hua's driver soon drove up to her. "Miss Feiyu, the old master asked me to pick you up." The driver stopped the car, rolled down the window and greeted Sheng Feiyu. "Thank you." Sheng Feiyu nodded and pulled open the car door to get in. 20 minutes later. Sheng Feiyu got out of the car and, under the guidance of the butler, arrived at the study on the third floor of the old man's house. "Here." The old man handed her the phone directly. Sheng Feiyu nodded, took the phone and checked it, then looked up at the old man. "Grandpa Hua, it's a call monitor. As long as you make a call, the call recording will be uploaded to the server through the installed monitoring software. In other words, the monitoring function will only be enabled when the call is in progress. And you still call me Grandpa Hua? Shouldn't you drop one word?" Grandpa Hua looked at her with a smile that was half smirk. "Sheng Feiyu, Grandpa Hua?" Grandpa Hua almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He glared at Sheng Feiyu crossly and said, "Call me Grandpa." "Ha?" Sheng Feiyu tilted her head slightly. She hadn't entered the Hua family. Or had she remembered it wrong? "I could tell at a glance that the handwriting on that 50 million check was yours, Sheng Feiyu," said Mr. Hua, beaming with pride. Sheng Feiyu suddenly realized that it was Hua Yuting who had shown the 50 million check to Mr. Hua. But could Mr. Hua tell at a glance? She couldn't help pressing her temples with a headache. "I even used block letters on purpose. I've studied your calligraphy for so many years, it's useless even if you use Oracle Bone script." Mr. Hua laughed heartily. "You're exaggerating." Sheng Feiyu didn't believe that he really used Oracle Bones and that Grandpa Hua could recognize it. "But you can't use Oracle Bones on a check, can you? Old childish prankster." Grandpa Hua gradually stopped laughing, took Sheng Feiyu's hand seriously, and said softly, "Little fish girl, I have cultivated Yuting for you very well. You can trust Grandpa, I won't lie to you." Sheng Feiyu's eyelids twitched fiercely. It had indeed been cultivated very well for 22 years. He almost killed her. She coughed lightly and said, "Grandpa Hua, can we talk about this after I leave the Sheng family? Besides, I haven't reached the legal age of 20 yet. You can just get married first." Grandpa Hua said without hesitation, "Otherwise, getting engaged first is fine. Little fish girl keeps her promises the most. As long as she agrees to get engaged to his grandson, then this granddaughter-in-law won't be able to run away. What's your hurry?" Sheng Feiyu really couldn't help but laugh. Every time she met Grandpa Hua, she was urged to get married. She was getting a little scared. "It's because I'm afraid you'll be snatched away by someone else." Grandpa Hua said without a second thought, then looked with hatred at his son-in-law. "It's all Yuting's fault, he's so stubborn, no matter how much I scold him, he's like a log. This is normal. Hua Xiao is so outstanding that he naturally looks down on ordinary girls. Sheng Feiyu is quite open-minded. She spends her days at the Sheng household looking disheveled and pale, and she is also withdrawn. It would be strange if Yuting could look at her. Was grandfather's brows suddenly brightened, so little fish girl also thinks that Yuting is outstanding? This is the first time little fish girl has praised his eldest grandson in front of him. I never said he wasn't outstanding. Sheng Feiyu looked at the old man with amusement, then couldn't help but say helplessly, I'm only leaving the Sheng family in a month, and you're giving me such a big headache. I'm impressed. The old man rubbed his nose and giggled. He didn't want to say it, but he had received some gossip and had no choice. He couldn't let someone else take away his granddaughter-in-law. And the person in question was outstanding. So he had to feed his eldest grandson into his granddaughter's mouth first, so that she wouldn't run away. Grandpa Hua, I must withdraw from this marriage. Alas, I know that the Sheng family has treated you badly, and they are biased, but they are your relatives after all. Have you really thought it through? Grandpa Hua now didn't have such a strong resistance to withdrawing from the marriage. However, he still wanted Sheng Feiyu to think it through. After all, she was Sheng Yi's biological daughter. The Sheng family's 3 older brothers were also her closest blood relatives. A cold light flashed in the dark eyes of Sheng Feiyu. After a long time, her pink lips curled up slightly, and she said faintly, I've found out something, and I will never forgive. Grandpa Hua's heart trembled. Very quickly, he realized something. Suddenly, he stopped trying to dissuade her. Fine, no matter what decision the little fish girl makes, Grandpa will always be on her side. Grandpa Hua smiled kindly and patted Sheng Feiyu's head. Thank you, Grandpa Hua. Sheng Feiyu smiled. Then, Sheng Feiyu left the Hua family. She didn't touch the monitoring software on Grandpa Hua's phone. Otherwise, Yuting would be able to find out about her immediately. She just asked Grandpa Hua to find an opportunity to drop the phone into the water and then replace it with a new one. Fish Pond Bar. Sheng Feiyu, wearing an enchanting red dress and a delicate butterfly mask on her face, walked into the bar. Ada. Over here. A cool girl in red lipstick and suspender shorts stood up excitedly and waved at Sheng Feiyu. Sheng Feiyu gave her a slight smile and walked over. Qian. Sheng Feiyu sat down next to her best friend. Lin Qian, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. 2 years ago, when Sheng Feiyu first returned to Beijing, she saved Lin Qian from being raped by a group of thugs late one night. The 2 girls have been friends ever since. Ada, do you know what? Hua Xiao will be at the fish pond tonight. Lin Qian's words were like a bombshell. Sheng Feiyu's shallow smile froze at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 9. His thin lips almost touched her earlobe. Long time no see, baby. Lin Qian only knew Dr. Ada, not Sheng Feiyu. What's more, she didn't know that Dr. Ada and Sheng Feiyu were the same person. After all, it was in the identity of Dr. Ada that Sheng Feiyu saved Lin Qian. So Lin Qian had no idea about the marriage contract between Yuting and his best friend, and was just excitedly talking about this gossip. Sheng Feiyu gathered her thoughts and asked, why did Mr. Hua come to the fish pond? As far as she knew, Yuting would never come to a place like a bar. He only went to high-end private clubs under the Hua family's banner. I heard that he was there to catch a woman. Lin Qian rubbed her chin, her beautiful eyes sparkling with interest. She was really curious about what the woman looked like that Mr. Hua wanted to catch. Sheng Feiyu almost subconsciously wanted to leave. No, how did Yuting know she was here? Could it be that her senior had betrayed her? Sheng Feiyu was oblivious to the fact that her senior had been tricked by her into entering Yuting's basement. The thought of running away flashed through her mind, but before she could stand up, there was a commotion at the entrance of the bar. She stiffened and glanced sideways. She saw Yuting, dressed in a black high-end suit, walking into the bar surrounded by bodyguards. His face was stern and refined, and he exuded an air of arrogance and aloofness. As he got closer and closer, the pressure from his powerful aura became more and more intense. Almost all the guests in the bar held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Even the women dancing on stage subconsciously stopped their provocative movements. Yuting, with one hand in his trouser pocket, swept his cold gaze across the room. Finally, it stopped at the profile of a woman. Yuting's cold eyes narrowed slightly, and he walked straight towards the other person. Lin Qian kept shaking Sheng Feiyu's skirt, her voice distorted with excitement. Ada. Ada. Mr. Hua is walking towards us. Oh my god. Mr. Hua is really handsome. She finally understood why thousands of girls in Jing City considered Mr. Hua their dream lover, and would be willing to be played by him and then ruthlessly abandoned. He really is so handsome that it makes the heavens angry and the earth resentful, and he has no humanity at all. Sheng Feiyu looked up at the sky, speechless. She was certain that she had been betrayed. Hua Yuting walked over to Sheng Feiyu and looked at the delicate, small, white jade-like earlobes and the skin that was as fine as porcelain beneath them. A flame flickered in his dark eyes. His thin lips slowly curled up, and he bent down, almost pressing his face against her earlobes. "Long time no see, baby." Lin Qian widened her beautiful eyes. "Mr. Hua, are you here to see her best friend Ada? Are they having an affair?" "Whoa whoa 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 whoa." Lin Qian covered her mouth to control the urge to scream. She stared at Hua Yuting and Sheng Feiyu, afraid of missing the slightest interaction. Since she had been caught, Sheng Feiyu stopped pretending and raised her chin to look at the man, her pink lips curling up slightly. "It hasn't been that long. It's only been a day. Dr. Ada is generous with her money, and I'm ashamed to compare myself to her. After thinking about it, the taste of this soft rice is quite good." So Hua Yuting sat next to Sheng Feiyu and sat down in the booth. He raised his hand, hooked her slender waist, and his thin lips touched her earlobe as he announced in a low voice, "I've decided to eat it for a long time." Sheng Feiyu's eyes twitched slightly. He's not after the 50 million, but her body, right? TSK. He talks a good game. But I'm not in the habit of keeping a young gigolo on a long-term basis. Sheng Feiyu calmly brushed a stray hair from her ear and coldly refused with a voice that was as clear as ice. Lin Qian desperately winked at Sheng Feiyu. "No, this is Mr. Hua. Hua Yuting. Sister, if you support Mr. Hua, I can walk sideways in Jingzhi for the rest of my life, day and night." Sheng Feiyu glared at Lin Qian in exasperation. What a loser. Being friends with her would be just as good as walking sideways in the city. "Baby, I'm just informing you." Hua Yuting tightened his grip, lifted his hand, and removed the butterfly mask from Sheng Feiyu's face. His thin lips pressed down, grinding against her pink lips, "Without asking for your consent." "Overbearing dogman." Sheng Feiyu pushed his hand away, but he grabbed her wrist with one hand and crossed it behind her back. Then, in front of everyone in the bar, he kissed her overbearingly on the lips. Her watery eyes glared at him fiercely, but all she got was a low laugh between his lips and teeth. Abruptly, he recklessly occupied every fragrant inch of her mouth. The kiss was fierce and urgent. It was overwhelming. Ugh. She tilted her neck back with some difficulty. Her body twisted, but it seemed to be doing it to excite the man. Hua Yuting was easily aroused. A dark gleam flashed in his cold eyes, and then he picked up the little woman in his arms and turned and strode out of the bar. Everyone in the bar was dumbfounded. Is this a TV drama series that has come to life? Is this the worldwide capture of a little wife by a domineering young master? Lin Qian, who had witnessed the entire intimate scene with dry mouth and parched throat, picked up a bottle of ice beer on the table and gulped it down. It was so hot for her to watch. It was like a little movie. Ouch. However, Sheng Feiyu, who had been carried away from the bar by Hua Yuting, said hoarsely after her heart rate had finally calmed down, "Where are you taking me? Will you run away from me in the future?" Hua Yuting didn't answer, but asked a question instead. Sheng Feiyu looked at his well-defined chin and laughed lightly. "When have I ever run away?" "Oh." Hua Yuting looked down at the bright and lively little woman in his arms, his thin lips curling up slightly. "Who used a needle to knock me unconscious, ran away while I was unconscious, erased all the surveillance cameras in the hotel, and tried to pay me off with 50 million? You're the young Master Hua of Beijing. In just one day, you figured everything out." Sheng Feiyu dodged his sharp words and muttered, "How did you know I was at the fishpond bar?" Hua Yuting walked to the curb, put Sheng Feiyu in the back seat of the extended Rolls-Royce first, and then got in. He reached down and scooped Sheng Feiyu up into his lap, making her straddle him. Before Sheng Feiyu could feel awkward about the position, he asked in a cold tone, "Bai Yefeng, what is the baby's relationship to you?" Sheng Feiyu's heart sank. Sure enough, he had found her brother. Anyway, he didn't do anything to her brother, did he? He is my brother. Sheng Feiyu looked at the handsome man hesitantly. You didn't beat him up, did you? According to Grandpa Hua Yuting had trained in the special forces before and was very good at fighting. And last night she had experienced his terrifying strength for herself. When he had pinned her down, she had hardly had the possibility to resist. Therefore, her brother-in-law might not necessarily be a match for Hua Yuting. That's not true. Yuting curled his lips up. Your husband is a civilized person. The word husband made Sheng Feiyu's heart flutter. She couldn't help but think about how last night this man had kept on kissing her lips, coaxing her to call him husband. If she didn't, he would torment her, and in the end, she could only give in to his wishes. Sheng Feiyu turned her face away and said with a pretense of calm, "Let him go." She was certain that even if Hui Yuting didn't beat Bai Yefeng, he would definitely use other methods. Otherwise, Bai Yefeng would not have betrayed her. Okay. Hui Yuting lifted his finger and gently caressed her delicate chin. If the baby begs me, I'll let him go. Chapter 10, Marriage Certificate? Baby. Hui Yuting asked as he stroked her earlobe. Hui Yuting looked at the way the young woman glared at him with hatred and laughed lowly. It's not like she hasn't begged before. Shut up. Can you talk about those things in bed under the bed? This man is really annoying. My mouth can be shut. Hui Yuting stretched his cold white fingers towards the metal buckle at his waist, and with a snap, but the baby's mouth had to be opened. Sheng Feiyu looked down in disbelief. It was broad daylight. Oh, it was already night. What kind of nonsense was he talking at this late hour? Is it okay? Hui Yuting didn't want to admit that he had been longing for this little woman all day. It was all her fault for ambushing him. He was unsatisfied. What do you think? Sheng Feiyu gritted his teeth, his usual good temper cultivated through self-cultivation disappearing. He was thinking about farting. What do I think? Of course it's fine. Hui Yuting's fingers deftly slipped inside her skirt. Sheng Feiyu grabbed his wrist and said angrily, "No. It's only been one day. No, strictly speaking, it's not even 24 hours. She's still in pain. Baby." Hui Yuting lowered his head and kissed her with his thin lips. Sheng Feiyu's ears were burning from the man's magnetic, hoarse voice, but she felt like she was dreaming. Why did this man feel so natural, as if they had been in love for over a year? That's cheating. Then why don't you love me? She could hardly hold his unrestrained hands, so she had to imitate him and fight back, "I'm still in pain." Upon hearing this, Hui Yuting's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he immediately took a step back, looking at her seriously and saying, "It hurts a lot?" He knew there was a large dark red patch on the bedsheet. Plus, he wasn't completely controlled by the effects of the medicine, so naturally he knew that she was a virgin. However, he had already tried to be as gentle as possible. He didn't expect her to still be in pain? Could it be that she was hurt? Sheng Feiyu pursed her red lips, but in her heart she wanted to say that if I couldn't beat you, I wouldn't show weakness. However, she had also stabbed him with a silver needle last night, so she had gotten her revenge. Okay, honey, I love you. Hui Yuting kissed her lips, and his long fingers withdrew from under her skirt and instead grasped her wrist. The baby helped her husband with her hands. Sheng Feiyu felt a little numb. Who was his baby? Who was her husband? She was almost unsure whether the cold and ruthless Hui Yuting she had seen every day for the past 2 years in the Sheng family really existed. Or perhaps she wasn't actually sleeping with Hui Yuting, but his twin brother? Or perhaps Hui Yuting actually had a dual personality, and she had triggered it by having sex? Sheng Feiyu naturally didn't want to do what the man wanted. However, just as she was about to pull her hand back, the man used his other hand to hold the back of her head and kissed her with brute force. She was pushed against the backrest of the front seat and couldn't retreat. A burning tingling sensation came from her lips. Go easy. Her eyebrows furrowed lightly, and the thought of resistance immediately disappeared. She wasn't going to make things difficult for herself. Her master had taught her the most practical truth in life: if you can fight, fight. If you can't, run. If you can't run, coax. If you can't coax, perish together. The woman in front of her was fragrant and soft, and her voice was like that of a kitten. Hui Yuting's cold heart softened at once, and his kisses became tender. A shallow taste made the atmosphere in the car extremely ambiguous. Sheng Feiyu closed her eyes and endured the man's kisses, her heartbeat gradually accelerating. She let the man lead her with her soft palms. She didn't know how long it had been, as if it had been a century, and Sheng Feiyu was about to collapse from exhaustion. She was finally suddenly embraced by the man, and the rich scent of a man sprayed on her neck. It had a slight fragrance of agarwood. After the man's breath gradually calmed down, she said disdainfully, "Give me a tissue." Disgusted with her husband? Hui Yuting lazily pulled out a few tissues from the box and stuffed them between the two of them. Sheng Feiyu ignored him and carefully wiped her hands. Looking at her skirt again, she frowned. "My skirt is dirty." Hubby will buy you 100. The slightly gratified Hui Yuting seemed very easygoing. Sheng Feiyu couldn't hold back anymore. Can you stop calling me hubby? Do we know each other well? Just, we've been friends for one night. Why is he so natural? Getting a marriage certificate? Baby. Hui Yuting stroked her earlobe and asked in return. If we get a marriage certificate, does that mean we're legally husband and wife? Sheng Feiyu looked at the man in front of her, who didn't seem to be joking, with a complex face. After sleeping together once, they just got married? Should she praise him for being responsible or scold him for being reckless? Ha! Hui Yuting's big hand grasped her waist, and his thin lips followed her earlobe, starting to kiss downwards. Sheng Feiyu trembled, and she leaned back hurriedly, pressing her palm against his lips to block his advances. She used the very hand that had helped him before. This time, it was Hui Yuting's turn to turn his face away in disgust. Sheng Feiyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. You're disgusted with yourself? Hui Yuting turned his head dangerously, and his long fingers sent a message to the edge of her red lips. Do you want to try your own flavor, baby? This man is really flirtatious. Sheng Feiyu decided not to engage in such dangerous conversation with him, and instead pulled his wrist down, saying seriously, I'm only 18, under the legal age. No wonder you're so immature. Hui Yuting's dark eyes flashed with understanding. Sheng Feiyu took a deep breath, suppressed her temper once again, and smiled. Moreover, as far as I know, Mr. Hua, you have a fiancé, right? I'm not going to be a third wheel. I already have. What now? Hui Yuting never admitted to that engagement, not even when Hua's father hit him with his cane. No. Sheng Feiyu refused to admit that she had been tricked. What happened between us was at most an accident. As long as we don't do anything to each other, it's fine. The man's large hand on her waist suddenly tightened. It hurt so much that she gasped. She didn't need to look to know that she was definitely bruised. Her skin always tended to leave marks. This mouth is so beautiful and sweet, not to mention saying things to make her husband angry. Hui Yuting nibbled on the woman's lips, his voice low and hoarse. A dangerous aura filled his cold, dark eyes. It was as if a beast was lurking in the shadows, ready to snap its prey's neck at any moment. Sheng Feiyu sensed the dangerous aura of the man. However, Bai Yefeng was still in Hui Yuting's hands, and with the connection to the old master Hua, she was a bit more indulgent towards Hui Yuting. She did not refute him, nor did she oppose him. Hui Yuting tangled with Sheng Feiyu for a while, and finally gently picked her up from his lap and let her sit next to him. Then, with those long, cold white fingers, he dialed a number. Send 100 dresses to the Jinyu Mansion, size S. Hui Yuting gave the order, and then lifted his finger to press the switch on the small front panel. The small panel immediately lowered. Return to the Jinyu Mansion. Yes, Mr. Hua. The driver received the order and immediately started the car. Sheng Feiyu rubbed her aching temples and thought about how to get out of it. She couldn't leave the Sheng family for too long. Chapter 11. I'm only good to my baby. Jinyu Mansion. Sheng Feiyu looked down at her hand, which was being held by the man without a gap, and her lips twitched slightly. It wasn't that there was really no way to escape. However, one could escape for a while, but not forever. Hui Yuting was no ordinary man, and she might not be able to keep Sheng Feiyu's identity. Plus, with the old man Hua fanning the flames in the shadows, the situation would become even more complicated. Therefore, she can only outsmart Hui Yuting. Although they have only spent a short day together, she has already noticed one of his characteristics: he is easy to please. Cough. She probably doesn't know how to act cute, but she can learn. Anyway, she has always been quick to learn. After entering Hui Yuting's territory, Sheng Feiyu quickly took a look around. It was clean and tidy. But it also lacked a bit of a spark. It was obvious that Hui Yuting rarely lived here. I hope the husband didn't disappoint the baby. Hui Yuting pressed Sheng Feiyu against the wall at the entrance, his thin lips curling up in a hint of a smug smile. What did he mean? The baby left me clues on purpose, and it only took me one day to find it. Is the baby's husband amazing? Hui Yuting laughed lightly, his thin lips brushing against Sheng Feiyu's red lips, but not going in. It was just a shallow grind, but it was extremely arousing. Sheng Feiyu's cheeks suddenly flushed. It was as if that little bit of hidden thought had been revealed. She felt very uncomfortable. You're talking nonsense. She pushed him away with her hand. I didn't deliberately leave you any clues. Little liar. Hua Yuting gazed at her pink ear tips, laughed lowly, and said, "Liar." He might not have recognized who she was at first, but she definitely recognized who he was at first. Otherwise, the silver needles she used to put him to sleep later would have been stuck not in his sleep acupoint, but in his death acupoint. After learning her famous name, Dr. Ada, from Bai Yefeng, he looked up all her information. It was blank. It had obviously been tampered with. And it was top secret. She was probably affiliated with some high-level security department, which was why she was under official protection. Sheng Feiyu didn't realize that this man was so meticulous that she found him terrifying. He seemed to be able to easily read people's minds. Perhaps, when she left that check, she hadn't even realized it herself. But he had guessed it easily. Now that she thought about it, she had indeed not completely erased all the clues. She had only erased Sheng Feiyu's traces. Perhaps deep down she hoped he would find her. It wouldn't be like a melodramatic TV show where he finds the wrong girl and thinks the other girl is his white moonlight. That's why she played along and left him the check for 50 million. But she would never admit that. At least not yet. Otherwise, wouldn't the man be too proud to die? "I'm hungry." Sheng Feiyu pursed her red lips and changed the subject. "What do you want to eat?" Hua Yuting hooked his left arm around her waist and said meaningfully, "I'll probably be hungry later, too. So I need to feed her first." Sheng Feiyu shot him a glance, ignoring the innuendo in his words, and turned to sit down in front of the sofa. "I'll eat whatever you cook, I'm not picky." She picked up the remote control, leaned back on the sofa lazily, and turned on the TV. She felt at ease commanding the man to go to the kitchen. "Instant noodles, want some?" Hua Yuting's low, cold voice was tinged with a deep smile. "You make it, I'll eat it." Sheng Feiyu wasn't intimidated by him at all. "Okay." Hua Yuting turned and walked into the kitchen. 10 minutes later, Sheng Feiyu's nose twitched slightly, and then she looked in the direction of the kitchen in disbelief. No, is he serious? The next second, Hua Yuting came out of the kitchen with a bowl of instant noodles in his right hand, walking elegantly and proudly. He placed the instant noodles on the coffee table in front of Sheng Feiyu and said, "Here, instant noodles." Sheng Feiyu felt that her usual self-cultivation and self-improvement would really be impossible to maintain in the presence of this man. She wanted to kick him. Facing the nearly exploding Sheng Feiyu, Hua Yuting sat down and the corner of his lips curled up in a half smile. "Baby, I thought you weren't fussy about food?" Sheng Feiyu took a deep breath. She chose the dog herself, and no, instant noodles, she will eat them with tears in her eyes. As soon as she extended her slender fingers, they were grasped by the man. "Stupid baby, how could your husband really give you instant noodles?" Hua Yuting laughed wickedly, put his arms around Sheng Feiyu, and gave her a heavy kiss on the lips. Just then, the doorbell rang. Hua Yuting let go of Sheng Feiyu and got up to open the door. Hua Xiao. Chibai was standing in the doorway with a few people. "HM." Feng Yuting turned around and walked back to Sheng Feiyu, sitting down. Chibai and the people behind him put on clean shoe covers in a well-trained manner, carrying the dishes on the dining cart into the room one by one and placing them neatly on the dining table. Sheng Feiyu blinked. This is a bit magical. No wonder it's Feng Yuting from Beijing. It's very extravagant. Chibai soon left with his men, and once again, Feng Yuting and Sheng Feiyu were left alone in the room. "Do you want your husband to feed you?" Fa Yuting asked in a low voice. Sheng Feiyu pursed her lips slightly and stopped arguing with the man. He really was stubborn. She got up, sat down at the dining table, picked up the chopsticks with her slender fingers, and started eating. Bai Yefeng said, "You don't like Western food, so before going to the fish pond bar, I asked Chibai to go to the Fok family mansion and ask the chef to make Chinese food." Fa Yuting raised his hand and brushed a strand of hair past her ear. "Do you like it?" Sheng Feiyu's fingers holding the chopsticks paused slightly. She glanced sideways at the man beside her and asked after a long pause, "Are you this nice to everyone?" She actually knew the answer. She was just confused as to why he was so attentive to her after just one night. Did he really like her body that much? "Don't be jealous." Hua Yuting's fingers slid across her chin. "Apart from my father, I'm only nice to baby." Sheng Feiyu's breathing caught slightly before she let out a soft grunt. "I've never been jealous. There's nothing I can do about it, since my husband is so virtuous, there's no chance of baby being jealous." In Hua Yuting's deep eyes was a hint of smugness. Sheng Feiyu bit her chopsticks, resisting the urge to laugh, and silently bowed her head to eat. Of course, she had checked up on her fiancé when she first returned to the Sheng family. He really is clean around people, which makes people suspect that he is gay. However, gay people at least have a few female friends. He really doesn't. Even his cousins in the Hua family, he has never paid much attention to. And because of this difference, he has become the most wanted rich young man in the hearts of women. Even she, unconsciously, has a slight favorable impression of him. Otherwise, she would not have silently consented to what he did to her after recognizing him at the first opportunity last night. Baby, I feel so bad. Sheng Feiyu had just put down her chopsticks when the man scooped her up and imprisoned her between his square inches. She pressed her slender fingers against her forehead and endured, saying with patience, "Didn't I just help you? What kind of mutant glutton is he? He has no idea when to stop." Chapter 12, This obsession is not surprising, it's a lifetime. Just now? Yuting took a tissue and carefully wiped her red lips. How is that enough? He accurately and unmistakably balled up the used tissue and threw it in the trash can next to him. Then, leaning in, he caressed the delicate red lips of the little woman. Just now was at most an appetizer. Sheng Feiyu's eyes twitched slightly. Is this usually the procedure Hua Xiao uses? Not really. Yuting slowly unzipped her back, her thin lips curling up. It's just that after meeting the baby, I don't want to miss a single meal, not even two. I can't thank you enough. Sheng Feiyu pressed down on his unrestrained palm, her eyes dropping, looking aggrieved. It really hurts. I don't believe you. Yuting kissed her cheek lightly, and the baby was really something last night. Bastard. Sheng Feiyu was suddenly lifted into the air by him, and subconsciously reached out and hooked his neck. The man supported her as they slowly walked towards the room. No, can you? Sheng Feiyu was a little tearful, saying that the good flirting could be deferred? It seems that in the face of a man's animal nature, flirting is useless. Honey, check it out, if it really doesn't work, we'll get something else. Yuting pressed her down on the soft big bed in the bedroom, and then ripped open her obtrusive red dress. Sheng Feiyu looked at the ceiling with watery eyes, and the thought of struggling disappeared. He can't beat him anyway. His movements made her flinch slightly. Her teeth clenched lightly, biting her lips. It's still swollen. Yuting covered her body and kissed her luscious red lips, apologizing, baby. Ha? Sheng Feiyu blinked her big eyes, a little incredulous that the man would let her off so easily. That was until the man took out a tube of ointment from a drawer. The cool feeling that came over her made her feel both ashamed and comfortable. However, the smell of the ointment made her think. Was it the kind she made? This was a month ago, when Grandpa gave it to me. Yuting seemed to remember something, and he snorted lightly. Sheng Feiyu was 18 years old and an adult at that time, and Grandpa wanted me to. Sheng Feiyu unconsciously. The veins on the man's wrist were slightly bulging. This little demon really knows how to torment him. After a long while, Yuting continued to apply the ointment for her, and said with a faint smile, "Fortunately, Sheng Feiyu has been behaving herself. She didn't come to my house on her birthday as her grandfather wanted, and she even gave the key her grandfather gave her to Chi Bai." Sheng Feiyu grabbed the bedsheet next to her body, her watery eyes red. "You. It's just applying ointment. Did he have to torture her like this?" Feng Feiyu's voice was tight. How had he not been tortured? It was just that the ointment had to be applied evenly so that she would heal faster. If she healed faster, then he wouldn't have to endure it as much. Feng Feiyu. Just him. Her eyes gradually drifted. It wasn't until a small whimper sounded and the woman shuddered that Yuting looked up at the woman who was gasping for breath. Baby. He really has found a treasure. My eyes are wet with tears, and I still can't quite believe that I was just given medicine by Yuting. And she wants to cry. Yuting, however, did not give her the chance to cry, and kissed her heavily on the lips. Sheng Feiyu looked up at the constantly swaying crystal lamp. And felt dizzy. After a lot of fuss, Yuting carried Sheng Feiyu to the bathroom to clean her up. When the two of them returned to the bed and embraced each other, Yuting gently combed her long, curly hair with his fingers and said in a low voice, "Tomorrow, I'll drop the baby off at work and pick him up in the afternoon for lunch, okay? You can call me Ada." Sheng Feiyu was very tired and didn't want to lift a finger. Her legs still hurt a lot. Her skin was naturally delicate, and after all this time, his tossing and turning had caused her thighs to break out in rashes. Although she had applied ointment, she still felt some stinging pain. You are my baby, my one and only baby. Yuting thought back to the last time he had resented his best friend for calling his girlfriend baby, and he let out a light laugh. In the future, he would probably also be laughed at by those bastards. Are you that obsessed with my body? Sheng Feiyu suddenly lifted her eyelids and looked at the man sideways. From last night until now, he has been like a wolf. Unrestrained. The key is that he doesn't seem tired at all. Obviously, he is the one exerting the effort. Yuting understood what the woman had said without thinking. He kissed her eyes meaningfully and admitted frankly, yes. Sheng Feiyu's heart sank slightly. This kind of infatuation, without any surprise, is a lifetime, so the baby should be mentally prepared. As long as I have breath, I will go to Mount Wu with the baby. Yuting continued. Sheng Feiyu was at a loss for words. Listen to what he is saying. Her watery eyes turned slightly, and suddenly she asked with some interest, what if there is an accident? He said, if there is no accident, it will be an infatuation for a lifetime. If there is an accident, it won't be a lifetime, will it? If there is an accident, that means I'm dead. Yuting calmly gave an explosive reply. Sheng Feiyu was speechless again, and then frowned and said, don't talk nonsense. What? Are you afraid I'll die? Yuting's thin lips curled up in a wicked smile. I'm a doctor, as long as you have a breath in you, I can save your life. Sheng Feiyu lifted her chin slightly with pride. Okay, then I'll leave my life in your hands, baby. Yuting kissed her lips lovingly. Sheng Feiyu looked at the man who had not treated her half-heartedly without taking her eyes off him, and suddenly her heartstrings were gently tugged. It seemed that he didn't think she was bragging. Was it because of trust, or because he had checked her background as Dr. Ada and knew that she had real skills? If I were to say that there is a cow flying in the sky right now, would you believe it? Sheng Feiyu asked jokingly as her fingers gently climbed up to the man's Adam's apple. Yuting's dark eyes darkened at the provocation in her hands. After a while, he gently lifted his chin so that she could touch him more easily. At the same time, he said in a low voice, I believe you. He believes whatever she says. Sheng Feiyu laughed. Okay, she admitted that the man was really likable. She hooked his neck and kissed his thin lips, then explained, I don't go to the hospital every day. Usually, only very important major surgeries will make the hospital let me operate. So, he doesn't need to see her off to work. And he doesn't need to pick her up from work. In other words, I can be with my baby every day? Yuting made a rather wrong understanding. How can this be? Then how can she go back to the Sheng family? Sheng Feiyu quickly turned her brain. After a while, she finally found a very good reason. Yuting, I said I won't be number 3. Chapter 13, How could Huashao resist Sheng Feiyu's coquetry? As soon as Yuting's eyebrows and eyes sank, Sheng Feiyu leaned against his shoulder with a grievance, her voice soft as she said, everyone in the capital knows that you, Huashao, have a fiancé. If you go out with me every day, won't I be called a mistress? Fiancé. A flash of displeasure passed through Yuting's deep, peach blossom eyes. However, his baby was right. He did have a fiancé in name, one that his grandfather had publicly acknowledged. If it weren't for Sheng Feiyu's own understanding, he was afraid that his grandfather would force him to fulfill the marriage contract by threatening to die. Baby. Yuting's large hands caressed the slender waist of the woman, and his thin lips rubbed against her earlobes as he said in a low, hoarse voice, when you have time, can you go to the Hua family more often to visit Grandpa? Let him like you a little, so that I can smoothly withdraw from the marriage. Sheng Feiyu's earlobes itched badly, so she lifted her hand to block his warm lips. After a pause, she nodded, okay. After all, Master Hua already knew about her and Yuting. It was only because he had sworn an oath that he had not revealed her identity as a Sheng to Yuting. So it was only logical that she would approach Master Hua as Dr. Ada. We'll go back to the Hua residence first thing in the morning, Yuting said immediately. You can be more anxious. Go now. Sheng Fei's disdain was clear in her eyes. Yuting instantly put his arm around her and whispered with a smile, my dear, I want to be with our baby as soon as possible. I can go to the Hua family and ingratiate myself with Grandpa Hua. But until you officially withdraw from the engagement, I don't want to appear in public with you. Sheng Fei lightly tapped the man's head with a finger. I'll give you time, but your engagement to the Sheng family you must withdraw from it. Yuting's dark eyes narrowed slightly. Apart from his grandfather, she was the first person to dare to order him around like that. But she was his baby, after all. The man gave his back molars a nudge with his tongue and gave a lazy smile. Fine. It's only for a month. He can wait. The man agreed, and Shang Feiyu let out a quiet sigh of relief. She was really afraid that the man would become paranoid and go public with her regardless, and she would be in big trouble then. Fortunately, he didn't let her down. But, my husband also has conditions, baby. Yuting suddenly stretched out his long legs, pressing down on her legs, and his arms tightened at the same time. What conditions? Shang Feiyu's scalp tingled slightly, and she couldn't help but swallow. He's not going to say. As long as I want. Yuting stared at her, his eyes full of dark color that seemed to burn her to ashes. Shang Feiyu's eyes twitched fiercely. He had only said 4 words, but she understood. If he wants it, she has to let him have it. But what if he wants it every day? What if he wants it all the time? This is not something that can be easily agreed to. You want me to be available whenever you call? She screwed up her eyebrows and pretended to be angry. What do you take me for? Naturally, you take me for a baby. Yuting's large hand gave a gentle squeeze, and her body stiffened. Before she could lash out, the man clarified in a low voice, as long as the baby doesn't get caught by her husband will let the baby rest. Shang Feiyu slightly narrowed her watery eyes and felt the gentle force of his fingertips. In her heart, a tingling sensation arose. She then recalled his words, as long as she doesn't get caught by him, he will let her rest. So, what he meant was that whenever she meets him, he will demand her? Shang Feiyu thought about it quite seriously. In the end, she felt that she should not be that stupid to be caught by this man every day. Anyway, he had already ruled out his suspicions about Shang Feiyu, so she would just hide in the Sheng household and he would not be able to find her. So Shang Feiyu nodded. Fine, as you wish. Yuting immediately grinned wickedly. Then the baby must hide well. Otherwise, she will be bullied by her husband terribly. Shang Feiyu lifted her watery eyes and glared at him. She didn't need him to remind her. She would hide well on her own. For a moment, the competitive spirit of both Yuting and Shang Feiyu was aroused. Each of them was pondering in their hearts how to catch her and avoid him. Early morning. Shang Feiyu's biological clock was surprisingly punctual, and she woke up at 5 o'clock. She looked at the man's large hand resting on her chest speechlessly. And she had been so tired these past 2 days that she had slept very soundly. Shang Feiyu slowly moved around, trying to escape from the man's control without waking him. She should go back to the Sheng family. After all, it would take a little while to go back to the apartment and change her disguise. Just as Shang Feiyu slowly slipped out of the man's embrace, got out of bed without a hitch, and went to the sofa to get her clothes without making a sound, her body suddenly lifted into the air. Yuting! She screamed. Before she could resist, he pressed her into the sofa. His brutal actions made her almost pass out. When the baby was sleeping, my husband checked the ointment and it worked well. Some other day, I'll ask Grandpa to get some more for the baby. Shang Feiyu passively endured all the passion the man gave her, gritting her teeth and thinking that old Master Hua was not going to get any more ointment from her. The sky gradually brightened. At 10 a.m., Shang Feiyu walked out of the bathroom with some resignation. Without even glancing at the man in bed, who looked languid and contented, she put on a clean skirt, pulled up her zipper and turned to leave. It seems that the baby doesn't think her husband is working hard enough, and hopes that he will try harder next time. The man's low, smiling voice successfully kept the curvaceous woman. Shang Feiyu took a deep breath, turned around and was already beaming. Honey, I'm leaving, miss me. She threw herself directly at the man, tilting her head to lightly bite his Adam's apple. As the man's eyes darkened momentarily, she cleverly escaped from his embrace. She stood up, shook her skirt, winked at him, and then quickly ran out the door. The man stared at her mischievous back, and the tip of his tongue lightly curled over his upper lip. He gave a meaninglessly wry smile. Little demon. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. The man picked up the phone and saw that it was the kitten he had just added last night. Remember to release my brother. The words were cold and hard. The man's thin lips just tightened, and then he received a second message. Thank you, husband. Instantly, the man's cold expression melted away like spring snow. He thought of the pitiful sight of the woman on the sofa just now, her red lips constantly emitting pleading whimpers, calling out to him like a spoiled child. The man's body tensed slightly. A strong flame leaped up in the depths of his dark eyes. His baby. Okay. A single word was replied, and the man's eyes were full of tenderness. Mr. Hui of Jing City doesn't get involved with women, but once he does, he dotes on them to the extreme. Anything they ask for, he will definitely answer. Chapter 14. Even if she really wants to kill me, you are not allowed to touch a single hair on her head. As Yuting changed, he glanced briefly at the 100 dresses in the cloakroom. Oh, there are only 99 left. His baby has worn one away. Yuting extended his long, pale fingers and slowly slid them over the dresses in front of him. It was as if he were touching a woman's delicate skin. It seems that she still lacks some things in this household. She needs to buy them all. Should I ask Long Xin to go? Forget it, this is his own woman, how can he let another man prepare her household goods? He'll go himself. Yuting turned around and strode out with long strides. The two brothers Long Xian and Long Qian had been waiting at the door for a long time. When they saw Yuting come out, they immediately bowed to greet him, young Master Hua. Back to the old mansion. Yuting planned to confront his grandfather. His future wife, the future young mistress of the Hua family, was none other than the famous Dr. Ada. In a month, he would have to break off the engagement with the Sheng family. There was no turning back on this matter. Yes, Hua Xiao. Long Qian immediately went up to press the elevator button. Long Qian followed Yuting, and after hesitating for a moment, he whispered, Hua Xiao, should we send someone to keep an eye on Dr. Ada? That night, Mr. Hua suddenly favored a woman. An unknown, unfamiliar woman. She was quite capable. She erased the hotel surveillance and then threw a check for 50 million at Mr. Hua. Although Mr. Hua only took one day to find her out, her background is still unknown. To be on the safe side, he felt that someone should be watching her to find out her background. What if she was sent by the enemy to confuse Mr. Hua and deal with him? Long Xian's question made Yuting suddenly stop in his tracks. His cold, dark eyes slowly looked at Long Xian. The handsome face was full of coldness. Long Xian's legs were a little weak. He almost knelt down before the man. Yuting stared at Long Xian with dangerous eyes for a while, and in Long Xian's pale face, he snorted coldly, even if she really wants to kill me, you are not allowed to touch her hair. Dare to doubt his baby. You want to die? Yes, Mr. Hua. The moment the man turned around and got into the elevator, Long Xian raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat all over his head. And when he got into the elevator, he got a look from Long Xian that made him look like an idiot. Long Xian. He just mentioned it, who did he offend? Speechless. Apartment. Sheng Feiyu got dressed up and prepared to go back to the Sheng family. Although it was a bit late, with her status in the Sheng family, no one should care about her. At worst, she would be scolded for not returning home at night and not being careful. There was only 1 month left anyway. Except for the Hua family's heirloom, the golden phoenix crown, she had already gotten everything else she needed. Just as Sheng Feiyu was about to leave, her phone vibrated. She opened it and saw it was Lin Xian. Lin Xian had sent her quite a few messages last night, and she had simply replied all is well in the morning and said no more. She never expected Lin Xian to call directly. Sheng Feiyu pressed the answer button. Chen Xian. Ada, what's going on between you and Hua Xiao? Why did he come to the fish pond bar to look for you? And he even kissed you in public. Lin Xian's excited tone was even more intense than last night. Sheng Feiyu knew that Yuting was involved with her alias, Dr. Ada, and that many people had seen it. Although not everyone, Lin Xian, Bai Yefeng, her master, and even Mr. Hua knew now. So there was no need to deny it. So she said indifferently, well, and added, I was mistakenly slept with by him. I didn't realize that he was still a virgin and that's how he got involved with me. Shanxian, you have to keep this a secret for me. Why do you have to keep it a secret? Lin Xian didn't quite understand. Ada, even though you are also very good, but that's Mr. Hua. And you slept with him, does that mean he's not good in bed? Sheng Feiyu almost choked on his own saliva. His usual composure was almost impossible to maintain. After a long while, she pressed her eyebrows together and said, Shanxian, have you forgotten that he still has a fiancée? Oh, that's right, how could I have forgotten that? Lin Xian let out a cry, but quickly said dismissively, what era is this, still engaging in the child marriage stuff? Ada, I heard that the second Miss Sheng only returned to the Sheng family 2 years ago, never showing her face in public, and Mr. Hua has never acknowledged this marriage. Sheng Feiyu smiled, as long as the Hua and Sheng families acknowledge it, Yuting cannot deny it, unless he can justifiably withdraw from the marriage. As for him and I. Shang Feiyu gave a small smile. Qianqian, you should understand the world's mentality. Whether or not the engagement between Hui Yuting and Shang Feiyu is considered valid, the world will still blame me for being the third party that came between them. Therefore, she will not cause a scandal with Hui Yuting at this critical moment. It's better to avoid trouble. After she successfully leaves the Sheng family and breaks off the engagement with Hui Yuting, that's when her relationship with Hui Yuting will truly begin. But perhaps by that time, he will already be tired of her body. He will no longer be obsessed with her. Shang Feiyu lightly curled her lips, not feeling sad about it. Her mother had died so tragically, and she hadn't even been sad. The suicide note was full of relief. Then, as her mother's daughter, she naturally had to be as strong as her mother. You're right. Lin Qian sighed, but I think Mr. Hui is serious about you. Maybe he'll find a way to withdraw from the Sheng family marriage? Don't be too pessimistic, Ada. I know. Shang Feiyu suppressed her emotions and said, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Oh, one more thing. What is it? Last night, Sheng Jiansheng, the eldest son of the Sheng family, purchased your unnamed painkiller at a high price in the circles, as if he was doing it for the Sheng family's eldest daughter. Do you want to sell it? Shang Feiyu's eyes narrowed slightly at Lin Qian's words. She had almost forgotten that Shang Ningxian had sprained her ankle. But is that little injury worth the painkiller that costs a fortune? Didn't I give you 2 last time? You can sell him 1. Shang Feiyu raised the corner of his lips. Anyone who doesn't rip off Shang Jiansheng is a fool. Okay, so how much should I charge? Lin Qian only knew that Ada's homemade ointment was super expensive, but she didn't know exactly how much. Because Ada gave it to her for free. She is so lucky to have such a good friend. 100 million. Shang Feiyu's pale lips curled up, and her gray eyes revealed her coldness and ruthlessness. 100 million. Just 1 ointment? Is Ada crazy, or is she crazy, or is Shang Jiansheng going crazy? Lin Qian instantly became disoriented. However, Shang Feiyu ended the call right after that, without giving Lin Qian the chance to ask any more questions. And when Shang Feiyu returned to the Sheng residence and just walked in the door, she heard Shang Yihe's roaring anger. Have you gone crazy? 100 million for an ointment? Shang Feiyu's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of mockery. She knew that Sheng Jiansheng would be willing to pay anything for his younger sister Sheng Ningxian. 100 million, what is that? Chapter 15. Or did she sleep with one of you? Dad, can't you see that Sienna's feet hurt so much that she can't sleep? And the ointment really works, it stops hurting as soon as you put it on. I've heard several friends in the industry mention it. Shang Jiansheng explained in a calm tone. Although Shang Yihe loved his daughter Shang Ningxian, he still had some sense. He was convinced that Sheng Jiansheng had been cheated. So he angrily asked, tell me the truth. Who did you transfer the 100 million to? The money was transferred from the company account, otherwise Shang Yihe would not have known so quickly. After all, Shang Yihe was still the chairman of Shengshire Group. Sheng Jiansheng was only the CEO of the East China region. Lin Qian, the eldest daughter of Lin Sudong of the Lin family in Dongchang. Sheng Jiansheng did not hesitate to name the other party. He was after all the eldest son of the Sheng family, how could he be cheated? The Lin and Sheng families have comparable business empires, and they have even collaborated on 2 projects. Otherwise, he would not have so readily transferred 100 million yuan to Lin Qian. And he believes that if his father knew that the person who sold him the ointment was Lin Qian, he would not be so angry. Lin's eldest daughter? Shang Yihe's anger instantly subsided. He frowned and thought about it for a moment, and he actually thought of another level. Does she like you? Does the Lin family want to form an alliance with our Sheng family? Obviously, Shang Yihe took Lin Qian's demand for 100 million as a test of the Lin family's sincerity towards the Sheng family. Or a test of Sheng Jiansheng. Sheng Jiansheng was stunned. The man who was always calm and collected suddenly stuttered, Dad, how is that possible? I've only just met Lin Qian for the first time. No, I should say we haven't even started to get to know each other yet. When he found out from a friend that Lin Qian had the ointment, he looked up her phone number and called her. But she didn't answer. She only sent him a text message saying that she had to discuss it with her family. Later, she also replied to the text message, saying that she was willing to sell him an ointment, but she wanted 100 million. Then how else could she ask for 100 million from our Sheng family? Sheng has still insisted that there must be a special reason for this, and that our Sheng family and the Lin family had always been on good terms, so it was not impossible that they were trying to let us know their intention to form an alliance. After all, in these matters, it is only appropriate for the man to make the proposal. Although Sheng Jiansheng had never met Lin Xian, he had long known of her reputation. She was a beautiful, wealthy young lady recognized by everyone in her circle. What's more, she had a particularly lively, playful, and lovely personality. The key point was that she was still single. She had never had a boyfriend. So Sheng Jiansheng coughed softly, composedly saying, "I'll get to know her better, and if a marriage alliance is not out of the question." Sheng Yi's face then brightened a little. At the door, Shang Feiyu listened to the conversation between the father and son, and a hint of ridicule flashed in his gray eyes. No wonder he is the male heir of the Sheng family. Presumably, he also used the same tactics to woo her mother, and then dump her. In the end, he caused her to suffer from depression, and she, an outstanding woman, jumped to her death from the building in despair. Lin Qian. Sheng Jiansheng, a stupid scumbag who considers a thief his mother and a thief's daughter his sister, is worthy of Lin Qian? Second young lady, why are you eavesdropping at the door? Suddenly, a servant in the Sheng family screamed. Sheng Feiyu looked up at the servant and a cold light flashed across her face. But she didn't say anything, and walked directly towards the living room. Shang Xian was sitting on the sofa, checking his Weibo account and interacting with his fans. He didn't care that Shang Yiha and Sheng Jiansheng had just argued over 100 million yuan. Money was just a number to him. But at this time, the servant's cry caught his attention. He immediately put away his phone and sneered at Sheng Feiyu, who had just walked in. "Country girl, you really are of low quality. You even played the eavesdropping game." Sheng Jiansheng's face also looked cold as he looked at Sheng Feiyu. "I spent 100 million yuan, so don't blame Sienna for it and go trouble her." Sheng Yi's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he gave up. Every time he tried to ease the relationship between his 3 sons and 1 daughter, the result was that they had even more opinions about their daughter. Later, he gradually gave up. Upon hearing the 2 mentally handicapped people's remarks, Sheng Feiyu's footsteps paused slightly, and he looked at them indifferently. "First, it's not that I want to return to your Sheng family, but your head of the family, Mr. Sheng, insists on keeping me in the Sheng family in the name of my biological father. Second, since I'm temporarily living in the Sheng family, I have the freedom to come and go as I please. If you don't want me to enter this door, next time, please lock the door. Third, everyone in the Sheng family is unruly, even a servant can question why I am here, as if I am eavesdropping. I really don't know if the Sheng family is going to collapse, because even though I have Sheng family blood in my veins, a servant can yell at me in front of you all." Sheng Feiyu said, and then glanced at the good-looking servant. A trace of mockery appeared in the corner of her eyes. "Or, did she climb into the bed of one of you? Does she have privileges in the Sheng family?" The 3 Sheng men in the living room were suddenly speechless. Even Shang Xian, who was the best at arguing with Sheng Feiyu, couldn't find a point to attack her. It seemed that this was the right thing to say. Before, Sheng Feiyu rarely spoke, and when she did, Shang Xian didn't feel any less disgusted with her, but he did begin to reflect on how a servant in the Sheng family could question them. Isn't this the servant bullying the master? Who gave the servant the right? So Shang Xian looked mercilessly at the maid and coldly shouted, "Go and settle your wages with the butler and get out of the Sheng family immediately." The maid's face turned pale. Her lips trembled, but she could not say a word to beg for mercy. She had worked for the Sheng family for several years, so she knew that Shang Xian had always been bad-tempered, never changed his mind and never said yes. However, at this time, Sheng Feiyu said a few kind words for the maid. A few words of advice would be enough. There was no need to ruin someone's life, right? Who would hire a maid that the Sheng family had fired? These maids were all trained by high-end butler companies at great expense. Once they were chosen by a wealthy family, they would be bought out. However, if they were fired for making a mistake, it would be almost like a blemish on their resume, and they would not be hired by any wealthy family again. However, Shang Feiyu's seemingly helpful words were actually pointing out how cruel Shang Xian had been to the maid, Shang Xian. At the same time, it also angered Shang Xian even more. It strengthened Shang Xian's resolve to get rid of the maid. You really think you're the second young lady of the Sheng family? As expected, Shang Xian looked at the rustic Sheng Feiyu with scorn. I'm going to get rid of her today, and I don't care who can stop me. Sheng Feiyu looked at Shang Xian like an idiot for a moment, and then continued walking towards the stairs. Stop right there. You haven't explained yourself clearly yet. Shang Xian suddenly froze when Shang Feiyu leaned sideways at the top of the stairs and looked at him with deep, penetrating eyes. What did he have to explain clearly? Shang Xian froze, but Shang Jiansheng did not. He still remembered that Shang Feiyu had not returned home last night. Where were you last night? Why did you stay out all night? Shang Jiansheng asked coldly. If people in the circle knew that the Shang family's girl didn't come home at night, where would the Shang family's face be? Chapter 16. The one who kidnapped me is Mr. Hua's woman, and she wants me to break off the engagement with Mr. Hua. Shang Xian immediately scolded angrily, "You're a girl, and you don't come home at night. Are you fooling around with unsavory people?" Shang Jiansheng's words still sounded like those of an older brother, but Shang Xian's words were insulting. Shang Yi's face immediately fell. "Brother, how can you speak to your sister like that? She's just a country girl. And she's always trying to drive a wedge between us. I don't have a sister like that." Shang Xian blurted out. In an instant, the entire living room fell silent as if it had been struck by a chill wind. It seemed that no one had thought of the things Shang Feiyu had said to them when she first returned to the Shang family. Shang Yi looked at Shang Feiyu with mixed feelings. It wasn't that he didn't love his daughter, who was left to him by his late wife, it was just that she was really too ignorant. It was as if she had been possessed. She doesn't accept her gentle and virtuous stepmother, nor does she accept her brilliant half-sister. She even said that her deceased mother was driven to her death by Xianer and her mother. Although she said she would find evidence, this is really too absurd. It's simply impossible. He witnessed his late wife jumping off a building with his own eyes. He was the one who stayed at the hospital when the doctor declared that his late wife had died despite resuscitation attempts. At that time, Xianer and her mother were not even at the Shang residence, so how could they have caused harm? Perhaps the second son was right when he said that they were too good to Xianer, and that it made him feel bad that Xiaoyu was left out, so he kept picking on Xianer. But he had tried his best to make amends. Why couldn't she feel it? After Shang Xian shouted those words, Shang Feiyu's gray pupils turned cold, provoking discord. She wanted to see if the Shang family could thrive without her provoking discord. Unfortunately, all three sons, born after a difficult 9-month pregnancy, had rebelled. I'm afraid even her spirit in heaven can't rest in peace. Shang Feiyu clenched her fingers tightly to suppress the cold and violent emotions within her. She would wait until the day she exposed them, mother and daughter, together. She hoped that the men in the Shang family would not regret crying bitterly when that day came. That would make her look down on them. Say something. Are you mute? Shang Xian kicked the table in anger. You stayed out all night. Where did you fool around? I was kidnapped. Shang Feiyu narrowed her eyes, rolled up her sleeves in a cold tone, and revealed the bruises on her arms. What? Shang Yi's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly rushed to Shang Feiyu, grabbed her wrist, and saw marks that looked like those from a club. Oh, and there were also red and swollen marks left behind after being tied up with ropes. Xiaoyu, why didn't you call your father? Shang Yi looked at Shang Feiyu with a heartbroken expression. Dad will get the money to save you. The other party doesn't want money. Shang Feiyu withdrew her arm indifferently and took a step back. Shang Yi was stunned. What does the other party want then? Could it be that Xiaoyu? No, it can't be. Shang Yi's eyes revealed a trace of pain as he looked at Shang Feiyu in disbelief. Dad, are you thinking too much? She's a country girl, ugly as sin, who would want her? Shang Xian, who was involved in the entertainment industry, naturally knew what his father was thinking, and immediately sneered. Shut up! Shang Yi suddenly exploded and turned around and yelled. Shang Xian was stunned, and then his expression turned sinister. Since they were young, his father had spoiled all of them. Whether it was Aunt Lan, Xianer, or his eldest brother, him, and his youngest brother. But ever since Shang Feiyu, that country girl, came back, his father has been scolding them and blaming them. It's ridiculous. When Shang Feiyu was a child, she ran around, got lost, and caused her mother to become depressed and ill because of her, and eventually jumped to her death. Was it their fault? It was clearly this Jinx who was at fault. Back then, she caused chaos in the Shang family and killed their mother, and now she's come back to continue causing them harm. He wanted to strangle the little brat to death. How could he have the slightest feeling of brotherly love for her? Shang Feiyu seemed not to have seen Shang Xian's murderous expression, and just stared coldly at Shang Yi, saying, It was Mr. Hua's woman who kidnapped me, and she wanted me to break off the engagement with Mr. Hua. Do you think if I called you and asked you to come save me with the Golden Phoenix tiara, you would agree? The Golden Phoenix crown. The marriage cancellation. Shang Yi's face instantly paled. For a moment, he couldn't answer Shang Feiyu's sharp and direct question. If Feiyu really called him and asked him to save her, would he take out the Golden Phoenix crown? Would he? Shang Feiyu had long known the answer, so she wasn't disappointed. However, you'd better be prepared, the Hua family will definitely cancel the marriage. Now that the old master has arranged a good match between her and Hua Yuting, even if Hua Yuting says he wants to withdraw from the marriage, the old master will no longer strongly oppose it. At most, he will go to the hospital as a show of respect, and then tell the Sheng family that his grandson is unfilial and so on. Then he will give the Sheng family some compensation and withdraw from the marriage. So before she returned to the Sheng family, she had already figured out how to deal with the matter of not returning home overnight. It also gave these Sheng family men a good look at what kind of people they really are. As for Shang Ningxian, she knew from the very beginning that Shang Ningxian had a secret crush on Hua Yuting. For so many years, Shang Ningxian has been trying to get this marriage contract, but now Hua Yuting has another woman who insists on breaking off the engagement. She wants to see what Shang Ningxian can do. Without destruction, there can be no creation. She waited for the mother and daughter to reveal their true colors. She doesn't mind having more evidence in her hands. You say that Hua Yuting has a woman? Shang Jiansheng was concerned about this, and he frowned and asked, who is it? I don't know. Shang Feiyu's expression was cold, and Master Xingda could personally make a phone call to ask Mr. Hua. You don't know? Shang Xian was also a bit anxious. You said that she kidnapped you, how could you not know? Shang Feiyu's lips curled up in a sneer. Did the second young master forget that I grew up in the countryside? After returning to the Shang family 2 years ago, I never left the house, never went out in public. Isn't it only natural that I don't know any important people in the capital? Shang Xian was speechless after hearing this. Indeed, Shang Feiyu was just a country girl with a strange temper. How would she know Hua Yuting's woman? Even if you don't know her identity, you should at least know what she looks like, right? If you see her again, will you recognize her? Shang Jiansheng was not giving up, and he asked Shang Feiyu. Shang Jiansheng was thinking, and he planned to take Shang Feiyu to a few more parties. If a woman could be noticed by Hua Yuting, her family must be extraordinary, as long as Shang Feiyu can recognize her. The Shang and Hua families had an engagement in the past, and if this matter broke out immediately, that woman would be the third party. The Hua family is definitely in the wrong. At that time, they can take the opportunity to propose that the marriage partner be changed to Xiener. Chapter 17, Find That Woman. Force Hua Yuting to agree to fulfill the marriage contract. When Shang Jiansheng was thinking this, he didn't think that Hua Yuting's woman could be much better than his younger sister Shang Ningxian. And Shang Feiyu saw through all of his thoughts. I only know that Mr. Hua spoils her a lot, but I was blindfolded the whole time and didn't see her face. Shang Feiyu's reply was extremely disappointing to Shang Jiansheng and Shang Xian. Even Shang Yiha was disappointed in that case. How was he going to negotiate with Mr. Hua? He wanted to stand up for Xiaoyu. But empty words don't count for anything. Without any evidence, Hua Yuting could deny the whole thing. Anyway, I promised her that as long as the Hua family proposed to break off the engagement, I would never pursue it. After Shang Feiyu finished speaking, he turned around and went upstairs. How could you just take matters into your own hands? Shang Xian had just opened his mouth to scold Shang Feiyu, but was interrupted by Shang Yiha, who looked very unhappy. Alright. Dad. Do you know how many years Xiener has liked Hua Yuting? Shang Xian clenched his fists in anger. Everyone in the capital knows that the Shang family's daughter is engaged to the Hua family's son. And for so many years, the Shang family has only had one daughter, Xiener. People in the circles have long regarded Xiener as the Hua family's prospective daughter-in-law. If it weren't for Shang Feiyu suddenly returning to the Shang family 2 years ago, Xiener would have been able to get engaged to Hua Yuting once she turned 18. Not only is the Shang family humiliated in the whole capital, but Xiener's wish to marry Hua Yuting will also be dashed. This is all Shang Feiyu's fault. She should never have returned to the Shang family. What's the point of her liking Hua Xiao? Hua Xiao doesn't like her. Shang Yiha is also furious. He never expected Hua Yuting to have a woman on the side. And when it comes to breaking off the engagement, that's out of the question. There are just too many interests involved. But Shang Ningxian and Hua Yuting, Shang Yiha had long since given up hope. It had been how many years? If Hua Yuting had been attracted to Shang Ningxian, the two families would have already been married off. Not to mention that Shang Ningxian had now entered the entertainment industry as a celebrity, and Shang Yihe didn't think that Hui Yuting would look at Shang Ningxian any differently. He was a man who was cold and arrogant to the core. He was different from the average man. Hui Yuting also looks down on a country girl. Shang Xian also roared. Shang Yihe's face suddenly froze. Yes, before, I thought that the Hu family kept their promises and insisted on having Xiaoyu. As a result, after Xiaoyu returned 2 years ago, although the old master Hui was enthusiastic, Hui Yuting clearly didn't take Xiaoyu seriously. Now, Hui Yuting has a woman and has even said that he wants to withdraw from the marriage. I'm afraid that this marriage really cannot be kept. Dad, over the years, we have worked with almost all of the Hu family's business partners. You should be well aware of the predicament Shengshe Group will face once our engagement with the Hu family is cancelled. Sheng Jianqing said in a cold tone. Shang Yihe's face turned even uglier. He is the chairman of Shengshe Group, how could he not know this? But the problem is that Hui Yuting is determined to withdraw from the engagement, and he even condones the woman for kidnapping Xiaoyu, torturing Xiaoyu, and forcing Xiaoyu to agree to withdraw from the engagement. Under these circumstances, what can the Shang family do? Dad, now we must strike first and find evidence of that woman being with Hui Yuting. Sheng Jianqing said in a deep voice. Everyone in the upper echelons of Beijing knows that our Shang and Hu families have an engagement. If Hui Yuting cheats, it is his fault. Public pressure may make Hui Yuting agree to fulfill the engagement. Then even if he keeps that woman on the side, we can turn a blind eye. What if he doesn't agree? Shang Yihe doesn't think that Hui Yuting is someone who will easily give in. Even if he doesn't agree and insists on breaking off the engagement, we can still stand on the side of reason and make the Hu family show their sincerity and make up for the Shang family's losses. A flash of brilliance passed through Sheng Jianqing's eyes. Hui Yuting is not likely to really insist on breaking off the engagement. He has his superiors, and there is also the pressure of the old master of the Hu family. Therefore, Hui Yuting will definitely choose to get married and then keep the woman on the side. Otherwise, the woman's reputation will be completely ruined. This matter requires careful consideration. Shang Yihe pondered for a while and said, first, find out the woman's identity and see if she has any background. I know, Dad, don't worry. Sheng Jianqing understood that his father had agreed. The future of Shengshe Group was at stake, and his father would not be confused. No matter how much he loved Sheng Feiyu could not compare to Shengshe Group. Sheng Feiyu lay lazily on the bed, her hands behind her head. Recalling the thrill the man had brought her, she couldn't help but let a pleasant curve form on her lips. There was no denying that although she always ended up with back pain, the experience was really comfortable. He was a man who paid great attention to the feelings of the woman. Very detailed. And very patient. However, she was very curious as to when exactly she had been invaded by this man's heart. Obviously, before that, every time she saw him at the Shang family home, her heart was like a still pond, without the slightest ripple. But that night at the hotel, although she was exhausted, she never thought that someone would enter her room, and subconsciously she took the ambiguous entanglement as a dream. If it weren't for the pain that finally woke her up completely, she really would have thought it was a dream. So the question came up, how was she doing something so awkward in her dream with Hui Yuting? Sheng Feiyu, a doctor and a recognized genius girl in all walks of life, really couldn't figure it out at the moment. In the end, she blamed it on the fact that Hui Yuting was engaged to her, and that her grandfather and mother had set it up for her before they died, so subconsciously she was somewhat accepting of Hui Yuting as her fiancé. Knock, knock. The polite knock on the door pulled Sheng Feiyu out of her thoughts. She glanced at the door. Sheng Jianqing and Shang Xian, those two scumbags, would not have been so polite. And Shang Yihe, he would not normally knock on the door, he would just send a maid to tell her to go to the study to see him. And then say a lot of sentimental nonsense. So the person knocking on her door at the moment could only be Shang Ningxian, the eldest daughter of the Shang family. Sheng Feiyu curled her lips, lazily getting up from the bed. When she reached the door and opened it, she put on a wooden face of world-weary indifference. What are you doing here? Sheng Feiyu propped herself on one hand against the door and looked at Shang Ningxian at the door with undisguised disgust. Next to Shang Ningxian was a maid. After all, Shang Ningxian had hurt her foot and needed someone to help her. I heard that you were hurt, so I went to the family doctor and got some ointment. Girls have to take care of their bodies, and you mustn't get a scar, understand? Shang Ningxian's gentle eyes looked at her like a rebellious little sister. Sheng Feiyu sneered, no need, because I'm afraid it's poisonous. With that, she was about to close the door. Xiao Yu. Sheng Ningxian called out anxiously. The maid next to her knew exactly what to do, and slammed the door in a rude and forceful manner. If Sheng Feiyu hadn't dodged cleverly to the side, she would have been knocked directly into the air by the door. Chapter 18. That face, that body. Wow, it's incredible. The maid had certainly done it on purpose. She even froze for a moment. She hadn't expected Sheng Feiyu to be able to dodge. What a family of bandits! Sheng Feiyu leisurely walked to the side, and suddenly picked up a ceramic ornament and smashed it hard onto the maid's shoulder. Ah, the maid let out a scream. Tears flew out of her eyes. Sheng Feiyu let go of her hand. The corners of his lips twitched slightly. After 2 years at the Sheng household, he had learned nothing else, except how to use violence. Sheng Feiyu looked at Sheng Ningxian and said coldly, "Does Miss Sheng want to try?" Sheng Ningxian was truly shocked and angry. At first, when Sheng Feiyu returned to the Sheng household, she thought he was an easy target, a country girl. But in the end, Sheng Feiyu was as cold and hard as a stone in the toilet. He would not be swayed by either threats or entreaties. She tried everything, but she couldn't handle Sheng Feiyu. She could only watch helplessly as Sheng Feiyu stayed safely in the Sheng family for 2 whole years. Fortunately, Sheng Feiyu was not yet 20 years old and could not marry into the Hua family. Her biggest worry was that the Hua and Sheng family marriage would eventually fall on Sheng Feiyu's head. Although Hua Yuting had not given Sheng Feiyu a second glance in the past 2 years, the old master of the Hua family damn well liked Sheng Feiyu. Hua Yuting was raised by the old master Hua. If the old master Hua forcibly demanded that Hua Yuting marry Sheng Feiyu, Hua Yuting would not disobey the old master Hua. Even if he were only to marry her as a decoration. But just now, she heard Sheng Feiyu's words in the living room, that Hua Yuting actually had a woman. Moreover, Hua Yuting's woman had kidnapped Sheng Feiyu and forced Sheng Feiyu to withdraw from the marriage. She hadn't come downstairs for so long because she couldn't accept such a fact. How could Hua Yuting suddenly have a woman? She didn't believe it. She really didn't believe it. So, she came to Sheng Feiyu to find out from him. As a result, Sheng Feiyu was in his usual sullen mood. He wouldn't even let her in the door. Although Sheng Ningxian was furious, she still managed to put on a gentle smile. "Xiaoyu, I just want to talk to you. I just heard you and Dad talking downstairs." "Oh, so you were eavesdropping on the second floor." Sheng Feiyu's tone was cold and contemptuous. Sheng Ningxian, limped into the room. "I also care about you." Sheng Feiyu glanced at Sheng Ningxian's foot injury and narrowed her eyes slightly. Ignoring the maid who had been injured, she turned around and walked over to the single sofa, where she sat down. The 3 Sheng brothers would definitely fight for Sheng Ningxian. But she was also looking forward to seeing what Sheng Ningxian would do. "Xiaoyu, can you tell me, was Hua Xiao involved in your abduction last night?" Sheng Feiyu took the single sofa, so Sheng Ningxian had to sit on the only hard chair in the room. "I don't know. Sheng Feiyu certainly wouldn't drag Hua Yuting into it." "Then how can you be sure that the woman wasn't pretending to be Miss Hua?" Sheng Ningxian would rather believe that someone didn't like Sheng Feiyu and kidnapped her to threaten her. She didn't want to believe that there was really a woman by Hua Yuting's side. Because she had called Hua Xiao. Sheng Feiyu glanced at Sheng Ningxian's rapidly changing expression and sneered inwardly, "She really likes that man. But someone is indeed outstanding. It's mainly that face and that body. Gee, it's amazing. She's never been interested in men, but after using it, she's still thinking about it." "Are you sure it was Mr. Hua's voice?" Sheng Ningxian asked, unwillingly. Sheng Feiyu said coldly, "I'm not so stupid that I can't even recognize Mr. Hua's voice. After all, he's my nominal fiancé." Sheng Ningxian looked at Sheng Feiyu like she was looking at a fool. How dare she say that? She should look in the mirror and see for herself. Is she worthy of an outstanding man like Hua Yuting? "You don't need to look at me like that. I know that Mr. Hua doesn't like me, so I've never thought about marrying into the Hua family." Sheng Feiyu narrowed her gray eyes and said indifferently, "I was prepared to withdraw from this marriage a long time ago." "Xiaoyu, don't be impulsive, just listen to me." Sheng Ningxian became anxious and hurriedly persuaded, "You see how kind Mr. Hua is to you, and our Sheng and Hua families have always been friends for generations, so how can you just back out of the marriage?" "It doesn't seem like I can decide whether or not to back out of the marriage." Sheng Feiyu glanced at Sheng Ningxian. "But Xiaoyu, don't you forget? Mr. Hua really loves you." Sheng Ningxian's tone was full of enticement. Sheng Feiyu lowered her eyes and looked at the pale back of her hand, but I don't like Hua Yuting, and I didn't want to marry him in the first place. Sheng Ningxian sneered with contempt in her heart. Of course she knew that Sheng Feiyu seemed to like that country bumpkin called Song Ling. He's a phoenix man. Sheng Feiyu really has terrible taste. I know you like Song Ling, but have you ever thought about what would happen if you weren't the second daughter of the Sheng family anymore, if the Sheng family was no longer a wealthy family? What good would his family be to you? Sheng Ningxian said with deep concern. Sheng Feiyu looked up again and fixedly looked at Sheng Ningxian. So, what do you want me to tell Grandpa Hua? The words Grandpa Hua made Sheng Ningxian jealous. I really don't know why old man Hua likes Sheng Feiyu so much. She's clearly just a country girl. I thought the top families were all picky and had high standards. But with old man Hua, it's the complete opposite. Sometimes she inexplicably feels like old man Hua is practically licking her. But the head of the Hua family licking Sheng Feiyu, a country girl? That's ridiculous. Sheng Ningxian shook her head, shaking off the absurd thought, and then said to Sheng Feiyu, you tell Grandpa Hua that you have someone you like, but the marriage between the Sheng and Hua families was personally arranged by your grandfather, Grandpa Lin, back then, so for the sake of the friendship between the Sheng and Hua families, the marriage contract cannot be withdrawn, but someone else can replace you. Sheng Feiyu looked at Sheng Ningxian with a strange expression. Just quite shocked her. She had returned to the Sheng family 2 years ago, and all along the men in the Sheng family had been saying outright and urging in secret that she should speak to the Hua family about replacing the Sheng family daughter in the marriage contract with Sheng Ningxian. But Sheng Ningxian herself had remained reserved. She had never said a word. Now, probably because she played her part so well, Sheng Ningxian immediately became anxious when she learned that Hua Yuting had a woman and wanted to break off the engagement with the Sheng family. Her true thoughts were revealed. Sheng Feiyu raised the corner of his lips in a smile that was half smile, and in Sheng Ningxian's expectant gaze, he slowly spoke, fine. She will pick a good day. Have both the old master and Hua Yuting present. Then, she would personally speak to Grandpa Hua. As for whether the result was what Sheng Ningxian wanted, that would depend on Sheng Ningxian's fate. Sheng Ningxian was instantly shocked and overjoyed. Sheng Feiyu had agreed. Xiaoyu, as long as you can get this done, I will definitely convince Dad and my eldest brother, second eldest brother, and third eldest brother to accept Songling. Okay, just wait. A strong dark light radiated from Sheng Feiyu's gray pupils. Chapter 19, he was oblivious to the pain, holding her tightly in his arms. In the middle of the night, Sheng Feiyu's special phone suddenly vibrated. She suddenly woke up. She felt for her phone under the pillow and opened it. She instantly sat up in bed. She fidgetily scratched her ponytail, but she quickly got dressed and slipped out of the Sheng household. No car. Fine. She ran. Sheng Feiyu ran 10 kilometers with a dark face before stopping, slightly sweating, at the side of the secluded foot of the mountain road. Hey, whose cat is this? Why is it wandering outside in the middle of the night? A sexy Maserati quickly drove up. When the window slowly lowered, the man's devilish features appeared with a strong sense of teasing interest. The voice was extremely sexy. It's as if he was born with a hook. He's like a male fox spirit walking on earth. The rumble of the engine didn't make Sheng Feiyu's face show the slightest expression. The princess, please get in the car. The man got out of the car first, then opened the passenger door and elegantly gave Sheng Feiyu a gentleman's bow. Sheng Feiyu didn't mince words with him either, bending down to get in the car. Fasten your seatbelt. Alas, let me serve Her Highness the Princess. What's wrong? The man's helpless tone carried a hint of obvious pampering. Sheng Feiyu puts on a stern face, I'm in a hurry. The main thing is that she doesn't want to go out lately. She's afraid of being caught by Hua Yuting. That man is so strong, she needs a few days to recover. Okay. The man's tongue touches the back molars, but he is not unhappy about being rejected. Instead he closes the car door with a smile. He sits back in the driver's seat. As soon as he steps on the accelerator, the Maserati speeds off like the wind. Sheng Feiyu takes advantage of the man driving to quickly change her makeup. Xiao Yu. As soon as the man opened his mouth, Sheng Feiyu frowned and interrupted him. Fu Yaij, behave yourself, I'm not one of those women you're seeing. Fu Yaij's tongue curled slightly at the back of his mouth. A touch of bitterness shone in his amorous eyes. Alas, it was his fault for meeting Xiao Yu too late. The first time they met, he had a volcanic eruption, just as she saw him playing the undress game with 3 women in a private club. Now, no matter how much he tries to explain himself, he can't change Xiaoyu's impression of him. In the past 2 days, Madame Yen has been very unstable. Fu Yaij cleared his throat and got down to business. The new drug you developed last time no longer has much effect on her. Fu Yaij's Madame Yen is not an exaggeration to call her a national treasure. The reason is simple. It's because Yan Yan's husband, Yan Yao, is the leader of the country's largest financial conglomerate. He has substantial overseas assets and wields enormous power. What surprises many people is that Yan Yao has a wife who is his childhood sweetheart, somewhat mentally challenged, and has mental health issues. Anyone who has seen Yan Yao and Yan Fu together will absolutely believe in the ancient legend of love again. Because Yan Yao is rich and powerful, and has the refined good looks of a middle-aged man, yet he has loved and cared for Yan Fu for decades as if it were the first day. Fu Yaij once witnessed Mrs. Yan having a seizure and not recognizing her husband, so she stabbed Yan Yao with a fruit knife. He was a little dumbfounded at the time. Yan Yao, however, just covered the wound on his abdomen with one hand, held the fruit knife in Mrs. Yan's hand with the other hand, and said gently, "Put the knife down, huh? Don't hurt yourself." At that time, Fu Yaij thought, how can there be such a rich lovehead in the world? It simply blew up his worldview. What's more, a year ago, Yan Yao heard that there was a Dr. Ada in the country who had developed countless new drugs and was extremely adept at treating mental illnesses. So Yan Yao immediately left everything in tea and brought his wife to Beijing, bought a manor of several thousand square meters, and sought medical treatment at great expense. Fu Yaij was the middleman. Because the Fu family has a lot of business in tea and has a lot of contact with Yan Yao. I have always mentioned to Mr. Yen that Mrs. Yen has a mental illness, and that she is not mentally ill from birth. Sheng Feiyu frowned, but Mr. Yen never wanted to face this. As long as I use medication to stabilize her emotions, it's a temporary fix, not a permanent solution. Big shots also have big shots constraints. Some things may not be resolved even if they are mentioned. Otherwise, with Mr. Yan's love for Mrs. Yen, he would not have refused to cooperate with you. Fu Yaij rarely puts aside a little cynicism and sighs softly. Sheng Feiyu won't pick up on this. Of course she knows that something special must have happened to Mrs. Yen. And a heart disease must be treated with a heart medicine. As Mrs. Yan's doctor, she must know what happened to Mrs. Yen in order to formulate a corresponding treatment plan. Unfortunately, Yan Yao has never mentioned it in the past year. She could only respect the wishes of the patient's family and use expensive drugs to suppress Mrs. Yan's emotions. Fortunately, Mrs. Yen had had very few attacks over the past year, and even when she did have an attack, it was not serious. I wonder what kind of stimulus she was exposed to tonight. It sounds pretty serious. Fu Yaij quickly drove the sports car into the manor that Yan Yao had purchased in the country. A row of stern-looking black-clad bodyguards surrounded the manor, making it impenetrable. The security was so tight that not even a mosquito could fly in without authorization. After Fu Yaij spoke to Yan Yao on the phone, the black-clad bodyguards led Fu Yaij and Sheng Feiyu through a special passage. Surrounding the passage were alarms. The alarms did not sound until Fu Yaij and Sheng Feiyu had passed through. The black-clad bodyguards then invited the two into the manor hall. When Sheng Feiyu walked in, he saw that Yan Yao had blood on his forehead, apparently from a smashed injury. However, he was oblivious to the pain and held his wife tightly in his arms. Mrs. Yan's pupils were dilated, her face pale, and she was desperately struggling in Yan Yao's arms. She was very emotional. Sheng Feiyu quickly walked over, took out an acupuncture kit, and used silver needles to pierce several acupoints on Mrs. Yan's body. Mrs. Yan looked into Sheng Feiyu's eyes and suddenly her tears flowed like a spring. Ah! She let out a hoarse and unpleasant sound. Sheng Feiyu signaled Yan Yao to let go. Yan Yao hesitated for a moment and carefully let go. Mrs. Yan's emotions had indeed calmed down. Mrs. Yan. Sheng Feiyu crouched gently in front of Mrs. Yan and looked at the noblewoman, who seemed to be suffering great psychological pain. I'm Ada. Do you still recognize me? Mrs. Yan opened her mouth, but she couldn't make a sound. Her vocal cords had been damaged. She could only make some hoarse sounds of ah. She couldn't speak fully. In fact, she could undergo surgery to treat the problem, but Yan Yao didn't want her to suffer any more from surgery, and she herself didn't want to go to the hospital. She was very resistant to hospitals. She looked into Sheng Feiyu's eyes, which were still streaming with tears, but reached out and took Sheng Feiyu into her arms. Sheng Feiyu also reached out and gently embraced Mrs. Yan. Don't be afraid, we will all be by your side. Forever. Sheng Feiyu's words of soothing tenderness further stabilized Mrs. Yan's emotions. Gradually, she stopped crying. Then she let go of Sheng Feiyu, pointed to her stomach, and gave Sheng Feiyu a gentle smile. Mrs. Yan is hungry and wants to eat something, right? Sheng Feiyu asked with a smile. Mrs. Yan immediately nodded and smiled like a child. She took Sheng Feiyu's hand again and looked in the direction of the dining table. You want me to eat with you? Sheng Feiyu asked again. Mrs. Yan nodded again, with a faint tenderness in her eyes. Chapter 20. Every time she is with me, she is gentle. It is my honor. Sheng Feiyu smiled with curved eyebrows, gently holding Mrs. Yan's arm and walking towards the dining table. Yan Yao looked at Sheng Feiyu, and a glimmer passed through his eyes. This Dr. Ada seems to have a kind of magic about her. She can calm him down every night. He remembered when Fu Yaij first brought her to the manor, he just thought Fu Yaij was joking with him that a young girl who hadn't even reached the age of 18 was the legendary Ada genius healer? It wasn't until his wife calmed down in front of her and smiled with an unprecedented sense of relaxation and happiness that he entrusted his wife to her care. Could it be? Yan Yao's eyes flickered slightly, and he dismissed the absurd thought that flashed through his mind. Impossible. That girl has already returned to the Sheng family. Sir, you need medicine on your forehead. The male family doctor finally spoke up at this time, asking Yan Yao for instructions. Yan Yao gave a faint hum in response, which was considered a yes. The male family doctor let out a sigh of relief, quickly opened the medical kit, and went up to apply the medicine for Yan Yao. Fu Yaij watched as Sheng Feiyu had calmed Mrs. Yan as soon as she arrived, and couldn't help but feel proud of her. In her heart no one could escape the charm of the little fish. Oh, except for the bad guys, the bastards, and the assholes. Mr. Yan, what is it this time? Fu Yaij asked in a low voice as he sat down next to the injured Yan Yao. Yan Yao pursed his lips. A flash of cold light appeared in his usually gentle eyes. The people from Tea Country. Yan Yao said indifferently, and they have already been tortured in the basement. The family doctor's hand trembled. Yan Yao looked coldly. Yes, I'm sorry, sir. The family doctor's face turned pale. Yan Yao had long since moved to the Tea Country, and some of the country's rules simply weren't within Yan Yao's scope of consideration. So when Yan Yao said, torture, it was absolutely true. Yan Yao ignored the family doctor and said directly to Fu Yaij, tell Dr. Ada that I want her to come and stay at the manor with my wife. Fu Yaij suddenly looked troubled. Mr. Yan, Ada is a top secret level, and she usually has her own things to do. I'm afraid it's unlikely that she will be able to live in the manor. Is that so? Yan Yao glanced at Fu Yaij, and it seemed that I would have to personally intervene. Cough. Fu Yaij glanced in the direction of Sheng Feiyu and lowered his voice to an almost inaudible level. Ada is a soft-hearted person who doesn't respond well to pressure. Even if Mr. Yan is extremely powerful, I'm afraid there's no way to make Ada bow her head. I suggest that Mr. Yan better not offend her. There's no choice. If Xiaoyu is offended, Fu Yaij will suffer. At that time, the Yan family will have to pressure the Fu family, and Xiaoyu's brothers will have to beat him up. Xiaoyu probably won't even talk to him anymore. Just thinking about it is miserable. So he would rather speak frankly with Yan Yao. You're overthinking it. Yan Yao lightly fiddled with the cufflinks on his shirt, his gaze directed at the gentle-looking Yan Yao at the head of the table. A faint smile curved his lips. She truly cares for my wife. It's not the kind of care a doctor gives a patient out of obligation. It's an expression of genuine concern. There's not an ounce of insincerity in it. Yan Yao is very sensitive, and she can tell whether something is genuine or not. That's why she likes Ada. She accepts Ada. She even listens to Ada more than she listens to him, her husband. It really makes him jealous. But he is also happy. At first, he struggled with the decision to return to China for treatment, but now it seems that he made the right decision. Fu Yaij was relieved when he heard Yan Yao say this. Ada has a soft heart and a connection with Mrs. Yan, so perhaps Mr. Yan can really convince her. Anyway, Fu Yaij himself is not capable of doing this. Mr. Yan, you do it yourself. At the dinner table, Sheng Feiyu accompanied Mrs. Yan as she finished her nutritious meal. She was about to get a tissue when Mrs. Yan first drew one out. Then, she lifted her hand and gently wiped the corner of her mouth. Sheng Feiyu was stunned, and looked into Mrs. Yan's gentle, watery eyes. In fact, Mrs. Yan was not the kind of natural beauty that you could tell at first glance. When she first met Mrs. Yan, she knew that Mrs. Yan had had work done on her face. Plastic surgery. But she never mentioned a word to Yan Yao. She thought that it was unlikely that Mrs. Yan had plastic surgery because she loved beauty. It was very likely that there was some special reason that made Mrs. Yen have to have plastic surgery. Even Mr. Yen knew about it. Before agreeing to treat Mrs. Yen for Fu Yaij, she had heard too many stories about Mrs. Yen, and even when she first met Mr. Yen, he reminded her that his wife could hurt people. She had long been mentally prepared. But the strange thing was that from the first time she met the sickly Madame Yen had never hurt her. Moreover, every time Madame Yen treated her, she was very gentle. It was almost like mother and daughter. Sheng Feiyu looked at Madame Yen, and a misty look appeared in her eyes. If her mother had not died in such a tragic way, she would definitely have treated her as gently as Madame Yen did. She would have had the best, most beautiful, and most gentle mother in the world. Ah! Mrs. Yen saw the mist in Sheng Feiyu's eyes and wanted to say something, but all that came out was a hoarse sound. She seemed a little anxious and quickly stood up to hug Sheng Feiyu. The hug was extremely gentle and warm. It completely forced out Sheng Feiyu's tears. But she didn't forget that this was her patient, and it would be ridiculous for a doctor to comfort her patient. So she quickly calmed her personal emotions, raised her hand and gently patted Mrs. Yen's back, saying, "I'm fine, I just remembered an elderly relative I miss." Mrs. Yen then let her go and gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Her expression was tender. "Mrs. Yen should go to bed obediently," Sheng Feiyu said with a smile. Mrs. Yan's eyes revealed reluctance, and she held Sheng Feiyu's hand unwilling to let go. At this time, Yan Yao walked over and looked at Sheng Feiyu and said, "Ada, I would like to invite you to stay at the manor for a while and keep my wife company. Whatever your conditions are, you can tell me." Upon hearing her husband's words, Madame Yen looked at Sheng Feiyu with joy. It seemed that she very much hoped that Sheng Feiyu would say yes. Yan Yao's tone was very sincere, and Madame Yan's expression was full of expectation. Sheng Feiyu subconsciously refused, and the words got stuck in her throat. After a long while, she looked at Mrs. Yen and said softly, "Mrs. Yen, I have some personal matters that will take me a month to sort out. Can you promise me to eat well, sleep well, and I will come back to the manor to keep you company after a month?" Mrs. Yen nodded immediately, without the slightest hesitation. "Then we have a deal, no more thinking about unhappy things, right?" Sheng Feiyu held out her finger and pinky switched with Mrs. Yen. Mrs. Yen nodded with a smile and raised her hand to pinky switched with Sheng Feiyu as a promise. Then, obediently, she went upstairs to bed with the company of a maid. Yan Yao watched her slender back and sighed lightly. If only I could have the ability of Miss Ada. He hoped to be the most important person in her life every night. Mr. Yen still doesn't want to tell me about Mrs. Yan's heartbreak? Sheng Feiyu looked at Yan Yao after Mrs. Yan's back disappeared around the corner of the stairs and asked lightly. Yan Yao's expression immediately fell. Chapter 21 is chance to be jealous. Here it comes. Mr. Yen should know very well that medication cannot control Mrs. Yan's emotions. And I have always emphasized one point: the human brain is very powerful. In particular, Mrs. Yan's heart knot is very serious. So if Mrs. Yan's heart knot is not untied, the medication will soon lose its original effect. Sheng Feiyu looked at Yan Yao's cold expression and was not intimidated. She spoke the most objective facts, word by word. A flash of annoyance and even cold hatred flashed in Yan Yao's eyes. After a while, he said coldly, "This matter is a long and complicated story. When you have finished dealing with your personal affairs and come to the manor to keep my wife company, I will consider whether or not to tell you my wife's story." Sheng Feiyu's heart relaxed, and her red lips curled up slightly. "Okay." Although Yan Yao still hadn't said what exactly was the problem with Madame Yen, his attitude had already softened. That was a good thing. After she has settled her score with the Sheng family man, she can stay at the manor for a while, figure out what is troubling Mrs. Yen, and then prescribe the right remedy. Moreover, Sheng Feiyu thought of the man with his amazing physical strength, and her fingers squeezed lightly. By then, he would already know her identity and would definitely punish her. And the way he punishes her will definitely not be something she can bear. The only way for her to escape is to hide out in Yan Yao's territory, so that he will not be so unrestrained. Soon, Sheng Feiyu got into Fu Yaij's car and left the manor. "Let's go for a drink." Fu Yaij invited her with a devilish smile. No. Sheng Feiyu was more determined than ever. She wouldn't go out unless necessary in the near future. What? Is there still a curfew at the Sheng residence? Fu Yaij rolled his eyes. It's none of your business. Sheng Feiyu didn't want Fu Yaij to know that she slept with Hua Yuting. She dares bet 100 packs of spicy snacks that Fu Yaij will go find Hua Yuting to fight. Besides, Fu Yaij is a big man, and she wouldn't tell him such intimate things. Fine, you're getting less and less fond of my brother. Fu Yaij curled the corners of his lips slightly and snorted. Sheng Feiyu looked at his demonically handsome profile calmly and said, I equally dislike each and every one of you. She treats all her noisy senior brothers, including the master, the same way. After all, if she softens her attitude even a little, they will only annoy her even more to death. She has tried this countless times already. After a moment of stunned silence, Fu Yaij suddenly burst out laughing, hugging the steering wheel. Emma, how can Xiao Yu be so cute? He really loves her so much. Unfortunately, Xiao Yu will never love him. Drive carefully. Sheng Feiyu frowned at the man who was laughing so uncontrollably. She didn't want to jump out of the car in a crisis. I do. Fu Yaij glanced at her with a half smile. Are you going to drive? I think you're itching for a beating. Sheng Feiyu couldn't take this kind of joke, and her face instantly fell. Okay, I was wrong. I was a bitch. I'll give myself a slap. Fu Yaij really raised his hand and gave himself a slap before speaking of a serious matter in Sheng Feiyu's cold gaze. Yin Yao, that young master, is also said to be coming to Jing City, have you heard? The young master of the Yin family in tea? Sheng Feiyu really hadn't heard the news because she hadn't seen her master or her fellow disciples for a long time. They were all waiting for her to take revenge herself and settle the score with the Sheng family. They had given her enough space. Yin Yao and his wife had also been in the country for a year, and it was normal for him to visit his parents. Sheng Feiyu thought about it and commented. It is said that the young master of the financial magnate family leads a very refined life. He wants the best of everything. But he is very serious about cleanliness. He is quite difficult to please. No, he is here for you. Fu Yaij smiled in glee. Sheng Feiyu. He came for her? How could that be? Do you remember when you were 15 and fought with the natives on the streets of Country Tea? Fu Yaij raised an eyebrow. Sheng Feiyu remembered that they had gone to Country Tea with their seniors to rescue a very important hostage. They encountered a formidable enemy during the operation, so she had no choice but to let her seniors go and rescue the hostage while she took the fire. The operation was considered very successful. Neither she nor her seniors were injured. Unfortunately, the young master of the Chabal was almost kidnapped that day, and because of the firefight between you and the natives, the kidnappers were killed by stray bullets and died. Fu Yaij laughed out loud. So you saved the young master of the Chabal's life without knowing it. Sheng Feiyu. Just speechless. He has been looking for you. Fu Yaij added that this year he invested 50 billion in a certain group and finally got the information he wanted. Xiao Yu, he already knows your identity as Ada. Oh. After a short period of speechlessness, Sheng Feiyu calmed down. Anyway, she was about to leave the Sheng family soon. By then, her identity would no longer be so important, and even if she lost one or two disguises, it would be fine. Oh? Fu Yaij looked at her amusedly. You're so calm? You don't want to see the young master of the Fu family, who is exceptionally good-looking and attracts women like moths to a flame. Such a noble young man, coming for just one woman. What a romantic and fascinating prospect for a woman. Although Xiao Yu is a genius, she is still an 18-year-old girl. Doesn't she have the slightest yearning for love? He's very good-looking? Sheng Feiyu thought of Yin Yao's face and Mrs. Yan's face, and her heart suddenly stirred. She turned her eyes to Fu Yaij and asked, how good-looking is he? How does he compare to Hui Yuting? There's no comparison. Fu Yaij shrugged. One is a god, the other a fairy. How can you compare them? One is a supreme creator god. The other is a beautiful boy from a comic book. Two completely different types. Sheng Feiyu finally broke into her first beautiful smile of the day when she heard Fu Yaij's analogy. You're not jealous at all. It's an excellent quality to admit the excellence of others. Although she really hates Fu Yaij's rotten cucumber personality, everyone has their own way of living, and she can't say that Fu Yaij is absolutely wrong. I hope that after he gets married, he will behave himself. After all, entering into marriage means being loyal to your partner. Otherwise, she will really look down on him completely. No, I'm also very good-looking. Fu Yaij looked at her with a depressed expression. He was only a little worse than these two. Sheng Feiyu didn't want to get into this, and instead asked, if I remember correctly, this young master of a wealthy family is only 15 years old, right? She had overheard Madame Yen mention it once in passing. If she hadn't remembered, she would have thought she had gotten herself into trouble. Ha ha ha. Why do you think I'm not jealous? Fu Yaij laughed out loud. Sheng Feiyu's expression was numb. Even if he was 25 years old, he had no right to be jealous. And Fu Yaij's laughter had not yet stopped, as if a group of black-suited men had fallen from the sky, blocking the road in front of them. What's going on? Fu Yaij slammed on the brakes, his expression cold as he looked ahead. He didn't know that his chance to be jealous was here. A blinding white light suddenly lit up. It hit the front of the Maserati. Fu Yaij and Sheng Feiyu both lifted their hands to shield their eyes at the same time. A handsome man with a divine face, with one hand in his pocket, walked with steady steps in the opposite direction of the light. His dark and penetrating gaze dangerously stared at the beautiful woman in the passenger seat. Chapter 22 Husband, please let me off this time. Fuck. Fu Yaij reacted belatedly to the fact that someone was looking for trouble and immediately got out of the car with a cold air. However, before he could ask anything, he was surrounded by several men in black suits. At this time, he also saw clearly under the blinding white light, Yuting's iconic face. Yuting? Fu Yaij widened his pair of peach blossom eyes. The person who stopped his car was actually Yuting? No, when did he offend this man? One of the black bodyguards stepped forward and pressed the window button on the driver's side. The window on the passenger's side slowly lowered to the lowest point. Yuting leaned slightly forward and gazed at the woman in the car. Should the husband carry the baby down, or should the baby come down by itself? The man's voice was indescribably magnetic and pleasant. It also carried a hint of deliberately lowered tenderness. However, Sheng Feiyu only felt a tingling sensation in her scalp. Her legs were also a little weak. Less than 24 hours had passed, and he had caught her again. And she was still in Fu Yaij's rotten cucumber of a car. And she was still in the passenger seat. Seeing that Yuting exuded a dangerous aura, she knew that the man must be jealous. In this situation, it would probably be difficult for her to get away unscathed. She needs her husband to hold her. Sheng Feiyu did something she would never have done before she used the feminine wiles on the man. She acted cute and cuddly. She tried to buy a little more time. How obedient. How could Yuting not see the little woman's intentions? He cooperated and reached out to open the car door. He leaned over and poked his long fingers into the passenger seat, slowly sliding them over her breasts as he unbuckled her seatbelt. Your ears turned pink, Sheng Feiyu. A man's fingers are simply rude and presumptuous. What about my husband? My husband is serving the baby. However, Yuting shook his hand innocently, as if he were wearing a black starry sky in his eyes, and was as charming as a night demon. The kind of male demon that would devour a person's bones and skin. Sheng Feiyu suddenly felt dry mouth and throat, and her body ached faintly. Good, my husband will carry the baby and get off the car. Yuting's voice was extremely gentle, if you ignore his strong and powerful arms. Sheng Feiyu resignedly raised her hand, hooked his neck, and buried her head in his neck. She let him carry her off the car. Ada, you. Fu Yaij watched in disbelief as Sheng Feiyu nestled obediently in Yuting's arms like a cat. His lips trembled and he couldn't say a complete sentence. Someone slap him awake. He must be dreaming. Or a nightmare. Hasn't Xiaoyu always said that she would break off her engagement with the Hua family? And isn't Yuting already with a woman, and has he even launched a city-wide manhunt for that woman? Why are they hugging? Why is Xiaoyu being so obedient in front of Yuting? No way. This is absolutely impossible. Fu's family? Yuting held Sheng Feiyu in his arms, and his long legs slowly walked to within 1 meter of Fu Yaij. He looked at Fu Yaij's shocked, peach-colored eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his handsome face like a god. If you ever let my woman sit in your dirty passenger seat again, I'll break every bone in your body. Fu Yaij? So, Xiaoyu is Yuting's woman? No, how is he a pervert? Damn it! Fu Yaij wanted to swear in an instant. Before he could think of a curse word that could express his anger, Yuting's cold lips opened, shattered. Yuting hugged Sheng Feiyu and walked towards his car, leaving behind the harsh sound of his bodyguard's expressionless face smashing into the Maserati. My new car just got modified. Fu Yaij's heart-wrenching roar was also abandoned. Sheng Feiyu was carried by Yuting into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. The moment the door closed, Sheng Feiyu felt a tingling in her scalp. She hurriedly hooked her neck around the man's neck and rubbed against him. Honey, I'm in pain. Where does it hurt? Yuting was unmoved. He saw through the woman's ploy. However, he was willing to play with her. It hurts there. Sheng Feiyu leaned against the man's neck, tilted her head slightly, and whispered in his ear, pleading for mercy. It should hurt less without me here. Yuting took her small hand and placed it on his strong, beating heart. Then he guided her hand beneath his belt. It should also hurt less without me here. Please, husband, spare me this time. Sheng Feiyu trembled as he touched her, and her almond-shaped eyes became a little wet. She vowed that if the dog didn't fall for her coquetry, he would never hear her coquette again. Okay. Yuting glanced aside and saw the fire in the little woman's eyes clearly. His Adam's apple rolled slightly twice, and he forced himself to endure it. He held her tightly in his arms without any inappropriate actions. He just held her and closed his eyes to pretend to sleep. Sheng Feiyu achieved her goal, but somehow she felt that it was not real. Did it really happen? Was it that easy? Did he really fall for this? The Rolls-Royce sped through the night. In no time at all, they arrived at the Jinyu mansion. Without saying a word, Yuting continued to carry Sheng Feiyu in the princess carry, and got her out of the car. He took long strides towards the elevator. In the narrow elevator, the man's breath was so hot, making Sheng Feiyu feel a little uneasy for some inexplicable reason. She struggled a little. Why not just get off the ground and walk by herself? Just bear with it. Yuting's thin lips lowered slightly, grinding against her small, white earlobes, and they were almost there. What is she holding back? No, what does he mean? Sheng Feiyu raised her beautiful eyes and glared at him, but saw him give her a devilish smile that was captivating and extremely charming. Don't use that face to seduce her. That's cheating. The elevator finally stopped and the door opened. Sheng Feiyu was quickly carried into the house by Yuting. He didn't even change his slippers, and directly took off his leather shoes and carried Sheng Feiyu into the bathroom. As warm water poured down on the two of them, Sheng Feiyu felt like kicking someone. Is he crazy? Have a good wash. Yuting pressed her against the bathroom wall behind the shower, and the sensation of hot and cold sent a shiver through Sheng Feiyu. However, Yuting's words caused a flame to flare up in her watery eyes. You're the one who's not clean. She really lifted her foot to kick him. But he firmly held her leg in place. The position suddenly became a bit awkward and ambiguous. How could the baby not be clean? Yuting's face was covered in water droplets, as if he were in the rain. His smile made people's hearts warm, and the curve of his thin lips made people dizzy. It's just that the baby has ridden in other men's cars. The husband wants to make out with the baby, but doesn't want to get any of the other man's scent, so he wants to wash the baby well. Yuting's long fingers peel off the already wet clothes on Sheng Feiyu's body. Look at your husband, who has never been exposed to the scent of another woman. As the last word fell, his thin lips pressed down. Chapter 23. He bent down with a low chuckle. Can't bear to see my husband go? The man's body temperature was scorching, and the hot water kept pouring down. Sheng Feiyu went red from head to toe. She didn't know if it was the heat or the desire. And the man's last few words, accompanied by this hot kiss, easily extinguished the anger in her heart. She could not deny that the man was indeed a model of male virtue. Whether it was because of the strict discipline of the old master Hua, he had never had a female friend since childhood. Whenever he appeared in public, women would automatically retreat. Some women were even afraid to get into his bed. Because the whole city knew that young Master Hua was not interested in women, any woman who got within 3 steps of him would be mercilessly thrown 10 meters away by his bodyguards. Be a good girl, baby. The man's kisses went downwards, following the direction of the water flow, leaving red marks on her pale neck. She looked up at the shower head, which was constantly spewing out hot water, and unconsciously pinched his firm shoulders with her slender fingers. Her body was obviously still uncomfortable, but for some reason, because of his low, sexy enticement, she wanted to do what he said. You're such a good baby. The man was extremely satisfied with the little woman's cooperation. Long, agile fingers. The torture was almost maddening. When Sheng Feiyu bit his shoulder and whimpered, he picked her up. Baby, look at your husband. Sheng Feiyu opened her eyes and, shivering, looked at the man in the shower, his eyes burning. Her face was reflected in the dark, inky depths of his eyes. She looked so soft and pitiful. And she had never seen herself like this before. Baby. Slowly drew her closer to him. Sheng Feiyu's lips trembled slightly as she tried hard to suppress the urge to scream. The night was long. Sheng Feiyu's desire to escape was no longer complete. From the bathroom to the bed, for the first time in her life, Sheng Feiyu begged the man for mercy. I thought that the baby would stun me like the first time. The man looked down at her condescendingly. Sheng Feiyu's face was pale, her eyes were wet and heavy with sleep. You've been on your guard against me the whole time. You didn't think I didn't know. The baby is really smart. The man lowered his head and planted a kiss. Sheng Feiyu passed out. But not the kind of fainting from exhaustion. So that when she came to, she was at a loss for a while in the man's arms, her heart filled with shame. I'm hungry. She nudged the man, who was still holding her, and said, I'm hungry too. The man's lips parted slightly, and he nibbled on her tiny earlobe. Sheng Feiyu's eyes turned red with anger. How long has it been? Are you a pig? Can't you eat enough? Is it possible that you're a wolf? The man laughed softly. After all, so is not a very nice sound. Yes, she slept with him after all. If he is a pig, then she is. I'm really hungry. Sheng Feiyu is aggrieved. Why are you like this? Just minding your own pleasure. This is not something the man likes to hear. He pinches her nose. Which time did I let you have fun first before I had fun? You little ungrateful person. Sheng Feiyu's eyelashes tremble, wanting to retort something, but she really can't find a point to argue. Although in the end, she still couldn't handle it every time. At this hour, is there only fried rice for the baby? Yuting coughed lightly, and after asking this question, he got up and dressed. The moment he pulled away, Sheng Feiyu couldn't help but bite her lip. Her watery eyes were momentarily lost. Ha! Yuting got dressed, but didn't wait for her to answer, and turned to look at her. Instantly, he got a full view of her lost expression. Before Sheng Feiyu could react, he bent down and held her down with a low chuckle. Don't want to let your husband go? No way. Sheng Feiyu quickly wrapped herself up in the quilt. Who says the baby is hungry? Let the husband feed the baby's little mouth first. Yuting kissed her slightly swollen lips, finished speaking with a hint of meaning, and went to the kitchen to make fried rice. Sigh, I haven't maxed out my skills, and I've just learned how to make fried rice. I hope the baby won't dislike him. Sheng Feiyu raised her hand and rubbed her cheeks. They were burning hot. She never imagined that she would one day blush and feel her heart racing like a young girl in love. She didn't know what to do. What she didn't expect was that this man would be the nominal fiancé she was trying so hard to break off the engagement with. But this man was really addictive. Yuting didn't come back for a long time, and Sheng Feiyu suddenly felt a little cold in bed. So she simply went to the closet and picked out a relatively conservative strapless nightgown and walked towards the kitchen. I wonder what a man like Yuting looks like when he's washing the dishes and cooking. Will he look like a god fallen to earth? Ha! Sheng Feiyu came to the kitchen with a hint of curiosity. She saw the man in the light, methodically chopping the eggs that had just been cooked. He seemed to be a bit OCD, as the eggs were perfectly round. And he was trying to cut the round eggs into pieces of similar size. Sheng Feiyu's mouth twitched slightly. She really was seeing someone make fried rice for the first time, doing it like this. Are you embroidering? She couldn't help but walk over and look at the man's extraordinarily handsome face sideways. The man looked down at her, his face expressionless. Sheng Feiyu. What? A timely compliment. After a moment of surprise, Yuting's thin lips curled up, and he said, well, put it together and it's true. She's tired. Hurry up and cook, I'm hungry. Sheng Feiyu ignored his flattery and urged him to get down to business. Oh. The man's reply was calm and collected, and there was no sign of the slightest hint of inner tension. Sheng Feiyu's culinary skills are superb, and she has even opened a famous private kitchen in the capital city. She only cooks once a month. She prepares a homemade Manchu Han imperial feast menu. And for that one day, many dignitaries will have their entourage secure a place. Over time, the private kitchen, which doesn't even have a sign, has become a holy place that everyone in Beijing wants to go to. After all, being able to enter the private kitchen on that day means being able to meet many dignitaries. And opportunities are often up to people to seize and grasp. So as soon as Yuting started frying, she saw where the problem lay. She suppressed a smile and asked tentatively, just learning? The man remained silent. Soon, the fried rice was ready. Sheng Feiyu took a bite. Ha! Don't discourage him. What do you think? The man saw that she had taken a bite but didn't comment, and his thin lips tightened a little as he asked. It's delicious. Sheng Feiyu let out a laugh. Then she carried the fried rice and turned to walk out of the kitchen. The man's lips curled up into a smile of affection. He knew that she wasn't satisfied. But she had praised him anyway. His baby was truly the best in the world. I want to eat her up. The man lowered his gaze and glanced at his uninspiring manhood. His thin lips curled up faintly as he took long strides towards the little woman in the living room. Chapter 24, So the baby is trying to please me. Yuting smiled. Sheng Fei's eating habits were not elegant, but they exuded a sense of laziness. She was a very easygoing person. Despite all the rules of a lady, her master had actually taught her, and she had learned very well. But her master never forced her to be a lady all the time. According to her master, she only needed to be presentable on certain occasions. As for the rest of the time, she can do whatever makes her feel comfortable. Yuting walked over to the sofa in the living room and sat down next to her. He reached out his arm and lightly put it around her round shoulders. His fingertips rubbed back and forth on her lustrous, delicate skin. I'm eating. Sheng Feiyu trembled and looked back at him accusingly. Yuting looked at her amusedly. What did I do? He just put his arm around her shoulders. So sensitive? Why are your fingers moving around? Sheng Feiyu raised her hand and pushed his hand off her shoulder. But just as it happened, his large palm landed just below her lower back. So this is what the baby meant. Yuting pressed his palm under the soft sofa, instantly holding her in place. You move it away. Sheng Feiyu almost spit out her food. But the man became even more vicious. Her body suddenly tensed, and the spoon in her hand tightened. Baby, focus on eating. Yuting's dark eyes were full of dancing flames, his slender jade-like fingers radiating a fierce energy, but his face was so calm. He was so serious. He even urged the woman to eat. How could Sheng Feiyu still be in the mood to eat? She didn't know whether to put the spoon down or not. The man seemed to like seeing her over-anxious, and after a moment, he took his hand away, reached out, and picked her up, placing her in front of him. Damn it! Sheng Feiyu felt that the man behind her must have been transformed by a demon. Otherwise, how could he be so good at seducing people? Sit up straight, don't fidget, and concentrate on eating, okay? Yuting clasped her waist and whispered fire into her ear. For a moment, Sheng Feiyu wanted to smack the fried rice in his face. But, thinking about the consequences, she gave up on this violent idea. Breathe in. And out. She had to stay calm. She couldn't be the one losing her temper, not when she was the woman and he was the man. Sheng Feiyu repeated the word calm several times in her mind, took a few deep breaths, deliberately ignored the man's powerful presence, and calmly continued to feed herself. She didn't know how long it took, but she finally finished the bowl of rice. The man suddenly held her up. What? Baby, it's my turn. The reflection of the chandelier swayed on the cold coffee table. The situation was gradually getting out of control. Sheng Feiyu was like a dehydrated fish, letting the man toss her around. She watched him toss her around like a flower. When the two of them finally returned to the bathroom to clean up, Sheng Feiyu looked at herself in the mirror with a slight twitch at the corners of her mouth. He really did toss her around like a flower. Her body was covered in red flowers. Yuting, you must have been smothered to death in a previous life, right? She hooked her left hand around his neck, and with a playful mood, she used her right hand to pick up his chin, just like a tomboy. Yuting didn't resent being teased by her. He looked at the woman in his arms indulgently, lightly pulled the bath towel next to him, wrapped her whole body in it, and draped the back half over himself. Then, holding her, he walked steadily out of the bathroom. Even if I really suffocated to death in my previous life, it was for you. Yuting laid her on the bed and almost reverently rubbed her perfect body. Inch by inch, so patiently and carefully. Sheng Feiyu looked at such a man, and then thought about the uninviting appearance he had every time he went to the Sheng family in the past 2 years, and she couldn't help but laugh to herself. If the men in the Sheng family saw Yuting in front of her, they would probably drop their jaws. After Yuting finished serving her and helped her put on the comfortable and loose pajamas, she felt a pang of conscience and got up. I'll help you too. Sheng Feiyu hooked her red lips and looked at the man's wet hair with a smile. Yuting's dark as ink eyes stared at her for a moment, and his Adam's apple seemed to roll slightly a few times before he let out He took her wrist and walked towards the sofa. Then, he sat down. Sheng Feiyu took a clean towel and placed it over the man's head, wiping his hair a little awkwardly. Every now and then, she would wipe his forehead and ears. But the man didn't seem to care at all, and instead, loved her awkwardness. This showed that she had never done this for anyone before. He was the same. Is it comfortable? Sheng Feiyu bent down and asked, blowing air like orchid petals against the man's earlobe. It feels good. The man answered her first, before lifting his large palm to hold the back of her head, sucking a bite from her lips and saying in a low, hoarse voice, tempting me again? Are you sure you can take it? Let her go. Sheng Feiyu immediately backed away, muttering, I was trying to please you, so why is it tempting? She was trying to be nice to him, so that he would be nice to her in that matter. He really liked her body too much. And she had to endure it for another month, not to anger him, lest it affect her plans for the Sheng family. So, she had to go along with his wishes. Lest he toss her to the ground and die. After she left the Sheng family. She would no longer indulge him. So, the baby is trying to please me. Yuting smiled. He took the pajamas off the side and put them on, then got up and picked Sheng Feiyu up. The two of them lay down on the bed together. Tell me, what does my baby want? Yuting looked at the well-behaved girl in his arms, who obviously had an agenda, and raised his eyebrows slightly. I want you to stop nagging me lately. I still have a lot of things to do. Sheng Feiyu lifted her chin and kissed his face, her voice soft and obedient. Yuting contemplated for 2 seconds and said, no can do. He can never get enough of her. She can only bear it. As for the things she has to do, he can arrange for someone to help her. You. Sheng Feiyu suddenly became angry. So all the flattery she had just given him was for nothing? Then why did she even flirt with him? After rolling her eyes, she turned her back to him. This position seemed pretty good too. Yuting deliberately leaned in to scare her. Sheng Feiyu's body stiffened, and she immediately turned back around. She hunched over and buried her head in his arms, sulking, I'm going to sleep, so don't you dare move again. Oh. Yuting looked at the little furry head in his arms, his eyes full of indulgent laughter. How could his baby be so cute? It's really killing me. When Sheng Feiyu was drowsy and really felt a little sleepy, the man suddenly lifted her chin and kissed the center of her brow. How long will it take for the baby to finish? Ha? Sheng Feiyu opened her drowsy eyes and looked at him. 1 month. She tentatively gave a time limit. Well, although she felt that he liked her body, if he could be patient for a month because she was busy, then she might change this preconceived idea. Yuting heard the long time limit of 1 month. There was silence. Chapter 25, You chose this little brat yourself, so you'll spoil him to death even if he has to kneel. Sheng Feiyu was amused by the long silence from Yuting. Really, he is a little cute. What's going on? It seems that he really wants her to finish her things, but as soon as she said 1 month, he stopped talking. Maybe he doesn't have the slightest hope that he can last for a month? The more Sheng Feiyu thought about it, the funnier it got, and she burst out laughing. Puff ha ha. Her laughter chased away even the sleepiness. Several dark lines appeared on Yuting's forehead. She was the first woman he had grown up with to dare laugh at him to his face. But, who let her be his baby? Laugh some more, and I'll fix you. Yuting's large hand closed around her wrist, instantly silencing her laughter. Sheng Feiyu bit her lip, holding back her laughter, nodding her little head repeatedly. Yuting reluctantly let go, so as not to let his animalistic side get the better of him. Then, he put his arms around her, his chin resting on the top of her head, his voice deep and stern, 1 month is too long. I can't hold back anymore. How about this, 1 week, and the baby will come and see you by itself once. Sheng Feiyu quietly inhaled a mouthful of the unique scent of a man. Listening to his seductive, low voice, she was a little dissatisfied. Can't it be half a month? No. Yuting refused without a second thought. 1 week was already the biggest concession he could make. Moreover, he was only promising her 4 days in the next month. Once she finished with her current task, she would be completely and utterly his. Overbearing. Sheng Feiyu snorted lightly, but she also knew the man's unyielding character, and stopped bargaining. Ignoring her grunt, Yuting only rubbed her hair and whispered, baby will be busy for a month, and husband will also spend a month fulfilling his promise to baby. So after a month, baby and I will get engaged first, right? He wants everyone in the capital to know that she is his Yuting's woman. She is the wife he will marry into the Hua family in 2 years. Sheng Feiyu never expected that this man would have already thought about engagement. What a long-term thinker. It's a beautiful thought. At 18, they'll get engaged. Hua Yuting thought even further and even more beautifully, when the baby turns 20, they can get married. By then, her husband will be able to hold her in his arms every night and call her little. Sheng Feiyu was listening in a daze and getting more and more flustered when Hua Yuting suddenly paused, frowned, released her, and looked at her with lowered eyes. What's wrong with him? Hua Yuting frowned and stared at her for a long time before saying expressionlessly, the baby's name. Sheng Feiyu. So he was depressed. So far, he only knew that she was Dr. Ada, but didn't know her Chinese name. Puff. Sheng Feiyu suppressed her laughter and casually gave him an alias, Jin Shui. Jin Shui was her alias in the art world. She was a painter. Even if he looked it up, he would only be able to find out about Jin Shui's affairs. It won't involve her identity as Sheng Feiyu. The baby's name is so pretty. Satisfied, Hua Yuting continued the conversation from before. By then, every day, my husband will put Xiao Xiao Ting inside Xiao Xiao Shui. What a slip of the tongue. Sheng Feiyu, blushing, couldn't stand the man's flirtatiousness. She thought this was probably the natural difference between men and women. He really is so self-assured. I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep, and you're not allowed to speak anymore. Sheng Feiyu buried her head in his arms, ignoring the sudden sense of reluctance that struck her heart. She actually quite liked listening to him talk. She was controlled by sound, body, hands, appearance, and all kinds of things, but he was charming in every way and had her under his control. This feeling was wonderful. But it was also dangerous. Okay. The man's low, husky voice responded to her gently. He even eased the strength of his arms a little, so that she could sleep comfortably. Sheng Feiyu noticed the man's thoughtfulness, and the corners of her rosy lips curved slightly. She gently rubbed her chest against the man's before falling into a deep sleep. Sheng Feiyu did not return home again that night. She had already started to act up. Anyway, Hua Yuting went back to the Sheng family, which was considered backing up her, the nominal fiancé. Shang Xian, who liked to pick fights, had not argued with her again in the past 2 days. It seems that, indeed, you must have a strong fist to have status. Good morning, baby. When she finished washing up and came out of the bathroom, she saw Hua Yuting walk in wearing a crisp, pure white shirt. He looked very handsome in the sunlight. He didn't look anything like the cold and tyrannical Hua Xiao I had heard about. I'm going to the Hua family later to pay a formal visit to the old master, but you can't come. Sheng Feiyu winked and said. Well, you can't appear in public with the baby. Hua Yuting was surprisingly easygoing. He walked up to Sheng Feiyu and put his arm around her, his thin lips brushing against her soft hair. After I've resolved the Sheng family's engagement, I'll see what excuse you use to avoid me. I won't hide then. Sheng Feiyu's eyebrows and eyes curved, and she smiled like a little fox, cunning and cute. At that time, I'll wait for Mr. Hua to come after me. She still thinks that's a good idea. Hua Yuting lovingly lifted his hand and pinched her little nose. You want to get engaged to me, but you're not going to chase after me? Sheng Feiyu raised an eyebrow. How could I not chase after you? Hua Yuting sighed. He chose his own little brat, and he will spoil him to death even if he has to kneel. Sheng Feiyu's expression was one of utter confusion. Where did you learn to say such sweet things? She'd never heard anything like it before. After the night at the hotel, Long Qian was told to collect them online. Hua Yuting's dark eyes flashed with a faint smile. I picked a few that suited us and memorized them. When it comes to virgins, you're the best. When it comes to virgins and love, you're still the best. Sheng Feiyu seemed to have nothing to say, but her heart inexplicably felt as if it had been filled with a sweet, clear spring. It turned out that since the night at the hotel, he had been seriously thinking about how to please her. I'll go first, then. Sheng Feiyu looked at the man, her bright eyes full of shining stars. No rush, let's finish breakfast before you go. Hua Yuting glanced out the door and saw the small building of the nameless private kitchen. The baby should like it. Sheng Feiyu's eyebrows jumped. He actually bought her that private kitchen building. Was it because of the good recipe she gave him? She also personally taught the chef. But I'll tell him later. Well, then I'll eat and then visit the old master Hua at his home. Sheng Feiyu gave Hui Yuting a sweet smile. Looking at a girl like this, Hui Yuting simply couldn't help himself. He lowered his head and kissed her red lips. After a while, he used great restraint to let go of her. Let's go. He took a deep breath, took the girl's hand, and walked out. The girl could see the man's restraint. Her clear almond-shaped eyes were suddenly full of laughter. A man who is both charming and seductive is of course very attractive. But a man who is both charming and seductive and can still restrain himself is even more attractive. Grandpa Hua had not lied to her. This man really had been well-bred. Breakfast was very warm and intimate. And Sheng Feiyu finished breakfast in Hui Yuting's company and soon left the Genie Mansion. As Ada, she officially entered the Hua family and visited the old master. When the old master learned that Dr. Ada was visiting, he almost choked on his tea. Quick, help me downstairs. He quickly grabbed his cane and reached out to the butler standing nearby. Don't keep him from seeing little fish girl. I wonder if his grandson, who was previously unworthy but has now made a big splash, has returned with little fish girl. Chapter 26, A Deep and Meaningful Friendship. To the disappointment of Master Hua, his grandson, who had finally made something of himself, did not return with his granddaughter-in-law. Moreover, his little fish girl greeted him politely and courteously. Hello, Master Hua. Master Hua sighed, slowly and listlessly paced over to Sheng Feiyu, and sat down. Master, I'm not feeling well. Everyone in the room, the butler, the maid, and the bodyguard, couldn't help but twitch their eyes. The old master had always liked to sing opera. However, normally, only when the young master was there, would the old master sing his heart out. Why was the old master singing today when there were guests visiting? Is the old master not feeling well? I am a doctor, I can take the old master's pulse. Sheng Feiyu pretended not to understand, looking sincere and concerned. Oh? You can also take pulses? Aren't you a Western medicine doctor? Old Master Hua seems to be a little interested, but he looks up and down at Sheng Feiyu suspiciously. He looks at her with a face full of doubt about her medical skills. I've studied both Western and Chinese medicine. Sheng Feiyu looks serious, but in fact, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Western medicine treats the symptoms, while Chinese medicine treats the root cause. A combination of the two can treat both the symptoms and the root cause for the patient. Just because you've studied it doesn't mean you're proficient. Old Master Hua raises his chin, adding a bit of a smart aleck quality to his appearance. The rest of the Hua family looked up at the sky. This Dr. Ada is rumored to be the young master's friend. Well, the young master has never had any female friends. A female friend who appears out of nowhere is definitely not ordinary. Sure enough, she is so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off her. No wonder the young master would make an exception for her. But this made the old master unhappy. The daughter-in-law the old master had always had his eye on was just the young lady from the Sheng family who had just returned. So it's no wonder that the old master started to make things difficult for her as soon as they met. But this Miss Ada seems quite calm. I don't know if she really doesn't understand or if she's pretending. If she really doesn't understand, then she's being a bit stupid. If she's pretending, then the old man is up against a worthy opponent. Well, let's watch the show. Why don't I take the old man's pulse, and the old man can tell if I've got it right. Sheng Feiyu tilted her head slightly, revealing a cute and obedient smile that the old man liked. The old man almost lost his composure. He remembered that the first time he met this girl, she was the one who persuaded him, the stubborn ox, to accept her acupuncture therapy. At that time, this girl was not yet as grown up as she is now. She looked like a delicate porcelain doll. No matter how hard-hearted and stubborn he was, the old man would not want to make such a cute girl cry. Humph, old man, I'll give you this opportunity, so that you won't go out of the Hua family and say that I bullied you. After a moment's thought, Mr. Hua snorted and placed his hand in front of Sheng Feiyu. Thank you, Mr. Hua. Sheng Feiyu stepped forward with a smile, and carefully took Mr. Hua's pulse. A few minutes later, Sheng Feiyu withdrew his hand and said softly, Mr. Hua is in good health, but there is a knot in his heart and his pulse is floating. He should avoid worrying and thinking too much. Also, Mr. Hua, your diet has not been good lately, has it? It's all because of my great-grandson. Master Hua said angrily. Sheng Feiyu let out a and looked sheepish. No. It's because of the two of you that he's angry. Master Hua said with a stern face and deliberately shouted, Don't think that just because you're a doctor that I'll change my opinion of you. That's not true. I'm just a casual friend of Mr. Hua's. Sheng Feiyu said softly with a gentle smile, and Mr. Hua also knows that he has recently made his dear grandfather angry, so he asked me to come and visit him. Friend? Casual friend? The Hua family members all thought the same thing. Nonsense. There is no way that the young master would have a casual female friend. Whenever the young master gets involved with a woman, it means that he has feelings for her. There is no other possibility. You woman, you've got a sharp tongue. Grandpa Hua grunted again. Grandpa Hua, I just turned 18. Sheng Feiyu smiled. She, Jinshui, had indeed turned 18 on her actual birthday. Oh, then you're still a young girl. Grandpa Hua suddenly stared at her and asked, do you have a medical license? Yes, Grandpa Hua. Sheng Feiyu opened her phone and showed him a photo. Look. It can't be fake, can it? Mr. Hua continued to argue. Sheng Feiyu laughed. Mr. Hua, forging a certificate is punishable by imprisonment. I don't have that kind of nerve. The butler couldn't bear to listen anymore, and with a light cough, he whispered to his master, Master, Dr. Ada is a registered doctor and very famous in the medical community. You need to remind me. Which side are you on? Mr. Hua glared at the butler angrily. Yes, Master, I was wrong. Humph. Sheng Feiyu watched the way Master Hua acted like a drama queen and suppressed a smile as he took out a gift for the meeting. Master Hua, I heard that you like Miss Shen's paintings very much, so I asked a friend to find Miss Shen to draw a picture of pine trees and cypresses for you as a gift. Shen Shui's painting? Master Hua's eyes instantly brightened like stars, and he was instantly pleased. He hurriedly looked at the butler and said, Quick, put it in my study. Since she returned to the Sheng family, the little fish girl has stopped painting. She no longer paints as Jin Shui. So this painting of pine trees is the only painting the little fish girl has done in 2 years. He can brag to his old friends about it for the next 6 months. The butler is speechless. Won't the old master look at the authenticity? Of course the butler knows a lot about the paintings of the mysterious woman Jin Shui. The old master loves them. He has collected several. However, Jin Shui is both mysterious and lazy, and I heard that she hasn't produced a new work in 2 years, so an old work has already been auctioned for tens of millions of dollars. There are even many imitations of her style. They can also be mistaken for the real thing. The little girl dared to deceive me with a fake painting on her first visit? I don't believe she has the guts. Master Hua raised his chin arrogantly. Sheng Feiyu secretly laughed inwardly. Actually, you just can't bear to show it to anyone, can you? You'll have to hide it in your study and sneak off to look at it by yourself. Fine. The butler then took the pine and cypress painting from Sheng Feiyu and carefully carried it upstairs to Master Hua's study. In the living room, Master Hua's attitude towards Sheng Feiyu seemed to have softened a little. Since you gave me a gift, I'll reluctantly let you stay for lunch, Master Hua said. Thank you, Master Hua, Sheng Feiyu said with a smile. Grandpa Hua gave a hum and asked again, Tell me the truth, what is your relationship with my Yuting? Upon hearing this, the rest of the Hua family members all turned their gossipy gazes towards Sheng Feiyu. It's just a relatively good friend relationship. Sheng Feiyu looked up, smiling with curved eyebrows and eyes. A relatively good friend relationship that allows for in-depth exchanges. Cough cough. Chapter 27 Hua Yuting, that woman really knows how to hide herself. Ha, does Dr. Ada know that my Yuting never has any female friends? Hua's grandfather gave a wry smile. Like the rest of the Hua family, no, I don't believe it. There are always exceptions to every rule. If you don't believe me, just ask Hua Yuting, and he'll give you the same answer. Sheng Feiyu laughed calmly. Of course I will ask Yuting. The old master Hua put on a stern face on purpose, but I want to say this up front, I already have a prospective granddaughter-in-law. Her name is Sheng Feiyu. In this life, my grandson will never marry any woman other than Sheng Feiyu. Unless I die. The Hua family members all looked at the old master together. The old master has put it beyond doubt. I'm afraid the young master is in for a fight. Okay, old master Hua. Sheng Feiyu remained calm. She knows the good intentions of the old master. Sooner or later, all her identities will be unified. No matter which identity she uses, she will ultimately be Sheng Feiyu. This is a fact that she cannot change until she dies. That is why the old master said that he would only recognize Sheng Feiyu as his granddaughter-in-law even after he dies. In fact, it is all her. Well, as long as you understand. The old master nodded with a serious face. Ada's first visit to the old master naturally could not last long in the Hua family. So Shang Feiyu got up and said goodbye. Grandpa Hua, I still have some personal matters to attend to, so I won't stay any longer. I'll come and see you again next time. Humph, don't tell me you're offended and are going to go and tell Yuting that I've bullied you? Grandpa Hua said with a deliberately offended tone. How could that be? Sheng Feiyu said with a sympathetic look on her face. You are Hua Xiao's most beloved grandfather, how could I dare say anything against you? That's perfect. Grandpa Hua puffed up with pride and lifted his chin. He really wanted to ask the little fish girl to stay for dinner. But maybe later. He had to cooperate with the little fish girl's plan. Grandpa Hua thought about the future, with his handsome grandson and beautiful granddaughter-in-law by his side at the old mansion, even adding a big, fat great-grandson and a beautiful great-granddaughter to the picture. For a moment, his heart was as happy as a blooming flower. Shang Feiyu soon left the Hua family. This time, she visited the old master as Ada. The reason was none other than Sheng Ningxian. Sheng Ningxian had begged her so much to ask the old master to change her engagement partner from her to Sheng Ningxian. Naturally, she had to make the arrangements. It happened to give Hua Yuting an excuse to break off the engagement with the Sheng family. Then she could also start the plan she had before leaving the Sheng family. A heavy blow to the Sheng family men and the mother and daughter pair of the mistress. Shang Feiyu raised her red lips, and her eyes were cold. This time, Shang Feiyu did not enter the Sheng family through the front door. She climbed back to her room on the second floor with her bare hands. And since her room was locked from the inside, no one broke in from the outside. Ever since Hua Yuting had supported her, the Sheng family had been much more polite to her. What's more, she has now promised Sheng Ningxian to help Sheng Ningxian speak to the old master and replace her engagement partner with Sheng Ningxian. Sheng Ningxian is afraid that she has already told the Sheng family about the men. Therefore, the Sheng family will definitely not trouble her. Shang Feiyu slept soundly and comfortably. The next day, she went downstairs and came to the living room for breakfast. Sheng Yiha, Sheng Jiansheng, Sheng Xian and Sheng Ningxian were already sitting at the table. Xiaoyu, come and have breakfast. I just told the maid to go knock on the door and say you're still asleep. Sheng Yiha hurriedly greeted her when he saw her coming downstairs. Shang Feiyu didn't say anything and walked straight over and sat down. The maid, in Shang Yiha's presence, didn't dare to give Shang Feiyu the cold shoulder and quickly served her breakfast. As Shang Feiyu buried her head in her breakfast, Sheng Jiansheng spoke coldly, I heard from Xiener that you were willing to go to the Hua family and request that the marriage partner be changed to Xiener? Shang Feiyu took a few sips of soup, looked up and said indifferently, I will mention it, but whether the Hua family agrees or not is beyond my control. Humph, anyway, if this marriage must be carried out, do you think Hua Yuting will choose you over Xiener? Shang Xian sneered. If it were him, he would lose if he even looked at Shang Feiyu twice. You little girl. Shang Feiyu ignored Sheng Xian's taunts and continued to drink his soup. Sheng Yiha then slammed his hand on the table and said, Second brother, that's enough. Stop targeting Feiyu all the time. If you can't stand it anymore, you can just leave. Fine, I'll leave. Master Sheng Xian's temper flared up instantly, and he smashed the bowl in his hands and got up and left directly. Sheng Yiha's forehead was covered in veins of anger. Sheng Jianxing frowned slightly. Sheng Ningxian looked at Sheng Xian's departing back with worry and concern, as if she wanted to chase after him, but she was unable to do so due to her leg injury. Sheng Jianxing didn't have the time to worry about Sheng Xian's temper, as he was still investigating the woman from Hua Yuting's. Shang Feiyu, take a look at these photos. Do any of them look similar to the woman who kidnapped you that day? He opened his phone and placed it in front of Shang Feiyu. Shang Feiyu lifted his finger and slowly swiped the screen a few times. Ha! They are all the close friends of Lin Qian. It seems that the news of Hua Yuting taking someone to the bar and taking her away that day is spread. So Sheng Jianxing has tracked it down to Lin Qian. He believes that the young lady who was with Lin Qian is most likely Hua Yuting's woman. Fortunately, although she played with Lin Qian as Ada, she never appeared in formal occasions, and Lin Qian kept her secret well. Therefore, Sheng Jiansheng was unable to find out about Ada. However, Ada had already visited the Hua family once, and had visited the old master Hua. Therefore, Sheng Jiansheng would soon get the news as well. Nothing. After Shang Feiyu had flipped through the photos of the women on Sheng Jiansheng's phone, he pushed the phone back in front of Sheng Jiansheng. Nothing? Sheng Jiansheng was disappointed. It seems that Hua Yuting's woman really hid herself well. That woman had very delicate skin, a somewhat cold voice, and was very skilled when she hit me. There didn't seem to be any serious injuries on my body, but it actually hurt a lot. It seems that she is very familiar with the human body. Sheng Feiyu recalled slowly. Sheng Yihe couldn't help but feel distressed in his eyes as he heard his youngest daughter recall this. Fish, don't worry, after your eldest brother finds this woman, I will definitely teach her a lesson and help you get back at her. Sheng Feiyu's lips curled up in a sarcastic smile. Is this picking the soft persimmon to squeeze? It is clear that she was targeted by Hui Yuting's woman because of her marriage to Hui Yuting. If her biological father really wanted to stand up for her, he should go to Hui Yuting right away. The men in the Sheng family are really all cowards. Even her mother's excellent genes could not save the men in the Sheng family. Sheng Feiyu sneered repeatedly in her heart, but her face did not show the slightest difference, and she continued to bury her head in her breakfast. Her memories, however, made Sheng Jianqing think of a possibility. Could it be that Hui Yuting is a medical student? Is that why she is so familiar with the human body? She knows where to hit to leave serious marks, but also enough to make the other person feel pain? Chapter 28. It was them who pushed her away with their own hands. Sheng Jianqing didn't know that Sheng Feiyu's recollection was to make him associated with this aspect. Because only in this way, after Sheng Jianqing knew that Dr. Ada had visited the elderly Master Hua at the Hua family, would Sheng Jianqing immediately suspect that Hui Yuting's woman was this Dr. Ada. So when Sheng Jianqing guessed like this, Sheng Feiyu seemed to be stunned for a moment. It seemed to agree with Sheng Jianqing's guess. But she didn't say a word. Sheng Jianqing saw Sheng Feiyu's taciturn appearance and a wave of annoyance immediately rose between her eyebrows. It's that same dead look again. A younger sister should be delicate and cute and obedient and soft, just like Xianer. Not like Sheng Feiyu, with a dead look on her face, like she's owed millions of dollars. Sheng Jianqing hadn't thought that when Sheng Feiyu first returned to the Sheng family 2 years ago, there was still light in her eyes. She had tried to get close to her brothers. But they were the ones who pushed her away. They had nothing more to say to her. Sheng Feiyu finished eating quickly, and just as she put down her bowl, Sheng Yihe said to her, Xiaoyu, your homeroom teacher called me yesterday and said that you haven't been going to school for a long time. Sheng Feiyu returned to the Sheng family 2 years ago. At the age of 16, she was sent by Sheng Yihe to the first year of a private high school. The Sheng family donated a building. Because Sheng Feiyu's record showed that she had not attended junior high school. So now Sheng Feiyu was about to turn 18, but she has just finished her second year of high school. Of course, she didn't go to school during her first and second years either. Every time the homeroom teacher called her during an exam, she just handed in a blank answer sheet. I already said 2 years ago that I wasn't interested in going to school. Sheng Feiyu glanced at Sheng Yihe. He was the one who insisted on sending her to a private high school. However, she would repay him for the money spent on the building. After all, the Sheng family would be quite short of money for a long time to come. Sheng Yihe's reply made Sheng Yihe can't help but sigh, but Xiaoyu, you have to get a university degree, otherwise what are you going to do in the future? Why don't you let Xiaoyu enter the entertainment industry? All you have to do is to say hello to the company. Sheng Ningxian suggested sympathetically. Sheng Yihe froze and didn't say anything. Sheng Jianqing, on the other hand, frowned, Xianer, she's not like you. Sheng Ningxian is pure and lovely, and she can dance. At the age of 12, she debuted as the Sheng family's little princess. The second child is an idol star with countless fans. Coupled with the fact that the entertainment company is their own, with a little guidance and a push, Sheng Ningxian became famous. But why is Sheng Feiyu the same? She's not pretty, she doesn't have a good temperament, she's a school slacker, and her personality is even weirder and more isolated. Even a god couldn't push her. Otherwise, Xiaoyu, you can be my assistant. Sheng Ningxian looked at Sheng Feiyu and said, seemingly with some caution, I won't be strict with you, and I'll try to take care of you as much as I can. Sheng Feiyu put down her chopsticks with a pop. What a big face. Sheng Ningxian was taken aback and quickly explained, Xiaoyu, I didn't mean anything by it. I was just thinking that since you don't like studying, why don't you stay by my side? And be my boss. You're not qualified. Sheng Feiyu gave Sheng Ningxian a cold glance. After all, you even had to have your fiancé fight for me, I let you have him. Sheng Ningxian's face flushed immediately. That was embarrassing. Who could blame Sheng Feiyu for being right? It was true that she had not been able to seduce Hui Yuting, the man every woman in Beijing wanted, with her looks, figure, or talent. She had to rely on the affection that the old master had for Sheng Feiyu, and let Sheng Feiyu mention it to the old master, in order to have a chance to marry Hui Yuting. What kind of attitude is that? Xiener was only trying to help you, and you actually turned it around and insulted her with your words? Shang Jianxing's face instantly turned cold, and he scolded Sheng Feiyu for Shang Ningxian. Is this an insult? Sheng Feiyu curled her lips in derision. Not at all. When someone is truly humiliated, when they trample on their face in humiliation, I hope they won't all collapse. Big brother, it's fine, Xiaoyu is used to speaking her mind, she doesn't have any bad intentions. Shang Ningxian hurriedly spoke up for Sheng Feiyu. With great difficulty, Sheng Feiyu agreed to help her mention the replacement of the engagement partner to Grandpa Hua. She didn't want to make Sheng Feiyu angry and regret it at this time. Sheng Feiyu didn't say anything more, and regardless of Shang Ningxian's eyes full of resignation, she got up and walked out. The Sheng family is really a suffocating place. No wonder my mother tried to slit her wrists and failed, and in the end she preferred to jump to her death than stay in this family. Sheng Feiyu walked outside the villa and looked up at the roof for a while, a flash of pain and coldness in her gray eyes. She hadn't seen her mother since she was 1 year old. She didn't have any memories of her mother. But her mother's diary, which she wrote in a space visible only to herself, made her feel that her mother had always been by her side. When she was very young and suffering from various hardships, her mother was also by her side. When she was crying from being abused, her mother was also crying. And when she survived the most difficult years and met her master and fellow disciples, her mother did not survive. She will definitely avenge her mother for this. Sheng Feiyu withdrew her cold and icy gaze and strode out of the Sheng family villa. A few days later, Mr. Hua's phone fell into the water and he replaced it with a new one. Hui Yuting learned about this from Long Qian, and his thin lips tightened slightly. Was it a coincidence? Or had his grandfather discovered something? A thoughtful expression appeared on Hui Yuting's handsome, indifferent face. Where are the call records and recordings? He glanced at Long Qian. Hua Xiao, it's all here. Long Qian immediately opened the small laptop and placed it in front of Hui Yuting. Hui Yuting casually flipped through a few pages, and finally clicked on the recording to listen slowly. Most of the recordings were idle chats between the old man and his old friends. However, there was only one recording of the old man's favorite girl from the Sheng family. Hui Yuting listened twice, his cold eyes deep and profound. His long, jade-like fingers tapped the table twice. Did you hear that? She said that there was something wrong with Grandpa's phone. Long Qian was stunned. Hua Xiao, do you mean to say that Sheng Feiyu had detected the bug? How was that possible? Feng Yuting's dark eyes narrowed slightly, and the desire to investigate was eventually suppressed. Forget it. He got up and strode towards the Rolls-Royce with long strides. There was no need to investigate further. Even if Sheng Feiyu knew a little about hacking, what did it have to do with him? He was having a baby. And Sheng Feiyu was just a nominal fiancé whom he was about to break off the engagement with. He didn't want to waste time on Sheng Feiyu. Okay, Mr. Hua. Long Qian was at a loss for words, but still respectfully accepted the order. Hui Yuting had no idea what he had missed, and then returned to the Hua family. The old master knew what his grandson had come back for, and directly asked angrily with a stern face when his grandson entered the door, "What is your relationship with Dr. Ada who came to the Hua family today?" Chapter 29, Keeping his baby outside? What kind of relationship is he in with the baby? Of course it's a relationship of negative distance and intense communication. Hui Yuting's thin lips curled up into a dazzling arc. I'm asking you a question. What are you smiling at? And you're smiling so ugly. As soon as the old man saw his grandson looking so pleased with himself, he lost his temper. What has his grandson been saying for the past 2 years? Oh, Sheng Feiyu and I have no relationship, I won't marry her, and if we do marry, it'll be a marriage of convenience. Ha, now you finally know that little fish girl is good? If it weren't for me as her grandfather, you'd always be a grandson. You'll never be a grandfather. You'll never be a grandfather when you're old. The older master Hua got, the angrier he got, and he wanted to slap his grandson in front of him, who was smiling radiantly. But then he thought about his granddaughter-in-law, and he held back. After all, his granddaughter-in-law still liked his grandson's face, and if he hit him and his granddaughter-in-law ran away, what would he do? Just, we'll be friends. Hui Yuting said this with a smile, but a hint of hidden grievance suddenly appeared in the usually cold eyes. What? A friendship is upsetting you? Grandpa Hui is a sharp guy, and he noticed it at once, and snorted. Hui Yuting raised his long finger and rubbed his brow. It was true that he was a bit aggrieved. If Sheng Feiyu's IDH hadn't been changed by a month, why would he have to wait a month before he could go public with the baby? It makes him, the Honorable Hua Xiao, seem like an underground lover. He can't be seen in the light. Grandpa, about the cancellation of the engagement with the Sheng family. No way. Hua Xiao's tone was resolute. I already said it in public on my 80th birthday. There can only be one young mistress in the Hua family, and that is the girl fish. Hua Yuting's face turned black. How about letting Sheng Feiyu be your granddaughter, and I will ask to be removed from the family? You little brat, have you grown wings? Hua Xiao's anger flared up instantly. No, but you're about to break them. Hua Yuting got up and knelt in front of his grandfather. You promised me last time, and I promised you that I would treat Sheng Feiyu like a sister and prepare a dowry for her in the future. Do you want to go back on your word? Grandpa Hua just really forgot. But he's old, so what if he forgets things? Thinking about this, Grandpa Hua simply started to act like a scoundrel. I never go back on my word. But I don't remember promising you anything. As long as he doesn't remember, it never happened. Hua Yuting looked at his old fool of a father and lightly curled his thin lips. Then let me help you remember. The next second, Hua Yuting took out his phone and played back a recording. When she turns 18, I'll break off the engagement with her and give her sufficient compensation at that time. Don't worry, I'll take care of her like a sister and prepare a generous dowry for her. This was Hua Yuting's voice. Okay, you must remember what you said. If you don't recognize Xiaoyu as your sister and don't prepare a dowry for her, I'll break all 3 of your legs. This is the voice of the old master Hua. Dead silence reigns in the Hua family living room. The Hua family butler and several elderly Hua family members are holding their heads down, trying not to laugh, and dare not make a sound. You faked it. The old master Hua glares at Hua Yuting angrily, and finally finds an excuse. I heard that Sheng Feiyu knows a bit about hacking technology, so why don't I take this recording to her to have her authenticated and see if it's real or fake? Hua Yuting smiled. Hua's grandfather suddenly became anxious. You are not allowed to take it to little fish girl to listen to. The engagement can be broken off. But what about being a younger sister and giving a dowry? Really can't let little fish hear it. She will take it seriously. In the future, he still wants to see his grandson marry little fish girl into the family. But he can't let his grandson do whatever he wants. I don't want to disturb her either, but Grandpa is used to being a bully. Alright, I'll admit defeat, okay? Master Hua Yueying looked helpless. After Xiaoyu girl turns 18, I'll ask her. But if she doesn't want to, you can't bully her. The marriage must be broken off. Hua Yueying's eyes flashed with a cold light. She can't help it if she doesn't want to. Well, I don't care, as long as the little fish girl doesn't agree, you have to marry the little fish girl. Grandpa Hua dug a pit for his grandson to jump into, and as for the one you like, I don't care, just keep her outside. Hua Yuting's face completely turned cold. Keep his baby outside? That's outrageous. Grandpa. If a man did that to Sheng Feiyu, would you agree? Hua Yuting stood up, his expression faintly cold and ruthless. He knew that his grandfather had no daughter or granddaughter, so he was especially fond of Sheng Feiyu. After all, when Sheng Feiyu was born, she was really cute. He had seen the old photo that his grandfather treasured. So, he could only use Sheng Feiyu as an analogy to show his grandfather how insulting the phrase raising her outside was to a girl. Grandpa Hua had originally intended to put on a grand show, but he ended up not saying the right thing and getting snubbed by his grandson. The point is, he was still a little bit ashamed. After all, this Ada that he told his grandson to raise outside was the little fish girl he loved dearly. Of course he disagreed. Grandpa Hua raised his chin, daring anyone to bully the little fish girl, I'll give their face a black eye, even if it's their own grandson. The Hua family members. What a real grandfather. But he is the real grandfather of the second young lady of the Sheng family. The young master was probably adopted. Hua Yuting's face was also dark as water. And he suddenly thought of the phone call between Sheng Feiyu and the old master of the Hua family. Although Sheng Feiyu didn't say anything on the phone and then went to the Hua family to see his grandfather, he was sure that Sheng Feiyu didn't tell on him after meeting his grandfather. At that time, he had gone to the Sheng family and poured water all over her, and didn't give any reason. Feng Yuting's thin lips pursed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, Sheng Feiyu is a good girl. If she knew that I had someone I liked, she would agree to break off the engagement with me. For the first time, he admitted in front of Grandpa Hua that Sheng Feiyu was a good girl. Grandpa was snorted with pride and said, "Of course the little fish girl is a good girl. One day you will cry and beg me to help you." "No way." Fong Yuting denied without thinking. He already had a baby. In the past, he wouldn't even give Sheng Feiyu a second glance, and in the future he wouldn't either. We'll just have to wait and see. Old Master Hua glanced at his conceited grandson with supreme indifference and turned to go upstairs. Hua Yuting didn't take Old Master Hua's words to heart. After all, Old Master Hua had said countless things in the past 2 years that he would regret. The old duck was just being stubborn. "Butler, that Dr. Ada came to visit today, did the old master give her a hard time?" Hua Yuting looked coldly at the butler standing nearby. His commanding presence made people afraid to give a perfunctory answer. So the butler bowed dutifully and replied, "Dr. Ada is a junior, and the old master wouldn't vent his anger on a junior. Besides, you shouldn't hit someone who's smiling at you. Dr. Ada is beautiful and gentle, and she even gave the old master a gift he liked. If it weren't for Miss Shang, the old master would have asked Dr. Ada to stay for lunch." Hua Yuting frowned directly. His baby had just visited the Hua family for the first time, and she hadn't even had a bite to eat? Grandpa was really too much. Hua Yuting left expressionlessly and went to the little kitchen of no name. He wanted to cook a special meal for his baby. As for Sheng Feiyu, she never expected Hua Yuting to come to her little kitchen. She happened to get a call saying that Mrs. Yen wanted to eat the dishes from the private kitchen, so she came in person to cook. "Boss Lao." The manager of the private kitchen ran into the spacious and bright kitchen, nervously saying that Mr. Hua from the Hua family ordered a dozen dishes and insisted on having them packed to go within an hour. Sheng Feiyu paused in the act of cutting vegetables. "Hua Yuting? Who is he packing a dozen dishes for?" Chapter 30, "It hurts a little, so I need you to rub it for me." Hua Yuting took her hand. "Boss, what should we do?" The manager's face was covered in cold sweat. The Yen family, a wealthy family in this country, cannot be offended, and they ordered in advance. But the Hua family, a local snake, is also not easy to offend. You can't let the two families get together at the same table, can you? Sheng Feiyu calmed down, washed his hands quickly, put on a mask and walked out. "Wait here for a moment, I'll be right back." "Okay, boss." The manager anxiously waited, rubbing his hands in place. Sheng Feiyu entered the separate bathroom, took out his phone and called Hua Yuting. Hua Yuting was wearing a casual light gray high-end shirt, his fingers lightly stroking the custom cufflinks, his narrow cold eyes slightly narrowed. The moment the exclusive ringtone sounded, his entire aura softened. "Ha!" He lifted his long, cold white fingers and slid them open to answer. The end of the sentence with the hook seemed to be able to make people's hearts melt. "Where are you?" Sheng Feiyu asked as softly as possible. "At the nameless private kitchen building." Hua Yuting felt quite fresh being checked on by a woman for the first time. His baby at home must have missed him. A dark gleam flashed in Sheng Feiyu's eyes. He just told her so frankly? Could it be that? Sure enough, the next moment the man laughed softly. The old man won't feed the baby, but the husband is cooking a special meal for the baby. It really is. Sheng Feiyu felt a hard corner of her heart collapse. "That," she said softly, "the small building of the anonymous private kitchen is actually owned by me." Hua Yuting suddenly sat up straight. His dark, narrow eyes scanned the area. "Baby, did you see me?" he asked in a low voice. "No, it was the manager who came to tell me that you suddenly wanted to order a dozen dishes. I can't handle it all." Sheng Feiyu muttered softly. Hua Yuting's tone instantly dropped 10 degrees. "Who told you to go into the kitchen?" The next second, the man stood up and walked towards the elevator with cold air. "Which floor?" "Third floor, bathroom." Sheng Feiyu weakly reported the floor. Hua Yuting quickly entered the elevator and pressed the number 3. However, in just 10 seconds, he arrived at the bathroom on the 3rd floor. Sheng Feiyu looked at his handsome face with indifference, and even felt a chill. She hung up the phone consciously and put the phone back in her pocket. She opened her hand towards the man. Hua Yuting took a few big steps forward. Although his eyes were disgusted, he still reached out and embraced her. "Stinky baby." Sheng Feiyu's mouth twitched slightly. She hadn't even started cooking yet, had she? Yen Yao and Mrs. Yen hadn't arrived yet. She would wait until all the guests had arrived, then cook something fresh and have it served in. That would be the best texture. "Come back to the Golden Jade residence with me." Yuting lifted his hand and removed her mask, looking down at her. But, honey, I'm taking the order from Mr. Yen Yaoyan, the #1 chaebol in tea. The fish in his arms tilted her head back, and his wife was the patient I was treating. Are you flirting with me? Yuting's Adam's apple rolled slightly twice. Sheng Feiyu laughed inwardly, calling you up here is just to flirt and coax you. Yes. She deliberately softened her tone and lengthened the endings of her sentences, and her fingers caressed his Adam's apple. Feng Feiyu's eyes suddenly changed, and her voice became hoarse. Baby, I want to keep my promise to spend 1 week like this, but if you tease me, I can't promise anything. Feng Feiyu immediately stopped. She really didn't want to be teased. Why waste the best time of your life in bed? But I don't want to let you cook. Yuting suppressed his urge to take her, grabbed her slender, white fingers, and placed them by his lips, kissing them lightly. How could such beautiful hands get dirty with cooking fumes? I only cook once a month, so it won't affect my hands. Sheng Feiyu didn't dare say that when she first started cooking, she often cut her fingers. If she weren't a doctor herself and had special ointments, I'm afraid her hands would have been scarred long ago. Where can she get such affection from him? Yuting really couldn't resist Sheng Feiyu's coquetry, and his reason and emotions were pulled to the extreme. After kissing Sheng Feiyu's fingers for a long time, he reluctantly took a step back. Yan Yao had visited the old master at the Hua family when he first arrived in Jingshi, and he and I had a chance encounter. Since the baby insists on cooking for his wife, I'll compete with him at the table and just taste the baby's cooking. After all, he can't bear for the baby to cook for him. So how can he not try her cooking when she cooks for him so rarely? How can he call himself her husband if he hasn't eaten her cooking? Sheng Feiyu really couldn't argue with that, so she said, you go talk to Mr. Yin yourself. Okay. Yuting naturally wouldn't leave her with a difficult problem. And? Sheng Feiyu blinked, and? Mr. and Mrs. Yen can't know about us. Yuting laughed, about us? What do you mean? He leaned in close to her red lips and asked her in a low, raspy voice, rubbing his face against hers, did we kiss, did we sleep together, or are we in love? The previous second, Sheng Feiyu was quite angry. This man really does like her body. The next second, she couldn't get angry anymore. Who said we were in love? She wanted to step back, but he hooked his arms around her waist, and she instead slammed heavily into his arms. It hurt her chest, and her lower abdomen also hurt. He seemed to have been hurt by the collision as well, and let out a muffled grunt. Sheng Feiyu knew what it was, and couldn't help but laugh out loud in glee, serves you right. This baby's mouth is really only sweetest in bed. Yuting was indeed hurt by the collision, and he endured it for a while before letting out a breath and biting Sheng Feiyu on the upper lip. Ouch! Sheng Feiyu pushed him away and covered her lips. She didn't want him to bite her. Other people would be able to tell. It hurts a little, you need to rub it for me. Yuting took her hand and rubbed it for himself. Shui bao. Sheng Feiyu was thunderstruck. Baby was already very mushy, and now he's popping up with shui bao? You'd better just keep calling me baby. The point is, you can't encourage this kind of perverse trend. Otherwise, when she regains her true identity in the future, won't he have to call her fish bao? Dig your toes in the ground. Listen to the baby. Yuting was very comfortable with her rubbing, so he was easy to talk to. Sheng Feiyu was a little unable to look directly at him, but she still blushed and comforted the man for a while. Otherwise, he would be even more difficult to deal with. Anyway, through a short period of time together, and from watching his attitude towards other people over the past 2 years, she had already deeply realized that this man eats soft food, is appeased, and will be very obedient when stroked, but if you go head to head with him, it will probably be very troublesome. The main thing is that she can't win. Alas, fists really do speak louder than words. After smoothing the man's fur for a while, Sheng Feiyu bit her lip and whispered, I have to go back to work, can you hold back for a while? He already had other ideas. She could tell. Chapter 31 I don't care. Yuting simply played the bad guy. The man's breath suddenly dropped. He exuded a sense of I'm not happy. He clasped the girl's waist and whispered lowly by her white jade-like earlobe, I endured for 22 years before I met the baby, and I never thought that after having the baby I would still have to endure. Sheng Feiyu's mouth twitched slightly. Those 22 years had nothing to do with me. It was Master Hua who did it. I don't care. Yuting directly played the bad guy, holding her against the door, and said, You're not letting me out, I'm not letting you go. No, have some shame. Sheng Feiyu gritted her teeth and tried to pull her hand back, but to no avail. The man's strength was too great. Unless she fought him here. Well, even if she fought, she might not win. But if she used deadly force, he would let her win. That was a must and a certainty. The key was whether she was willing to use deadly force? Then, hurry up. After a long struggle, Sheng Feiyu gave in. After all, between do it and do it, she could only choose the latter. If the baby calls daddy a few more times, I should be able to hurry up. As soon as Yuting finished speaking, he let out a muffled groan. No, his baby is just too good at this. Sheng Feiyu stood on tiptoe and gently bit his Adam's apple. Her hands kept working. Yuting couldn't help it anymore, and his big hand reached out and lifted the offending dress. It seemed that someone had passed by in the hallway. But the bathroom door was locked, so no one came in to disturb them. In the end, Sheng Feiyu held back her laughter as she went to the sink repeatedly to wash her hands with hand sanitizer. Husband, you're awesome. After washing her hands several times, Sheng Feiyu turned around and kissed the man. I'll go to the kitchen first. Yuting let out a soft grunt. He didn't want to talk. Sheng Feiyu wisely ran away. She knew that when a man came too quickly, it would make him feel very embarrassed. So she'd better not jinx him in front of him. After Sheng Feiyu ran away, Yuting's tongue curled slightly at the roof of his mouth. He thought of something, his thin lips curled up slightly, and he laughed out lowly. Baby's hands are really tender and soft. He likes it. So, she must not be allowed to cook all the time. Yuting raised his eyebrows, put one hand in his pocket, and took long strides out of the bathroom. Two waitresses in the hallway. Did they see something extraordinary? Did their boss just come out first? And then Mr. Hua came out next? So what were their boss and Mr. Hua doing in there for so long? It was a long time after the powerful man turned and left that the two waitresses looked at each other in shock and silence. When Yuting walked out, the Yen Yaos had already arrived. Since Sheng Feiyu had told Yuting the room number was 888 before, Yuting went straight to room 888 after leaving the bathroom. Hua Xiao? Yen Yao didn't expect to see Yuting in the private kitchen building. Mr. Yen, let's share a table. Yuting's thin lips curled up slightly as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Yen Yao. You really are very unceremonious. The moment Mrs. Yen saw Yuting, her eyes seemed to soften a little. Your surname is Hua? Yes, Mrs. Yen. Yuting's upbringing was ingrained in his bones. Unless he was an enemy, Yuting would show no mercy. You look familiar. Mrs. Yen muttered softly, her expression seeming a little dazed. When Yen Yao heard her words, he frowned slightly, then lifted his teacup and said, "Have some tea." Thank you. Mrs. Yen came out of her world and her eyes regained clarity. She began to drink her tea, but her gaze still occasionally drifted to Yuting. Yuting naturally noticed. However, he didn't care. Since childhood, the attention he received had been countless. No matter the age or gender. Exquisite dishes were served one after the other. The steam billowed. It whets the appetite. But when Yuting thinks that all these dishes were painstakingly prepared by his baby alone, his brows can't help but furrow. Mr. Yen, do you not feel that Dr. Ada's hands are not suitable for cooking? Yuting looked at Yen Yao, who doted on his wife and had already started to pick food onto Mrs. Yan's bowl. His wife is doted on by her husband? His baby is also doted on by her husband, right? This is the last time. Yen Yao paused for a moment with the chopsticks he was using to pick up food. He looked at Yuting with calm, dark eyes and could easily see the suppressed anger in his eyes. It seemed that it was no coincidence that Yuting would be sharing a table with the couple in the private kitchen today. My wife is a patient of Dr. Ada. A year ago, I paid Dr. Ada a high consultation fee of 100 million, and Dr. Ada promised to cure my wife. After a pause, Yen Yao gave a faint smile. As for this private kitchen building of Dr. Ada's, she recommended it to my wife. She said that good food can make people happy. But I rarely take my wife out, so counting today, I've only been here twice. The Hua family became the #1 family in Jing City. It wasn't just wealth that made it happen. It was power. The Hua family is a century-old family, and even its branches are flourishing like forests all over the place. Yen Yao moved to the United States with his parents at a young age, but he is very familiar with the situation in China. In particular, a year ago, when he brought Yan Wan back to China for medical treatment, he investigated the situation in Beijing to the bottom. Otherwise, he would not have gone to the Hua family as soon as he arrived in Beijing and visited the old master Hua. Since it seems that Dr. Ada and Hua Yuting have a personal relationship, and Hua Yuting is very protective, there is nothing wrong with him doing Hua Yuting a favor. At this time, Sheng Feiyu walked in. Hua Yuting swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. Mr. and Mrs. Yan. Sheng Feiyu first smiled and greeted Yan Yao and his wife, and then looked at Hua Yuting, Mr. Hua. Hua Yuting's dark eyes glanced slightly to the side and looked at her shaggy head. At this moment, she had changed her clothes, and her hat and mask had also been removed, revealing her delicate little face and jade-like neck, which looked very pleasing. We're not strangers, so sit down and eat together. Hua Yuting got up and pulled out a chair for her. Very gentlemanly. But the movement definitely conveyed intimacy. Sheng Feiyu cursed under her breath at the dog man. Didn't he know Yan Yao's gaze was like a sharp sword? He would definitely notice something unusual. She didn't know that Hua Yuting had deliberately let Yan Yao notice it long before she arrived. Thank you, Mr. Hua. Sheng Feiyu sat down as composedly as she could. What would you like to eat? A faint smile appeared on the handsome and indifferent face of Hua Yuting. You're too kind, Mr. Hua, I'll get it myself. Under the table, Sheng Feiyu gave the man's leg a quick tap. Stop it. Hua Yuting's thin lips curled up in a smile. Chicken leg? You're the chicken leg. No, she doesn't like chicken legs. Mrs. Yan blurted out. Chapter 32, Take the black card, or help your husband one more time. You choose. Mrs. Yan's outburst took the other three people in the private room by surprise. Sheng Feiyu looked at Mrs. Yan with some confusion. After all, although she had treated Mrs. Yan and had eaten several meals at the manor, the Yan family cook had never made chicken legs. So how did Mrs. Yan know that she didn't like chicken legs? Every night. Yan Yao seemed to have thought of something, a strange look passed through his eyes, and then he offered Mrs. Yan some food, eat more. But Mrs. Yan suddenly put down her chopsticks and her eyes turned red. I was right. She really doesn't like chicken legs. Sheng Feiyu saw that Mrs. Yan seemed to be showing signs of illness again, so he hurriedly got up and went over to her, took the hand that was tightly clenched and said, Well, I don't like chicken legs, you're right, no one said you were wrong. I haven't forgotten your likes and dislikes. Mrs. Yan grabbed her hand with the other hand and said anxiously. There were glimmers of tears in her slightly reddened eyes, as if she was eager for praise. Sheng Feiyu smiled and praised softly, Yes, madam, you did a good job. Mrs. Yan gradually calmed down. But soon she forgot what had just happened and looked at Sheng Feiyu doubtfully and said, Ada, why are you sitting here? I was caught off guard. Then I glanced at the unbroken chopsticks next to me, before reaching out and picking them up, smiling, I'll get the chopsticks. Oh. Mrs. Yan nodded, and also picked up the chopsticks on the table, and resumed eating. Sheng Feiyu took the new chopsticks and returned to sit next to Hua Yuting. When she met Hua Yuting's slightly raised eyebrows, she shook her head lightly. Hua Yuting then withdrew his gaze. He had heard that Yan Yao's wife had fallen ill and had come to China for medical treatment. However, he really hadn't expected Mrs. Yan to be in such a condition. The meal passed without incident. Yan Yao took care of Mrs. Yan, while Hua Yuting took care of Sheng Feiyu, only that Hua Yuting received several glares from Sheng Feiyu telling him to behave. Of course, Hua Yuting ignored them all. He only said that he would not be with her in public, but this was not a public place. Sheng Feiyu was secretly angry, but she could do nothing about this overbearing man. When it came time to pay the bill, Hua Yuting took out his black card. Yan Yao looked at Hua Yuting with an inexplicable expression on his face. Does Hua like to give money to the left hand and take it from the right? Hua Yuting. Yes, he and the baby are a family. He immediately put the black card away. No. He immediately took the black card out again and put it in Sheng Feiyu's hand. Although the baby doesn't lack money, this is his attitude. Did Mr. Hua give it to the wrong person? Sheng Feiyu resisted the urge to kick him, and with a slight twitch of the mouth, returned the black card to him. At the same time, she gave him a fierce glare. Hua Yuting suddenly leaned over and whispered in her ear, Take the black card, or help your husband again later, you choose. Ha ha ha. Sheng Feiyu didn't say a word and just slipped the black card into her bag. Hua Yuting returned to his seat with a sense of regret. He really hoped that the baby would choose the latter. Anyway, the black card could be handed in next time. Yan Yao finished paying the bill and left with Mrs. Yan. Yuting was forced to close the restaurant because of Sheng Feiyu, and together with her, he saw the Yen couple to the car. Inside the passage, surrounded by rows of black-clad bodyguards, Mrs. Yen, who was about to get into the car, suddenly turned around and looked at Yuting. She curved the corners of her eyes and said with a smile, "Since you're with the baby now, you have to be good to her in the future and don't bully her, okay?" Yuting was taken aback, and his eyes unconsciously looked at the little woman beside him. What? Mrs. Yen also called her baby? Sheng Feiyu looked at Mrs. Yen in a daze, and an inexplicable wave of sourness welled up in her heart. If her mother were still alive, she would have said the same thing to her boyfriend as Mrs. Yen did: be good to her and don't bully her. Unfortunately. Wan, let's go home. Yen Yao gently put an arm around Mrs. Yan's waist and coaxed her. Why don't you say goodbye to the baby? Mrs. Yen looked at Yen Yao strangely. Yen Yao paused for a moment, then looked up and smiled at Sheng Feiyu. Bring Huishao to the manor for tea whenever you have time. Okay. Sheng Feiyu came back to her senses and nodded with a smile. Even after Yen Yao and Madame Yen got into the car, Sheng Feiyu could still hear Madame Yen complaining to Yen Yao, "Why didn't you call the baby?" Yen Yao glanced out the car window. Sure enough, he saw Yuting's face turn a little darker. He suddenly laughed softly. If he called Ada baby, Yuting would probably not be able to help kicking his car. The Yans in their car soon disappeared from the parking lot. Sheng Feiyu did not take her eyes off him for a long time. It was not until she felt a pair of strong arms encircle her waist and the man's breath on her earlobe that she came back to her senses. Baby, when are you going to take me to meet your in-laws? The man's question caused a coldness and a trace of sadness to flash in Sheng Feiyu's eyes. I'm an orphan, she replied calmly. The male arm encircling her waist tightened instantly. I'm sorry, baby. Yuting kissed her earlobe apologetically, but it's okay, my husband will give you a home. Sheng Feiyu lowered her eyes. How long could a relationship based on lust last? She didn't have much confidence. In the future, the baby would not only have a husband, but also a grandfather and parents. Yuting mentioned his unreliable parents and frowned. Of course, you don't have to care too much about my parents' side of the family. Why? Sheng Feiyu gathered the thin veil of security around her and asked him with a sideways glance. Because they always wanted a daughter, but they only had me as a son their whole lives, so they left me with my grandfather when I was 2 and went traveling around the world. Yuting said expressionlessly. This is hard to judge. Sheng Feiyu thought for a moment and kissed the man's cheek sympathetically. But you have a grandfather who loves you very much. He loves the girl in the Sheng family even more. Yuting snorted lightly. Baby, you don't know how many times I got beaten up by grandpa because of that girl. Sheng Feiyu completely lost all other subtle thoughts, and all that was left was guilt. She thought about the future, and Yuting suddenly felt a pain in his body when he realized that she was actually the girl who had caused him to be beaten up since he was a child. Of course he wouldn't beat her. But he would definitely toss and turn her in bed. Maybe she should just hide her identity as Sheng Feiyu forever? I'm afraid that's not a good idea. Mr. Hua definitely won't keep her identity a secret forever. And she still has to deal with the Sheng family, so it's even less likely that she can keep her identity as Sheng Feiyu a secret forever. So the only way is to go to her husband. Sheng Feiyu suddenly turned around, coaxingly hooked her neck around the man's neck, her watery eyes raised, asking for a promise. If I accidentally make my husband angry one day, will he punish me? Chapter 33. This little vixen really knows how to tease. Yuting really loves her. But he is not stupid. After hearing the little woman's words of coquetry and pleading for a promise, his long eyes narrowed slightly, and he smiled lightly as he put his arms around her waist. He said, unless the baby leaves me or falls in love with someone else, I won't be angry about anything else. Fall in love with someone else. He was sure that she was in love with him? Although Sheng Feiyu was thinking this in her heart, she was not stupid enough to provoke the man at this time. She was still asking for a promise. No, I won't have any other dogs, she said decisively. If it weren't for the strange turn of events and that night with him, she was going to remain single for the rest of her life. After all, she didn't have a good opinion of love. But who could blame him for smelling good? It was a bit addictive. It just took a bit of effort on her waist, legs, and little fish. Other dogs? Yuting laughed, and lowered his head to take a bite of her soft, red lips. He heard her hiss before letting go, I'm a dog? Sheng Feiyu covered her stinging red lips and muttered, dogs are very loyal, if you don't want to, that's fine. I don't mind, do you? Yuting raised an eyebrow. She forgot that she and he were now linked together. You'd better think of me as your man. Sheng Fei vowed that she would never call him a dog man again, or what would she become? That's a good girl. Yuting kissed her and frowned again. Who did you learn this from? It can't be that Lin family daughter, can it? Lin Qian? Of course not. After thinking for a moment, Sheng Fei bluntly sold out her brothers. Since I was 12, my brothers have been telling me that men are all dogs, including them, and telling me to stay away from men. At first, Yuting didn't get the point, but then he gradually broke into a smile. These brothers-in-law are not bad. Otherwise, how could he have waited until he was 18 to have a baby? Other men would have taken him away long ago. She's so sweet. Brother-in-law? Sheng Fei looked at him speechless. He really knows how to make up words. What? When her husband retires from the engagement and gets engaged to the baby, won't they become her husband's brothers-in-law? A trace of obvious pleasure appeared on Yuting's usually handsome and indifferent face. Sheng Fei was about to argue with him, but he suddenly lifted her up so that she could wrap her arms around his waist. By then, I will have to hold the baby in my mouth and hands every day, and hang it from Yuting's belt. Sheng Fei blushed and raised her hand, covering the man's overly flirtatious lips with all her might. She asked herself if she was not a person with a thin skin, but in the face of his sky-high flirtatiousness, she just wanted to admit defeat. The baby's shy look is really beautiful. Yuting licked her soft palm. Sheng Fei gave up and moved her palm away from his lips, hooked around his neck. My husband hasn't said yet, if one day I accidentally make my husband angry, will he punish me? She softly asked for a man's promise. A flash of light passed through Yuting's eyes, and after a moment, his thin lips curled slightly. No. If she really did something to make him angry, he would love her fiercely. He would love her so much that he wouldn't be able to get out of bed. He would love her so much that he would cry his voice hoarse. She would behave. She would never make him angry again. After all, if she could make him angry, it must be something pretty serious. This little woman, despite her soft and delicate appearance, actually knew how to manipulate him and was full of hidden agendas. He was actually looking forward to whatever big surprise she could give him. As for punishment? It didn't exist. How can loving her be considered punishment? Thank you, husband, you're so good. Sheng Fei's smile instantly became radiant, and she held the man's head as she gave herself to him, kissing him softly. Unaware, she had already put one foot in the man's dark trap. It was the kind of trap that was so deep, once you're in, you can't get out. With a beauty in his arms, Yuting was of course not going to be polite. He grabbed the back of her head and took the initiative to kiss her fiercely. She didn't jump off him until her body had completely gone limp and he asked her hoarsely to go back to the Jinyu mansion with him. I have things to do tomorrow. Sheng Fei tugged at her crumpled clothes. What about what we agreed? Yuting's thin lips pursed into a straight line. It was indeed what they had agreed. But he damn well wanted to go back on it. Perceiving that the man's breath was wrong, Sheng Fei waved at him quickly, "Bye, honey," and ran away after saying that. Furious, Yuting felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. This little demon, she really knows how to tease. After he ends the engagement and ties her down, he will definitely get back what he's lost, with interest. Thinking about the happy sex life that lies ahead, Yuting finally suppressed the evil fire in his heart, resumed his indifferent and cold expression, and turned to leave. Sheng Fei had changed into an inconspicuous outfit when she left the back door of the private kitchen building. She returned to the Sheng family home, only to find an additional person there. A woman she hated most of all. The woman, Xiaoyu, saw her return and stood up with a smile that was meant to be pleasing. Get out. Sheng Fei did not become angry, but her gray pupils instantly turned cold. The words she spoke seemed to be covered in a thick layer of snow. Su Fengning. The murderer who killed her mother. The murderer who made her mother suffer so much before she died. Sheng Fei, what attitude are you taking? Sheng Jianqing's rebuke was just about to be uttered when he was shocked by a loud bang and forgot what he was going to say afterwards. Sheng Fei kicked the dining table over with one foot. Xiao Yu, you. Shang Yihe was splashed with soup and his pupils suddenly shrank in shock. Sheng Fei went up to the table and smashed all the chairs. The tea on the coffee table, which Su Fengning had drunk, was also smashed to pieces. The living room was in a mess. Everyone, including the servants and bodyguards, were stunned and subconsciously took a few steps back. Shang Feiyu, what are you doing? Sheng Xian finally reacted, jumped 3 feet high, and his peach blossom eyes were full of disdain, disgust, and anger. But he didn't know that Shang Feiyu had been stabbed in the heart today by Mrs. Yan's words of caution to Hui Yuting. Although Hui Yuting had been lingering with her afterwards, she felt bad whenever she thought about what Mrs. Yan had said at the time. She had, after all, been a child loved by her mother. It was the Sheng family, especially the Su Fengning, who had ruined everything. Therefore, Shang Xian's yelling at her not only failed to stop her, but instead caused her to completely erupt. She walked up with a cold, indifferent expression, looking at her second brother, who was a head taller than her. Shang Xian felt his scalp tingle inexplicably from her gaze. He was about to tell her to stay away from him when she suddenly punched him hard. Ah! Shang Xian didn't even think about dodging. How much strength could a country girl have? It wasn't Hui Yuting. As a result, when the punch hit his chin, he almost felt it dislocate instantly. And his entire body flew out. Did I tell you or not that the most basic morality for a son is not to eat at the same table as the enemy who killed his mother? Shang Feiyu stepped forward again and stamped on Shang Xian's chest with his foot. The pain made Shang Xian almost faint. Chapter 34, she really wanted him to hug her and comfort her. This was the first time that Shang Feiyu had said in front of everyone that Su Fengning was her mother's murderer since she had returned to the Sheng family. The only condition Shang Feiyu had agreed to return to the Sheng family was that she would not live under the same roof as Su Fengning. Shang Yiha had arranged for Su Fengning to live in a small apartment outside the compound in order to take Shang Feiyu home. This is why Shang Xian always says that Shang Feiyu has caused chaos in the Sheng family. Su Fengning treats the 3 Sheng brothers as if they were her own. In the eyes of the 3 Sheng brothers, she is an extremely qualified stepmother. She is gentle, virtuous, and has no ambition. But everyone seems to have forgotten Su Fengning's origins. She came from a rural background and was only adopted by the Lin family when she was 10 years old. She was the mobile blood bank that the Lin family found for their daughter before her marriage, namely Lin Wan. At that time, Lin Wan suffered from a blood disease, and she happened to have a rare blood type for which there was not enough in the hospital blood bank. So the Lin family paid a lot of money to find a blood source for their daughter, and finally found a matching blood source in the countryside. When the Su family learned that they would get 10 million yuan if their daughter gave blood to Lin Wan once a month, they immediately agreed without hesitation. And 10-year-old Su Fengning also expressed her willingness to go to the Lin family to live. In this way, Su Fengning became the Lin family's adopted daughter. She became Lin Wan's mobile blood bag for nearly 10 years. 10 years. Although this was a transaction with a clearly marked price and mutual consent, Su Fengning grew up in a wealthy family like the Lin family and endured the pain of blood extraction for a long time. As long as she had the slightest resentment and jealousy, it was enough for her to develop evil thoughts against Lin Wan. Therefore, after Shang Feiyu learned that she was the Sheng family's daughter and that her mother had died of depression, the first person she investigated was Su Fengning. And Su Fengning did not disappoint her. In the past 2 years, with her painstaking efforts, she finally found enough evidence. However, these men in the Sheng family have been jumping over her bottom line. Now that she is about to leave the Sheng family, she will not tolerate them anymore. If they dare bring Su Fengning to her, she can leave right now. You're slandering her. Aunt Feng has been so good to us and to you, you ungrateful brats. Shang Xian didn't believe a word of Shang Feiyu's, and he was struggling in pain at Shang Feiyu's feet. A famous celebrity with countless female fans, and now he had to suffer such humiliation. He only hated himself for not being able to beat up even a country girl. Xiao Yu, he is your second elder brother. Shang Yi's face paled, his lips trembling. How could you hit him? Second elder brother? Humph, she has no brother. And neither does her mother have these 3 ungrateful sons. Shang Yi's gaze was cold as he looked at Shang Yiha and asked, 2 years ago, when Mr. Sheng came to beg me to come back, what did he promise me? Shang Yiha choked up and only after a long while did he explain, Xiao Yu, tomorrow is your Aunt Feng's 50th birthday. All 3 of his sons begged him, as did Xiener. There is only one 50th birthday in a person's life, so how could he bear to keep his wife from reuniting with her children? That was why he went and fetched Su Fengning. He had originally thought that Xiao Yu was young and ignorant, and that she didn't have feelings for Su Fengning, which was why. But now it's been 2 years, and Xiao Yu is 18 years old, so she won't hate Su Fengning like she did at first. Unexpectedly, it turned out like this. Mr. Sheng is truly a good husband. Shang Feiyu was utterly disappointed. She slowly moved her foot from Sheng Xian's chest and looked at Su Fingning indifferently. I hope that you will be able to love each other forever, otherwise how can you live up to my dead mother? After saying this, she left the Sheng family without looking back. Xiao Yu. Where are you going? Xiao Yu. Sheng Yiha and Sheng Ningxian both panicked and chased after her. Sheng Yiha really was worried, so he chased after her, while Sheng Ningxian did so entirely because of the promise Sheng Feiyu had made to her. She didn't want her fiancé to fly away just like that. Mr. Hua, that's the dream of countless women in the capital. She mustn't give up so easily. But Sheng Feiyu was a fast runner, and Sheng Yiha and Sheng Ningxian couldn't see her at all after they had chased after her for a while. Hua Yuting and a few childhood friends had a drink and, accompanied by Long Qian and a few bodyguards, walked on the road late at night. He looked up at the stars in the night sky. They really look like a baby's eyes. But a baby's eyes are more beautiful and brighter. If they were stained with a few drops of dew, they would be even cuter, and every time they make him hungry. He hates not being able to die in her arms. The cold and ascetic man had a few dark shades in his eyes, but his expression was as indifferent as ever. Long Qian and the others next to him had no idea what their young master was thinking. As Hua Yuting blew in the night breeze, rejecting the offer of the people around him to get into the car and lazily strolling along the road to enjoy the night view, a figure by the river caught his eye. The Shan girl? Fa Yuting frowned slightly. Why was she at the riverside? He looked at his watch, 1:35 a.m. A cool night breeze blew, and the thinly dressed girl seemed to be teetering. Mr. Fok, it's the second Miss Sheng. She wouldn't jump into the river, would she? Long Qian also saw Sheng Feiyu and his heart tightened. This second Miss Sheng is the apple of the old man's eye. If anything happens under their noses and they don't do anything about it, the old man will have their skin. Come to think of it, she'll soon be my sister. Hua Yuting thought about his promise with the old man, and his thin lips curled up. Let's go and take a look. He doesn't mind the old man recognizing a grandchild. And as for his family, they won't let others bully them. Several footsteps sounded behind him, and Sheng Feiyu initially thought they were coming over to chat, so she didn't turn around. If they dared to harass her, she would beat them to within an inch of their lives. What was she doing sitting by the river? It wasn't until the familiar male voice sounded that she snapped around. Why was it him? Sheng Feiyu realized that she was now dressed as a country girl when she met Hua Yuting's cold and indifferent eyes and didn't see the slightest warmth in them. And her disguise had always been able to deceive people. Even the people closest to her had been unable to discover it. She could disguise her eyes, voice, figure, skin, and even the minutest details like her hair. Unless she was stripped naked, no one would ever discover her true identity. Her eyes are so red. Has she been bullied again by the Sheng family? Hua Yuting leaned sideways and leaned against the railing by the river. Looking at the man's deep, cold eyes, which exuded a chilling radiance, Sheng Feiyu suddenly began to cry. Unfortunately, she is not Ada's look-alike. Otherwise, she would love for him to hug her and comfort her. My mother was killed by Su Fengning. Sheng Feiyu's voice choked with sobs. Back then, I was abducted by human traffickers, and Su Fengning was the one who did it. Upon hearing Sheng Feiyu's words, Hua Yuting suddenly thought of the old photo that Master Hua had kept in perfect condition. His compassionate heart, for the first time, moved a little. Then you should let her take Mrs. Sheng's place, Hua Yuting said indifferently. Sheng Feiyu looked up sharply. You believe me? Chapter 35. No, my jacket can only be worn by my baby. Sheng Feiyu clearly remembered that before she returned to the Sheng family, she had found some clues. Although they were not ironclad evidence, anyone with eyes and brains could suspect Su Fengning. However, no one in the Sheng family believed her. They decided that she hated Su Fengning because she had suffered in the countryside and had never gotten along with her stepmother. They even imagined that she was a murderer. Even the old Master Hua hesitated at the time and said that it would be better to find evidence before convicting Su Fengning, so as not to wrong the innocent. Otherwise, she would not have returned to the Sheng family. But she never imagined that Hua Yuting would believe her. He actually believed Sheng Feiyu, someone he had never taken a second look at. She had done it too well. Hua Yuting had his hand in his pocket, his thin lips curled in contempt. She had no ambition of her own, no desires of her own, and had always given quietly. One word, fake. If she was really that perfect and harmless, how was Sheng Ningxian born? Sheng Ningxian was only 2 months younger than Sheng Feiyu. In other words, 2 months after Mrs. Sheng became pregnant with Sheng Feiyu, Sheng Yiha had sex with Su Fengning. At that time, Mrs. Sheng and Su Fingning were the Lin family's legitimate daughter and adopted daughter, and they were on a first-name basis. What kind of woman would sleep with her own brother-in-law? TSK. Sheng Yiha later married Su Fingning as well, which was also an unmedicated case of blind eyes. However, this is a family matter for the Sheng family, and even if he could see clearly, he would not meddle in other people's affairs. Now he is willing to say a few words because he has to dissolve the engagement with Sheng Feiyu peacefully to avoid his family's patriarch from acting up. Since he promised the patriarch that he would protect Sheng Feiyu and treat her like a sister, naturally he cannot stand by and watch her being bullied by the Sheng family. Thank you, Sheng Feiyu. Her nose is getting all red again. At this moment, she admitted that this man seemed different in her heart. It wasn't the physical pleasure he brought her. Rather, it was the resonance in her heart. He could see through people very well and was willing to believe in her, even though he had never taken a proper look at her and even hated this so-called betrothal of dolls, but he still showed her his grace. He was truly outstanding. Yuting looked at the red-rimmed eyes of the yellow-haired girl and suddenly felt a little soft-hearted. Do you need help? He asked, his heart leading his words. No thanks, Mr. Hua. Sheng Feiyu sniffed. Actually, Grandpa Hua has already helped me. A smile flashed in Yuting's dark eyes. He almost forgot that this girl had a source of strength. That source of strength came from his grandson's starved grandfather. Since the old man has helped you, I don't need to meddle in other people's business, he said, looking at Long Qian, taking off his jacket and putting it on Miss Sheng Air. It was getting late, and the river breeze was still a little chilly. No need. Sheng Feiyu had a good constitution and was not afraid of the cold. She would not wear Long Qian's jacket either. What? You still want mine? Yuting snorted lightly. No way, my jacket can only be worn by my baby. Sheng Feiyu. I didn't want yours either. However, she was a little bit happier. Huo Xiao's baby is her. She asked with a tone and expression that were as neutral as possible, as if she were purely curious. Your sister-in-law. Yuting was in a good mood when he mentioned his baby. His thin lips curled up in a beautiful smile, and he said to Sheng Feiyu again, when you turn 18 next month, we'll get married, and you can call me brother. Okay. Sheng Feiyu agreed at once. Sheng Feiyu agreed so readily, and Yuting looked at her even more favorably. He then looked at Long Qian, his tone sinking. Have you already stopped being able to behave? Mr. Hua? Long Qian really didn't understand why he was being scolded. What could he do if Miss Sheng Er refused to wear his jacket? I have to ask someone to bring a new jacket right away? On his handsome, indifferent face, Yuting wore a deep expression of displeasure. He should really get a smarter subordinate. What kind of person did the old man train him to be? Yes, Mr. Hua. Long Qian felt deeply inferior. He really didn't know how to be flexible. Stupid. 10 minutes later, a brand new men's jacket was delivered. Sheng Feiyu didn't refuse Yuting's kindness, and after opening the package, she put the jacket on, but she couldn't help but ask Long Qian, so why didn't you just have someone send a women's jacket? That way, she could wear it next time. Wear it as Sheng Feiyu. Cold sweat fell from Long Qian's forehead. Miss Sheng Er, is the life of a worker not a life? Go to Africa to mine for minerals tomorrow. Yuting smiled faintly, and her thin lips uttered indifferent and ruthless words. Long Qian raised his hand, 2 fingers standing in the palm of his hand, and bent he knelt. Get out of the way, or I'll really send you to Africa to mine for ore. Yes, Mr. Hua. Long Qian quickly rolled away, blowing in the river breeze. Sheng Feiyu almost couldn't hold back a laugh. He left. Yuting turned around. Wait, Mr. Hua, I have one more thing I want to ask you for help with. Sheng Feiyu quickly stopped him. Facing sideways, Yuting raised an eyebrow. What is it? Sheng Ningxian, let me speak to Grandpa Hua and ask him to change the marriage partner to her. Because of Yuting's previous trust, Sheng Feiyu decided to tell him everything, and I agreed. I thought you were smarter than Long Qian. Yuting sneered coldly, but in the end, he didn't seem much smarter. I want to invite Grandpa and Junior to the Sheng family for my birthday party on my 18th birthday. Sheng Feiyu's eyes flickered slightly, and then she whispered, and then. After listening to Sheng Feiyu's entire plan, a trace of surprise flashed in Yuting's cold eyes. I can't tell, this girl still has some skills. I can cooperate with your plan to make Su Fingning and her daughter lose face. Yuting glanced at Sheng Feiyu, but our engagement will also be cancelled that day. Fine. Sheng Feiyu agreed without hesitation. At this point, the two of them turned around and parted ways. Long Qian, on the other hand, was ordered by Yuting to escort Sheng Feiyu home safely. Sheng Feiyu did not go back to the Sheng family, but instead asked Long Qian to take her directly to the Hua family. Su Fengning went back to the Sheng family, but she found the place dirty. Since Yuting was willing to recognize her as a younger sister because of Hua Laoji's relationship, she would not hold back with him. She stayed at the Hua family before producing all the evidence to slap Su Fengning and the Sheng family man in the face, and formally leaving the Sheng family. Ha ha ha. The old Hua family mansion. The old master Hua laughed heartily for joy. The Hua family had long since become accustomed to this. As long as second Miss Sheng came over, the old master would be so happy that his mouth would not close. What's more, this time second Miss Sheng was even going to stay at the Hua family mansion for a while. It was Long Qian, the young master's sidekick, who had escorted second Miss Sheng back to the old Hua family mansion, saying that it was the young master's wish. Grandpa Hua, I heard that young Hua knows an Ada sister? Sheng Feiyu asked deliberately. Grandpa Hua's smile froze, and he glanced at her. Isn't it you yourself? Poof. Oh, she's a doctor who visited me once. Grandpa Hua took a sip of tea. She's also a little girl, a few months older than you, and she's quite polite. I'll be 18 next month, can I invite her to my birthday party? Sheng Feiyu blinked. No way. Grandpa Hua rejected him in one fell swoop. I won't let another woman appear by Yuting's side. But I have already promised Hua Xiao that at my 18th birthday banquet next month, I will formally withdraw from the engagement with Hua Xiao. Sheng Feiyu's words caused Grandpa Hua to let out a puff sound and spit out all the tea he had just drunk. No, is little fish girl serious? Withdrawing from the engagement in public? He thought it would just be a formality, a statement? Chapter 36, She wants the Sheng family to destroy everything themselves. Grandpa Hua, calm down. Sheng Feiyu suppressed a smile and took out a tissue and handed it to the old man. The old man angrily put down his teacup and took the tissue to wipe it. Then he glared and said, My granddaughter-in-law is going to fly away. How can I stay calm? Hua Xiao will find you a granddaughter-in-law, and I will become your granddaughter. Sheng Feiyu blinked her eyes playfully. Grandpa Hua will really be grateful. He doesn't want a granddaughter. He can have a great-granddaughter. But little fish, you're so small, giving birth must be a lot of suffering. It would be nice if it were twins, so you only have to suffer once. But even with twins, you suffer more than a single pregnancy. It's really a headache for him. Sheng Feiyu's eyes twitched slightly. No, what was Grandpa Hua thinking? She has a good insight, right? Grandpa Hua, I know you're in a hurry, but you really can't be in a hurry. Sheng Feiyu took a sip of tea calmly. Hua Xiao is still very young. She is also very young. Grandpa Hua came back to his senses and remembered that his grandson is only 22 years old, and little fish girl has just turned 18. Alas, it really is. Looks like he needs to live a few more years, otherwise he won't be able to wait for a granddaughter. How about little fish girl living in the second-floor guest room? Grandpa Hua suddenly changed the subject and laughed. No. Sheng Feiyu immediately put down her teacup and quickly refused. Don't guests usually stay on the first floor? I'll be fine with a room on the first floor. You've got to be kidding. The old Hua residence was a 4-story villa. The old master lived on the 3rd floor, his son and daughter-in-law, who never returned home, lived on the 4th floor, and Hua Yuting, the eldest son of the Hua family, lived on the 2nd floor. She knew this already. That's why she could never live on the same floor as Hua Yuting. She knows exactly what the old master is up to. He just wants to see her fall on her face. But, really, not now. The old master was just teasing his granddaughter, and he would never really arrange for her to live on the 2nd floor. He laughed, You're right. My grandson lives on the 2nd floor, and he probably won't let you go up there. Then why did you mention it? Butler Hua, clean up the room on the 1st floor that was originally prepared for the young lady and let my little girl live there. Hua's grandfather turned his head and instructed Butler Hua. Yes, sir. Butler Hua immediately went to greet the servants and clean up the room. Sheng Feiyu blinked, Young lady? As far as she knew, the Hua family had no daughters. Oh, it's just that the grandparents you met last time have been trying to have a daughter for a long time, and they even prepared a princess room. But in the end, even though Yuting is already 22 years old, they still haven't been able to have a daughter, explained Grandpa Hua calmly, taking a sip of tea. Sheng Feiyu suddenly remembered that Hui Yuting had also told her last time that his parents had always wanted a daughter. This is hard to judge. She would not judge, after all, she was a junior. Grandpa Hua, don't drink so much tea, it's already the middle of the night. Sheng Feiyu raised her hand and took the teacup from Grandpa Hua's hands. She had thought that Grandpa Hua had already gone to bed. Unexpectedly, Grandpa Hua had gone to bed early at 1900 hours and woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning. So he ran into her. Oh, I was so happy that I forgot. Grandpa Hua laughed heartily. Without waiting for Sheng Feiyu to lecture him again, Grandpa Hua quickly got up and said, "Little fish, come with me to the study, I'll show you a good painting." Sheng Feiyu was silent. Okay. What's there to see in her own painting? Grandpa Hua is really something. He just dragged her to the study and asked her all sorts of questions. Sure enough, after entering the study with Sheng Feiyu and dismissing the butler, Grandpa Hua began his grilling with a smile. "Little fish, be honest with Grandpa, when are you going to tell Yuting the truth? She can't really go around telling everyone in the capital about the broken engagement with his grandson, can she? What about getting married afterwards?" Although Grandpa Hua still had a lot of faith in Sheng Feiyu, he was still a little worried that his hard-won granddaughter-in-law might fly away. He took the risk of shortening his life expectancy and used that despicable method to trick his grandson. So it should at least wait until after my birthday party next month, right? Sheng Feiyu helplessly coped with Master, who was nagging about marriage, but I'm only 18, not even of legal age. I raised Yuting on my own, I know him. If the little fish girl says it herself, he will gladly accept it. But if you wait for him to discover it himself. Master Hua looked meaningfully at Sheng Feiyu and smiled. Sheng Feiyu paused slightly. Well, she had thought about it. And then she asked Hui Yuting for a promise, didn't she? If I confess now, he definitely won't break off the engagement with me. Sheng Feiyu still understood Hui Yuting quite well. He would spoil her, but he had his own principles. Once he knew that Jin Shui and Ada were her, Sheng Feiyu, then he would definitely not break off the engagement with her. As for her stubbornness, he would never understand. He will even use his own methods to help her sever all ties with the Sheng family. But that is not the effect she wants to achieve. She wants the Sheng family to destroy everything themselves. To be trampled underfoot by the entire upper class of Beijing. She wants them to personally expel her from the Sheng family. And then, fall into the quagmire and live with remorse for the rest of their lives. This is the only way she can completely take revenge for her dead mother. That's true. Grandpa Hua also understood his grandson's temperament. Fortunately, it was less than a month. If it was a year, you might not be able to hide it from him. His precious grandson is very astute. In other words, Xiaoyu has real skills, and in the previous 2 years, the impression that the precious grandson had formed of Xiaoyu had already been set in stone, so he hadn't noticed. If it had been anyone else, they would have revealed their true colors in front of the precious grandson long ago. Sheng Feiyu smiled upon hearing this. She wasn't sure about a year, but she could hide it for a month. At this moment, the intercom in the study rang. Grandpa Hua raised an eyebrow. Little fish, guess who it is? Sheng Feiyu arched a smile. It can't be your precious grandson, anyway. I don't have a precious grandson right now, only a precious granddaughter. Grandpa Hua laughed heartily. Sheng Feiyu's slender fingers gently stroked, and she remembered Hui Yuting's remark, which was very similar. He loved that girl in the Sheng family even more. Suddenly, she coughed softly and her eyebrows and eyes curved up in a smile. At this time, the old master Hua picked up the phone. What is it? Old master, Mr. Sheng called to ask if Miss Sheng heir is at the Hua family. Butler Hua respectfully asked. Of course Miss Sheng heir is at the Hua family. However, until the old master gives the word, he cannot reply to Sheng Iha. The old master Hua snorted, just say she's not here. Let that idiot Sheng Iha look all over the world for her. Chapter 37, If the baby doesn't mind, does that mean it doesn't love me? With these words, the old master hung up the phone and looked at Sheng Feiyu. Let your stupid father worry for a bit. Sheng Feiyu gave a faint smile. Soon he won't be my father anymore. The old master sighed. Girl, speak your mind. Although your father is a bit stupid, he still loves you. I know. Sheng Feiyu lowered her eyes and looked at the long-healed scar on her hand. A cold look flashed in her eyes. But he betrayed my mother, he ruined our family, and he let the woman who killed my mother into our home. He has made my mother's soul in heaven unable to rest in peace. He only loves her because she is his blood. He loves all his children. But that doesn't stop her from hating him. In the future, her surname will no longer be Sheng. And Grandpa Hua, I have already discussed the banquet plans for next month with Shang Xiao, and Shang Xiao has promised to help me. Shang Feiyu looked up, and a sneer escaped the corner of her lips. You just wait and see, Sheng Yi has final choice, it will never be me. Just as Grandpa Hua had commented, Shang Yiha is a fool. Therefore, she could predict that Shang Yiha would abandon her unruly daughter and choose Su Fengning, Shang Ningxian, and those three ungrateful brats. Mr. Hua had had a smooth life. Apart from the sudden heart attack of his wife, which he had been unable to save her from, and which had been the only setback in his life, he had had a filial son, a virtuous daughter-in-law, and outstanding grandchildren. So he could not empathize with Sheng Feiyu's hatred. However, he knew one thing: you cannot persuade others to be good without having suffered yourself. In any case, the Hua family is your home. Your grandfather and your mother arranged the marriage for you back then, and you must not go against their wishes while they are still alive. Mr. Hua laughed affectionately. Sheng Feiyu smiled lightly. Grandpa Hua, I will enter into a marriage because the person is worth the gamble, not because of a so-called marriage contract. Well, my grandson is very much worth it. Grandpa Hua sincerely promoted his grandson. Sheng Feiyu laughed. Hua Xiao is indeed very outstanding, so you really don't have to worry about him not getting married. Grandpa Hua looked rather helpless, but he also knew that too much was not a good thing, so he stopped forcing Sheng Feiyu to promise anything. Although, he was really worried that his grandson would not get married. Sheng Feiyu then helped Grandpa Hua back to his room to rest, and she also came to the first floor, the princess room that Hua Yuting's parents were said to have prepared for their daughter. As soon as she walked in, she fell silent. It turned out to be a real princess room, not just a name. A large European-style bed in light gold, with sweet-smelling floral bedding. The pale pink curtains gently drape over the sides of the bed, like clouds or mist. A crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling, with stars surrounding the moon, and the floorboards are covered in a thick layer of soft, white, star-shaped carpet. The wardrobe is also in the shape of an elegant princess castle, with delicate hand-painted patterns. In short, it is so pink and sweet that it makes you feel like you are in a fairy tale. Sheng Feiyu was looking at it when she suddenly became a little absent-minded. If the Hua family really gave birth to a little pink and delicate ball of fluff, it would definitely be spoiled by Grandpa Hua and Hua Yuting's parents into a little princess, right? With such a beautiful family, the little princess would definitely be very pretty. When she thought about it, she subconsciously touched her own belly. After she came back to her senses, Sheng Feiyu was extremely embarrassed. What was she thinking? She had gone so far as to think about having a daughter with Hua Yuting. Sheng Feiyu patted her flushed cheeks and hurriedly went to the bathroom to take a shower and go to bed. That night, Sheng Feiyu slept in the soft big bed and had many, many dreams. In her dream, there was a little pink and jade-like ball of a child, sweetly calling her mommy, while the handsome man next to the little ball of a child was dominatingly hugging her waist, whispering and competing for favor with her daughter and calling her wife. This shameful dream made Sheng Feiyu feel a little desperate when she woke up in the morning. So when she discovered during breakfast that Hua Yuting had returned to the Hua family mansion, she felt a little inexplicably uncomfortable. But then she quickly thought to herself that she was a country girl, and immediately straightened her posture, put on a composed expression, and sat down next to the old master Hua. Little fish sister, you will be living with us from now on, so you mustn't bully her, said the old master Hua to Sheng Feiyu after inviting her to sit down next to him. Hua Yuting let out a ha and didn't say anything. As long as Sheng Feiyu obediently withdrew from the engagement with him, he naturally wouldn't bully her. Sheng Yiha had called, saying that the little girl hadn't come to the Hua family, so don't let it slip out of your mouth. The old master Hua said, snorting, telling him to go look all over the world, to his death. Hua Yuting slowly and deliberately picked a piece of fish with the bones removed and put it in the old master Hua's bowl. Coincidentally, Sheng Feiyu picked it up as well. The two pairs of chopsticks suddenly met in mid-air. Sheng Feiyu immediately retracted her hand, as she was using the male chopsticks. Don't get angry. Otherwise, she will bear a grudge. Hua Yuting was also using the male chopsticks, but he still glanced at Sheng Feiyu with a faintly displeased expression. Then, he put down his chopsticks. I'm going to the office. Foam Yuting got up, left these words, and turned to leave. Grandpa Foam was furious and scolded him, you just got back and you're leaving again. Don't you like this old man? Foam Yuting didn't stop and just disappeared through the door. Maybe I just bumped into Feng's chopsticks. Sheng Feiyu comforted Grandpa Foam. What's there to be afraid of with communal chopsticks? They don't have any saliva on them. Grandpa Foam glared. When will he see Xiaoyu girl cleaning up this brat? If there is saliva, it will not be just going to the company. And Sheng Feiyu finally comforted the old Master Hua, and accompanied the old Master Hua to continue eating breakfast. Her phone vibrated. Usually the people who contact her phone are more important people. She immediately took out her phone. When she looked, it was Hua Yuting. Baby, do you mind if I have an extra sister? How considerate. She even reported it to him. Sheng Feiyu suppressed a smile and quickly replied, I don't mind. Why would she say she minded and then let Hua Yuting come and get into trouble for her? My baby is so good. Hua Yuting quickly replied. But then he sent another message, if my baby doesn't mind, does that mean she doesn't love me? Sheng Feiyu ran a hand over her forehead. Really, they hadn't reached the point of love yet, had they? Did he love her? Oh, he loves her body. She believed that. She then replied, didn't you say that you would give her compensation when you broke off the engagement with Sheng Feiyu? As soon as you said that you would have a younger sister, I knew it was her, which is why I said I didn't mind. You don't mind your nominal fiancé living in my house? Hua Yuting's words and actions revealed his displeasure. Sheng Feiyu was speechless. Did he really deserve to be abused? Does she have to lose her temper and scold him? After pondering for a few seconds, Sheng Feiyu sent a few words, I'll stay at my senior's place. There was almost an instant reply. You try. Sheng Feiyu instantly laughed angrily, and her rebellious streak came back. Just try. She flipped her phone closed and stopped replying to messages. Facing the car ride to work, Hua Yuting frowned when he didn't hear from the little woman again. This disobedient little wildcat, she wouldn't really go to her senior's place, would she? Chapter 38, There is nothing I can't do with my woman, Hua Yuting. The more Hua Yuting thought about it, the deeper and colder his eyes became. His long fingers tapped gently on his lap. After a long period of contemplation, he spoke to Long Xian, who was driving, ordering him to send someone to follow by Yefeng and Fuyaij. If the young mistress goes to see them, report to me immediately. Young mistress? Long Xian was stunned for a moment before he reacted and realized it was that Dr. Ada. He quickly obeyed, saying, Yes, Mr. Hua. Hua Yuting lightly stroked his finger against his pants leg, and the words young mistress rolled across his tongue again. That's nice. The music sounded. It was the phone ringing. Hua Yuting's slender fingers slid to answer it, his voice indifferent and lazy, Yes? Ahem, well, Hua Gu, we're brothers, right? On the other end of the phone, Xinyu, the most unruly young man in the Beijing social circle, who had grown up fighting and brawling, was as docile as a cat with its nails clipped in front of his brother Hua Yuting. When did this happen? Hua Yuting raised an eyebrow. Brother Hua. A bunch of young masters in the box held back their laughter, and Xinyu suddenly blushed and yelled. When he was 15 years old and couldn't get up after being beaten, didn't he call you brother? Brother Hua didn't object either. He has been calling him that for so many years. Let's talk about something else. Well, I heard that Mr. Hua has obtained a painting, a new work by the mysterious Master Zhen, who has been missing in the art world for several years. I was wondering if I could bring a friend to the Hua family mansion to take a look? Xin Yu whispered. Master Zhen? Hua Yuting's deep eyes darkened. What is the full name of the Master Zhen you are talking about? Xin Shui, Xin Yu blurted out. Hua Yuting's dark pupils were completely deep, like they were hiding a deadly whirlpool. It really is his baby. Ada, the master of Chinese and Western arts, and the mysterious Master Zhen in the art world, she really has a lot of secrets. Unfortunately, his husband, he only heard about her from other people. It's a bit embarrassing. What's the point of looking at paintings? Hua Yuting's magnetic voice laughed out, isn't it better to look directly at people? Look directly at people? Xinyu excitedly stood up from the booth in one go, knocking over several beer bottles in front of him. Hua Gu, are you serious? You know Master Zhen Shui? Not only do I know her very well. A flame flashed in Hua Yuting's eyes, the kind of familiarity that comes from getting undressed and falling asleep in each other's arms, from deep exchanges. With his eyes closed, he could picture every inch of her body in his mind. Hua Gu, you're amazing. I really didn't recognize you by mistake. Xinyu was so excited that he was dancing and talking nonsense. Hua Gu, when will it be? Tomorrow or the day after? Where do we meet? I'll call all my friends over to kowtow to her. You don't have to kowtow, it'll shorten your life. Yuting's lips twitched slightly. Didn't you say she was a master in the art world? Has she held any exhibitions? No, Master Jinshui is very mysterious. Not to mention exhibitions, there are only a few of her paintings. That's why her paintings are worth a fortune and hard to come by. Yu exclaimed. Then I'll invite her to hold an art exhibition. Yuting made the final decision. He was determined to take his proud baby and dazzle the eyes of these young masters from the Beijing social circle. The date is set, I'll let you know. After saying this, Yuting hung up the phone. Then, he happily continued to send messages to his baby. Baby, let's hold an art exhibition. Sheng Feiyu, who had just finished breakfast. What's going on? Her suspicious expression fell into the eyes of Grandpa Hua. Grandpa Hua suddenly couldn't stop smiling and kept shaking his head, saying, That's enough, that's enough. It seems that Xiaoyu is about to enter her senior year of high school, and she's busy with her studies. You go back to your room and study, old man, and I'll go find someone to play chess with. He wouldn't interrupt his grandson and granddaughter as they strengthened their relationship. However, this time he was truly satisfied with his grandson. Because he had known Xiaoyu for so long, this was the first time he had seen such a colorful expression on her face. This girl, finally acting like a teenage girl. Okay, Grandpa Hua. Sheng Feiyu really couldn't accept her identity as a sophomore. She remembered that year when Sheng has sent her to a private high school. She got into a fight on the first day. After that, she didn't bother pretending. But after Grandpa was said that, she could go back to her room and call Yuting. The room was soundproof. She had tried it. After the old man left the house, Sheng Feiyu went back to her room, locked the door, and dialed Yuting's phone number. It only rang once before Yuting picked up. Baby. The man's usually clear voice was tinged with a tenderness that made her bones ache. Sheng Feiyu rubbed her burning ear tips and asked in her normal voice, What do you mean by having an art exhibition? Master Jin. Yuting let out a low chuckle. Sheng Feiyu. He knows? Well, he won't let a private detective investigate her, will he? The words are on the tip of her tongue, but Sheng Feiyu doesn't want to ask. She always feels that asking is a kind of blasphemy against men. He is very good to her. She can feel it. Yu, the insolent young master of the Qin family, should have heard of him, right? He heard that Grandpa got a painting of the babies, and begged me to show it to him. Yuting spoke with a hint of pride. Sheng Feiyu let out a small gasp. Thankfully, she hadn't asked. Otherwise, it would have been quite hurtful. Instead of letting him disturb Grandpa's peace and quiet, why don't we hold a private art exhibition ourselves? Yuting asked, his dark eyes looking at the Fok group building ahead without getting out of the car. His slender, jade-like fingers tapped rhythmically on his lap. Waiting for the little woman, giving him the privilege. Or refusing. Sheng Feiyu was silent. She hadn't painted many paintings, and she usually burned the ones she wasn't satisfied with. So even if you added the ones her master had to the collection, there were only a dozen or so finished paintings. If she wanted to hold an exhibition, she would have to work for a while. She would need at least 30 paintings for an exhibition, right? But it was possible, but I don't have that many paintings on hand, so it will take some time to prepare. After Sheng Feiyu finished speaking, she couldn't help but raise her hand and smack her own head. It's over. It seems like her love brain is about to grow out. Yuting let out a low laugh, his eyes full of extreme adoration and joy. His baby really does spoil him. Baby, since it's a private art exhibition and not open to the public, what's the point of displaying so many works? The main thing is to let them see you as a person. As for the works, where would they get the honor to let baby work overtime for them? Yuting's slow and deliberate, yet natural domineering manner, with a strong scent of hormones, was heart-stopping. Sheng Feiyu's ears grew hotter and hotter. No, this is against the rules, she whispered. Yuting's woman, can do anything. As for rules. Yuting's thin lips curled up. Yuting, am the rule. Then I'll listen to you. Sheng Feiyu closed her eyes. Okay, the love brain has completely grown out. Chapter 39. Could it be that she was also thinking about him? In the following days, Sheng Feiyu did not leave the Hua family mansion. During the day, she played chess with the old master Hua and tended to the flowers, and at night she locked herself in her room and painted. Early in the morning, she asked Lin Xian to get her some introductory paintings to put in her room. This was to prevent the cleaning maid from discovering her true skill at painting. Although Yuting said that there was no need to display too many works, since she was representing him in front of his friends, naturally she couldn't really not prepare a few. At least, there should be new works. Of course. What she most wants to paint now are people. Yuting didn't return to the Hua family for several days, and no one knew what he was doing. Grandpa Hua also seemed to not ask Yuting about anything other than his relationship. At night, Sheng Feiyu lay on the bed and typed out a paragraph word by word. But after a moment of hesitation, she deleted it. What if he was busy? She was often busy too, and didn't like being disturbed. Maybe she should wait until he was done. Sheng Feiyu was about to close the chat interface and put her phone away to go to bed, but then a question mark appeared on the chat interface. Huh? Could it be that he was also about to send her a message? A video call quickly came through. Sheng Feiyu was startled and quickly closed it. Then she typed, "Don't send a video, there's someone here, it's not convenient." The video call came again. No, she just made up an excuse. He wouldn't think it was a man, would he? With no choice, Sheng Feiyu had to turn off the video call again and quickly typed, "It's a female friend. We're both lying on the same bed." At this point, the man finally stopped. "Why did you type and delete it just now?" It was dark and windy on the edge of the cliff. Yuting looked at the black-clad man hanging on the edge of the cliff with blood dripping from his wrist, and a cold, bloodthirsty look flashed in his eyes. The guy from M country really knows how to cause him trouble. It took him a few days to catch this guy. It delayed him from dating his baby. Damn it. Get rid of him. Yuting turned around and put everything behind him. Yes, sir. Yuting went back down the mountain, got into his car, and listened to the sweet voice of his little woman. She said that she wanted to ask him what he was doing, but she thought he might be busy, so she didn't send a text. After listening to it 3 times, Yuting hooked his thin lips with a lingering smile. My baby is really so obedient and considerate. No wonder as soon as he opened the chat box with her, he saw the words entering. As a result, after waiting for a while, he didn't receive a message from her, and even the words entering disappeared. However, the assassin sent by the M country has been dealt with. He has time to fall in love. Baby, tomorrow night at 8 p.m., your husband will be waiting for you at the Golden Jade Mansion, all cleaned up. After sending this message, Yuting happily put away his phone. Without looking, he could already imagine the little woman's face, how red it must be. In the Hua family mansion, Sheng Feiyu's face was indeed as red as the setting sun. He was about to reply with, "It's not even been a week yet," but inexplicably, he only typed 4 characters before deleting the message. Could it be that I'm thinking about him too? Sheng Feiyu buried her head in the soft pillow, feeling a little helpless. Things were moving too fast. He knew nothing about her. She knew nothing about him. But what was this damned dopamine? Sheng Feiyu scolded her dopamine for a while, and finally just gave up. Since Yuting was such a catch, she would not lose out if she slept with him a few more times. So Sheng Feiyu slept peacefully. The next day, after meeting Grandpa Hua, she asked for some time off, saying that she needed to go to the university to pick up some things. Grandpa Hua knew full well that his granddaughter-in-law was going to meet his grandson. Naturally, he agreed, and even gave Sheng Feiyu a black card with a smile, telling her to go out and buy some things. Sheng Feiyu's mouth twitched slightly. You just hope I'll fall, don't you? Otherwise, if the black card you gave Sheng Feiyu appears in Ada's hands, how can your grandson not suspect something? Grandpa Hua didn't give her a chance to refuse, and turned around and hurriedly walked away. Sheng Feiyu rolled her eyes in her heart, and when she got back to her room, she stuffed the black card into her drawer and told it to sleep. Then she went out. She asked the Hua family driver to drop her off in front of a large supermarket. Then, she went inside to buy some clothes, and quickly changed into a new outfit. However, as soon as she arrived in the underground parking lot, several cold, white fingers firmly clasped her wrists. Good evening, senior. Sheng Feiyu looked at the man, whose eye seemed to be a little bruised, and gave a faint smile. Good what? Bai Yefeng leaned closer to her and said, Come, take a look at my eyes. When will I go blind? Sheng Feiyu looked carefully and said seriously, in 100 years. Bai Yefeng snorted, grabbed her hand and walked towards his car. Sheng Feiyu obediently followed him into the car. After sitting in the passenger seat, Sheng Feiyu suddenly remembered what happened to Fu Yi's sports car. Senior brother, did you know that Fu Yai's sports car was smashed? She buckled her seatbelt and turned to Bai Yefeng, who had just gotten in the car. Bai Yefeng had a stern face, but when he heard her ask this, he burst out laughing. Who else? Your dog of a fiancé. That's good, so he knows. Sheng Feiyu pursed her lips and asked again, so does your senior brother know? Why did he smash Fu Yai's sports car? Bai Yefeng then remembered. It seems that Fu Yai said with tears in his eyes, it was because his junior sister was sitting in the passenger seat. That dog was jealous, so he took a large group of bodyguards to snatch his junior sister away, and smashed the sports car that was more expensive than his life. He wouldn't dare to smash my car, Bai Yefeng said in a harsh voice. However, his tone was obviously a bit weak. After all, it seems that there is really nothing that Yuting dares not do in this capital city. The Hua family's background is not comparable to that of an ordinary family. Back then, only the Lin family could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Unfortunately, the Lin family's descendants have died out, and it ended with Lin Wan's generation. Back then, everyone thought that Lin Wan would marry into the family and have a son to carry on the Lin family name. Unexpectedly. Alas. You can't be in love and brain dead at the same time, especially when it comes to a big family like this. It's going to cost the whole family. So who hit your brother in the eye? Sheng Feiyu asked deliberately. Bai Yefeng sneered, what do you think? I told him that you were my brother and that he was not allowed to touch you. Sheng Feiyu felt the need to explain herself. She was a good younger sister. I don't take advantage of my seniors. You're too late. Bai Yefeng snorted. Okay, I understand. The two men started fighting as soon as they met. By the time she told Yuting, Bai Yefeng had already finished getting beaten up. Little junior sister, do you know Master Xiao? Bai Yefeng's expression became serious as he got down to business. Sheng Feiyu was shocked and looked at Bai Yefeng with sparkling eyes. Why did he suddenly mention Master Xiao? The #1 mysterious big shot in China. Single name, Xiao. Known as Master Xiao. Full marks for intelligence, strength, skill, and guile. Oh, and full marks for mystery too. Yan Yao has been in China for a year. Although he stays deep in his home and keeps a low profile, his strength as the #1 tycoon in China still makes people want to take action. Not only China, but even the United States has sent assassins to cause trouble. Bai Yefeng paused after saying this. I received news that Master Xiao appeared in Jingshi last night. Really? Sheng Feiyu was surprised. She has always wanted to meet this Master Xiao. She has dreamed of meeting him. Chapter 40, Baby, come and taste how sour your husband's jealousy is. The Xiao Yufeng that Sheng Feiyu wanted to meet had actually had a half face-to-face encounter with her. Why is it said to be a half face-to-face encounter and not a face-to-face encounter? Because Xiao Yufeng wore a black mask for many years, and she had just turned 12 at the time. She had developed a new type of weapon, but was betrayed by a spy about her location and was being chased by assassins. Xiao Yufeng came to her rescue. Although the master was hired to deal with those assassins and eliminate the threat forever, she witnessed his prowess. When it comes to the word big guy, the master is definitely #1 in her heart. Even her master has to take a back seat, ranking second. Unfortunately, the master is too mysterious, and neither she nor her master knows who the master really is. The master only knows that the master is someone who stands at the top. The Owl Master only appears when there is a very difficult and important matter, or even a matter that threatens national security. Back then, she told her master that she wanted to meet the Owl Master. After a moment of hesitation, her master patted her head and laughed, saying, "Little fish, just work hard. Someday, when you climb high enough, you'll be able to meet the Owl Master." It is undeniable that at first she followed her master in everything just to repay him, but from that moment on, she also studied because she wanted to meet Master Ying. Because the higher she climbed, the more she could get in touch with Master Ying's world. But even now, she still has not been able to find out Master Ying's identity or origin. Not to mention meeting the real Master Ying. She only knows that among the bigwigs she has come into contact with so far, everyone avoids talking about this Master Ying. It is higher than her level of confidentiality. Well, although Yan Yao is surrounded by heavy security, it is limited to the perimeter of the manor. Bai Yefeng said that every time he goes out, those assassins try to find ways to poison him. Sheng Feiyu naturally understands that under the strict protection of the Beijing city officials, it is impossible for those assassins to carry weapons with them. What's more, the personal bodyguards responsible for Yan Yao's safety all wear the most advanced detection devices. If it were an ordinary person, they could cause an accident such as a car accident or drowning. However, Yin Yao rarely took Mrs. Yen out, and if they did occasionally, they would not go to remote places, which made it extremely difficult for the enemy to strike. Therefore, the best way to assassinate someone was to poison them. And poisoning was the most unpredictable method. Some newly developed drugs did not even have antidotes, and Mrs. Yen was not in good health. No wonder the authorities had asked Master Xiao to ensure Yin Yao's safety in Beijing. I really want to meet Master Xiao. Sheng Feiyu looked ahead and muttered. Bai Yefeng smiled and rubbed her head. What? Want to recognize a big brother, father? Everyone thinks that Master Xiao is at least 30 years old. After all, the legend of Master Xiao has been around for a long time. Sheng Feiyu glanced at Bai Yefeng and was about to say something when the car was suddenly hit from behind, not too hard or too light. Shit! Bai Yefeng's face instantly turned ugly. He opened the car door and got out to look at the car that had rear-ended him. This is a parking lot. Isn't that asking for trouble to rear-end someone? He didn't even move. Behind him was a Lotus supercar. Bai Yefeng stared at the driver's seat of the supercar in the blinding white light, as if he had thought of something. Okay, use the supercar's head to chase the tail of his Benz. No one else would probably do it except that vinegar. Sheng Feiyu had already got out of the car by now, and looking at the two cars in close contact, a hidden pain welled up in her. Why was he here? Thinking about the joke she had played with Bai Yefeng earlier, she really had bad luck. What a big mouth. The window of the passenger seat of the supercar slowly lowered. The man's dignified and cold face appeared in Sheng Feiyu's line of sight. Why aren't you getting in? The moment Sheng Feiyu got out of the car, the man turned off the blinding headlights. Even if you're jealous, there are ways to do it. He has other ways to deal with his disobedient baby. Goodbye, senior. Sheng Feiyu decisively left her senior behind, pulled open the door of the supercar, and quickly got in. The exhaust fumes sprayed Bai Yefeng in the face. Bai Yefeng was so angry that she stomped her feet and cursed for a long time. You little white-eyed wolf. I have taken care of her for so many years. At this moment, Sheng Feiyu could not care about Bai Yefeng, she could not even take care of herself. On the way back to the Jinyu mansion, Yuting's thin lips did not speak. She stole glances at his expression several times and felt that it seemed to be a bit serious. Suddenly, she had the urge to run away. Why not hide for a day or two until he calmed down? As long as she stayed at the Hua residence as Sheng Feiyu for a day or two, he would definitely not catch her. Just as Sheng Feiyu had unknowingly reached for the safety catch, Yuting suddenly freed a hand and firmly grasped her wrist. Trying to run? Sheng Feiyu immediately denied, no. Admitting it would be looking for death, right? He won't kill her, but he will mess her up. What are you afraid of? Yuting's thin lips curled up slightly, his eyes gentle. Honey doesn't eat people. You don't eat people, but you are more ruthless than eating people. The two returned to the Jinyu mansion. From the moment Yuting started to untie his tie, Sheng Feiyu pounced over and hugged him around the waist. Listen to my excuses, no explanations. You argue your way, I'll do mine. Yuting felt that he must not have fed her well, otherwise why was she so disobedient? How could she let that Bai Yefeng use those disgusting dirty paws to rub her head? Ah! Sheng Feiyu suddenly let out a small scream as she was suddenly lifted up. She quickly wrapped her arms around the man's neck. If he dares to rub your head again, I'll chop off his paw and feed it to the dog. Yuting steadily supported her hips as they walked step by step towards the bathroom. It was only then that Sheng Feiyu realized that the man's jealousy was not just because she had sat in someone else's passenger seat again. He had also seen Bai Yefeng rubbing her head. Can you be a little quieter? Since there was no escape, she simply played the pitiful role, hooked her neck around his and whined, I haven't had any rest for a few days. Really? Yuting was unmoved, turned on the hot water, and said, how do I feel like it's been a century? Not at all. Sheng Feiyu was about to say something when the hot water from the shower fell in a deluge. It poured down directly on top of her head. Her hair immediately hung wetly over her face and body. Have a good wash. Yuting narrowed his deep dark eyes and stripped off her distracting clothes one by one. Don't say that her husband is overbearing. The baby might be able to imagine for itself whether the baby would want to break her husband's hand if she saw him rubbing another woman's head. No need to imagine. Just hearing this made her fists clench. A smile flickered in Yuting's dark eyes. The baby still cares about him. The baby came to taste how sour her husband's jealousy tasted. He lowered his head and his thin lips kissed the exasperated woman. The man's breath carried a strong sense of aggression and spread throughout the woman's body. Sheng Feiyu's thick eyelashes, which had been drenched in hot water, trembled slightly. Then he closed his eyes. The bathroom instantly fell into a beautiful scene. Chapter 41. Sheng Feiyu's lips curved up, and a sweet feeling ran through her heart. Men are always self-taught in some ways. But Sheng Feiyu still somewhat worshipped Yuting's self-taught state. She worshipped him so much that she was on her hands and knees. "Let me go." Her voice had gone hoarse. Her slender waist trembled in his overbearing hands. The man was not moved. "Husband." Husky voice with a soft, aggrieved tone, causing the man's pupils to fill with flames. He leaned down and kissed away the tear at the corner of her eye. "My husband didn't punish the baby, so this is normal married life." "Just like this, and it's normal married life?" "Then how brutal was he when he punished her?" Sheng Feiyu wanted to die. "My husband knows how to measure things. He didn't hurt her. How could he bear to?" The man gazed at the delicate figure in his hands, his thin lips pursed, his muscles standing out. The crystal chandelier swayed at a dizzying speed, making Sheng Feiyu feel faint. In the end, her consciousness became a little scattered. She only knew that in the end, the man carried her to the shower, and she was like a cooked fish, at his mercy. She fell into a drowsy sleep. Sheng Feiyu didn't sleep for long. The uncomfortable feeling made her open her eyes with extreme fatigue. Feng Feiyu was momentarily dazzled by Yuting's handsome face, which looked even more mesmerizing at night. This man really does have an advantage just by being good-looking. She wouldn't even dare to hit this face if she were being bullied. Seeing a trace of infatuation and awe in the young woman's dazed eyes, Yuting let out a low chuckle, slowly reached out and hooked her, moving her. SSSHH. Sheng Feiyu really couldn't take it anymore, and her brows furrowed. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Yuting's voice was clear and cold, as if everything was normal, and only the woman in front of him was affected. "How can I sleep like this?" Sheng Feiyu wanted to pull away, but he hooked her into his arms heavily. Suddenly, she let out a painful ah and didn't dare to move around anymore. "Baby, you did call my husband, didn't you?" the man suddenly said. Sheng Feiyu froze for a moment, but then admitted, "Yes, I did." "So? What's going on?" "So, you admit that you and I are involved." Yuting's long, beautiful fingers gently clasped hers. Sheng Feiyu bit her lip. Her eyes were a little misty. "So, I'm not being too much by asking my girlfriend to keep her distance from other men?" Yuting. Sheng Feiyu almost couldn't catch her breath. After a long while, she calmed down a bit and said, scratching her head slightly and irritably, "But I'm not like you. I've grown up with my master and senior brothers all these years. It seems very rude if I reject their closeness. I also have junior sisters." Yuting reminded her with a faint curl of his thin lips. Sour bubbles immediately popped up in Sheng Feiyu's heart. Are they as close as she and her senior brother? If you compare them like this, it seems quite uncomfortable. Sheng Feiyu pursed her lips and took the initiative to offer herself up, nestling in his arms and muttering, "Why don't you install an alarm on me, so that when someone touches me, the alarm will go off and scare them away?" This remark was more or less a joke. Yuting did laugh softly. The sound vibrated in his chest, making the woman in his arms feel as if her eardrums were being tortured. Other feelings came along with it. It made her feel a little dizzy. Her husband was not that perverted. Yuting gently stroked the butterfly bone on her back, his voice gentle and dangerous. However, some intimate acts could only be done with her husband. Similarly, her husband would not do these intimate acts with other women. Sheng Feiyu's lips curved up, and a little sweetness flowed through her heart. She just loves men with big mouths. He's got a big mouth. And although she's made him angry a few times, every time it was all thunder and no rain, and he didn't really toss her to the ground. He's very considerate of her feelings. Who wouldn't love a man like that? The more she gets to know him, the more she feels like she's found a treasure. Grandpa really didn't lie to her. Thank you, my dear. Sheng Feiyu seemed to have forgotten her own discomfort, and took the initiative to hook her neck around the man's neck and offer him her lips. I will never let them hit me on the head again, only my husband. The rest of her words were all swallowed up ferociously by the man, whose dark eyes were ablaze. Ugh. It seems like she's, in trouble again. Oh no! The smooth music from the phone interrupted the sleep of the man and woman in bed at dusk. Yuting lazily narrowed his long, dark eyes and slowly reached for his phone. But a snow-white arm reached for the phone first, sliding it open to answer it. Who is this? The woman's sleepy voice was hoarse and soft, and anyone who had been there before knew what an intense night she had just had. Sorry, wrong number. The man on the other end of the phone quickly hung up. Then, he looked at the call history on his phone and his eyes twitched slightly. Did I dial the right number? Is that Huagu? He gritted his teeth and dialed again. Sheng Feiyu didn't answer, she didn't like the noise. Yuting's dark eyes filled with a smile, and he extended his long fingers, sliding them over the phone Sheng Feiyu was holding to answer the call. And he maliciously pressed the speakerphone button. Is Huagu here? Xin Yu asked, not quite sure. You're looking for Brother Hua? Sheng Feiyu finally came to her senses a little. She opened her sleepy eyes and turned her head, meeting the man's eyes, which were full of a smile. Yes, I'm Xin Yu said, trembling with excitement. He wasn't scared, but rather, he was thrilled. He was going to have a sister-in-law. From what Brother Hua had said about the art exhibition, he was certain that it was Master Jin Shuizhen. The very same person he was talking to right now. Sheng Feiyu was speechless. She answered Yuting's call. She sat up, grabbed the quilt with one hand as it slipped down, and quickly slipped the phone into Yuting's hand with the other. Her slightly swollen red lips pursed tightly as she quietly moved under the bed. She went to wash up and change clothes first. Shoo! The quilt was suddenly yanked away with great force. Sheng Feiyu, who felt a sudden chill as she realized that there was nothing underneath the quilt, turned around and saw the mischievous face of the man. She immediately yelled angrily, Yuting! Xin Yu, on the other end of the phone, dropped to his knees. Everyone in the room was stunned as they watched Xin Yu's inexplicable kneeling. Has Master Qin gone crazy? In the bedroom of the Jinyu mansion, Sheng Feiyu quickly covered her mouth. Okay, Xin Yu must have heard. This Yuting guy, he did it on purpose. He deliberately took away her quilt to make her angry. Sheng Feiyu's eyes twinkled, and suddenly she let go of her hand covering her mouth, and winked at the man with a lazy expression and a smile at the corner of his eyes. Then her slender fingers followed the contours of her chin, as if playing the piano, slowly tracing the porcelain white skin. It continued down her abdomen. Yuting's breath caught. Then her eyes became dangerous. Little demon, you still dare to tease him. Chapter 42. Even if she told him to go to the ends of the earth, he would hardly bat an eyelid. Sheng Feiyu teased the man, and when she saw the dangerous fire flash in those dark eyes, she quickly changed her style. She made an ugly, comical face at him. Then she yanked the quilt off him, wrapped herself in it, and ran out of bed and into the bathroom. Yuting instantly laughed angrily. Looking at his own impotent thing, Yuting's face sank. If he wasn't sure that she couldn't stand it anymore, how could he make himself suffer? Yuting forced himself to turn his attention to Qin Yu's phone call. What do you want? The voice was so deep and cold that it made people shiver. Qin Yu looked at the people in the room and said with a stiff face, well, I drank a lot last night and accidentally told everyone about Master Jin's art exhibition, and now my house is full of people. Oh, brother, will you kill him? That's your business. Yuting said coldly. No, Brother Hua, I just want to know how many places I can get for Master Jin's art exhibition. At first, Qin Yu planned to put Hua on speakerphone and use him to turn everyone down. However, the soft voice of the woman inside made him instantly dismiss the idea. If his brother was really with Master Jin, it must be an affair. After all, his brother still had an engagement with the Sheng family that had not been broken off. So this matter must absolutely not leak out from him. Qin Yu, his brother, could kill him. Yuting's fingers lightly stroked. It seemed like he was thinking. Deliberating. He couldn't control his gaze, and he would definitely be seen through at that time. Therefore, people he doesn't know well cannot be let into the art exhibition. After a long time, Yuting opened his thin lips. 10. As soon as the words fell, Yuting saw the woman's figure come out of the bathroom. His narrow, dark eyes narrowed, and suddenly he put his right hand up. Sheng Feiyu stumbled under his feet. Let her die in the fall. It's better to avoid being killed by this man. Baby, come here. Yuting's lips parted slightly, his voice low and hoarse, as if he wasn't afraid at all that Qin Yu on the phone would hear. Sheng Feiyu's red lips moved twice in silent rejection. Yuting raised his hand and waved it. Then, his dark eyes narrowed slightly, and he pointed at his own thin lips. Then he held up 2 fingers. His eyes were full of a dangerous gleam. As if he were saying, when I finish making this phone call and come to get you, there won't be anything so easy about it. He's giving her a choice? Fine, she'll choose. Sheng Feiyu walked up angrily and grabbed him. Be gentle. Yuting frowned, lifted his palm, and patted the woman's head. Then, he wrapped her small hands around his. He patiently taught her. Sheng Feiyu unconsciously bit her lip and looked at the composed man. He clearly had such a cold and abstinent face, but in private, he was so wild. I don't know how he learned this skill. She really feels inferior. 10 places is already a lot, and besides, it's been cut in half. Yuting's eyes narrowed slightly, and he let go to let Sheng Feiyu take control of the rhythm herself. The tone of his conversation with Qin Yu remained cold and indifferent. Okay. Brother Hua, you're busy, bye. Qin Yu's scalp tingled when he heard the words go easy. He quickly hung up the phone. It was important to save his life. Yuting held the phone in his hand and gazed intently at the woman crouching beside the bed, working hard. His full lips curled up slightly. Baby, is it fun? Sheng Feiyu had indeed gotten a little carried away. Her wet eyes had gone from being disgusted at first to now being a little curious. It's fun. She answered off the cuff, before stiffening. She's found out. She withdrew her hand, stood up, and said, I'm going to wash my hands. Yuting let out a light laugh, took a long stride off the bed. I'll go too. After you. Sheng Feiyu stepped aside. No, you go with the baby. Yuting said, pulling Sheng Feiyu, who was about to turn around and run away, into his arms. Both of them let out a muffled grunt at the same time. You're hurting me. Sheng Feiyu rubbed the area of her chest. You're hurting me too. Yuting grabbed her other hand and frowned as he rubbed his own. Sheng Feiyu almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Then, he definitely hurt more than she did. Baby Yuting lifted her up and carried her towards the bathroom. Sheng Feiyu was forced to hang around the man's waist, a little desperate. Give me a break. The husband just wanted to take a bath with the baby. No way. The bathtub was filled with hot water, so his baby shouldn't be that uncomfortable, right? Feeling hungry, Sheng Feiyu couldn't help but push the man in the dark. Go get dinner. I want to eat from the private kitchen. Her soft, hoarse voice carried a distinct anger. Okay. The man's voice, on the other hand, remained sexy and calm, with just a hint of satisfaction that only someone who's been there knows. Sheng Feiyu touched her empty stomach and let out a light groan. Although he had made her 2 meals during the day, they were both fried rice with eggs. Is this how he's going to fool her? Yuting got out of bed and got dressed. Sheng Feiyu suddenly felt that she couldn't do it. If she stayed here any longer, the man might want to have another round. After all, it was already night. Honey, let's go out and eat. Sheng Feiyu's face changed in an instant. She got up quickly, found a dress to wear, and then threw herself into the man's arms. Yuting quickly put his arms around her and frowned slightly. What's the rush? What if I can't catch you? You can't catch me? Sheng Feiyu opened her eyes wide and looked at her man like he was useless. I can catch you. Yuting choked for a moment, then set her down firmly on the ground and pecked her red lips. I just don't want anything to happen. Sheng Feiyu's heart suddenly felt sweet. The discomfort in her body seemed to have eased. The woman's bright smile completely pleased the man. He felt that at this moment, she was just going to make things difficult for him, and he would find it hard to blink even if she asked him to go to the ends of the earth. He gently stroked her cheek with his fingertip and asked in a low voice, Where do you want to go to eat, baby? Someplace where I can see the night view. Sheng Feiyu had always liked a romantic mood. Then let's go to the Starry Sky restaurant, up in the mountains. Yuting pointed to his thin lips, but wanted a kiss from the baby. Sheng Feiyu rolled her eyes and nodded readily. Okay, I'll kiss you when we get in the car. If I kiss you here, I'm afraid my stomach won't be able to make it to the restaurant. Yuting suddenly understood his little fox's thoughts and couldn't help but let out a low, magnetic laugh. My husband really isn't that beastly. Sheng Feiyu just laughed at his husband's words. She rolled her eyes inwardly. He really isn't a beast, he's a divine beast glutton. The kind that can't be fed. Let's go. Okay. Yuting took Sheng Feiyu's hand and walked out of the Jinyu mansion. After Long Qian arrived at the top of the mountain in his car, the two of them walked towards the restaurant. However, someone had booked the place for tonight. The person who booked it was an acquaintance. Shang Ningxian. Shang Ningxian was the little princess of the entertainment industry, surrounded by stars, and everyone there were all well-known figures in the entertainment industry. Although Shang Ningxian was here, Shang Feiyu was not at all self-conscious. She was certain that Shang Ningxian would not recognize her. Chapter 43. For the first time, there was a female companion by Hua Xiao's side. Before entering the restaurant, Hua Yuting was embracing Shang Feiyu. However, when he saw that the restaurant had been booked, and that among the people there were many big shots in the entertainment industry, the one surrounded by everyone was still Shang Ningxian. So he lightly withdrew his arm. Shang Feiyu had not yet had time to praise her man for knowing how to avoid suspicion when he took her wrist and she let him. They walked together, like they were walking the red carpet, with a composed stride. "Hello, girlfriend." Hua Yuting greeted Shang Feiyu in a low voice as he walked towards the restaurant. Shang Feiyu was at a loss for words. It turned out that he had planned to use his girlfriend's identity to get her out of trouble. "Hello, boyfriend," she replied with a light smile. Hua Yuting didn't say anything. She was very smart and knew everything. She was truly the girl he, Hua Yuting, had picked out at first glance. A handsome man and beautiful woman together always attracted special attention. Hua Yuting, dressed in a dark gray casual suit, and Shang Feiyu, dressed in a light blue haute couture dress with a side slit, walked into the restaurant and immediately attracted some attention. "It's Hua Xiao. Hua Xiao is actually here at the Starry restaurant. Quick, go say hi." For the first time, young Master Hua had a female companion by his side, and his whole appearance softened considerably. This gave everyone courage. Young Master Hua's presence truly graced the Starry Night restaurant. "Is this person next to young Master Hua Dr. Ada? I think I saw her once at the hospital." Young Master Hua. Hua Yuting swept a cool glance around the room and nodded slightly. That was his response. As for the questions raised by the crowd, he didn't intend to answer any of them. "Excuse me, our young Master Hua is here to eat, not to attend your party." Long Qian and Long Xian stood in front of him, one on each side, their faces grim, clearing a path for Hua Yuting and Shang Feiyu. The group had already exchanged greetings and, being sensible, moved out of the way. In front of the young Master Hua, these so-called important people in the entertainment industry were not impressive at all. It's already a great honor for them to nod in response. "The best actor in the industry, aren't you going to go say hi?" In a corner of the restaurant, the famous director Yude asked the up-and-coming actor Yugu, who was sitting next to him, with a smile. "He probably doesn't think much of us." Yugu held his wine glass lightly, shaking it slightly. From beginning to end, he didn't even glance at the door. "Then I'll go say hi and come back." Director Yude smiled, knowing Yuji's character, and didn't force him. But he still went over there. Sometimes if you don't say hello, it's easy to get a bad reputation. And this young Mr. Hua is no ordinary capital. The Hua family is at the top of the Beijing circle. Who dares to describe the Hua family as ordinary capital? Those who know the inside story never mention it. Anyway, the children of some powerful and influential people are all obedient as cats when they meet young Mr. Hua, and naturally elevate his status. There's no need to know why Hua Xiao is so awesome, just hold him in high esteem and you won't go wrong. It's not a bad thing after all. Because of Director Yu's words, Yugo finally glanced sideways and looked lightly in the direction the crowd was heading. It was this glance that caused his pupils to shrink. It was her. Yugo instantly clenched his red wine glass and turned to follow Director Yu in big steps. I thought you weren't going? Suddenly, he felt that he should go after all. Yuga stared intently at the face of the impeccably beautiful woman, and his usually cold voice took on a warm tone. Director Yu was well versed in these emotions, and looked at Yuga in surprise. Why had he suddenly changed his mind? It wasn't until Yuga had walked even faster than him, and had reached the couple in a few steps, causing the man to become deeply displeased, that Director Yu's mind exploded. Oh no! But that's Mr. Hua's date. Regardless of any relationship, you can't even look at her. Shue, long time no see. Yugu held up his glass of red wine and tilted it slightly towards Shang Feiyu, the corners of his cold lips curving up into a soft smile. Shui. Hua Yuting narrowed his dark eyes, his gaze cold as he glanced at Yugu, then lowered his eyes to the woman who was holding his arm. Long time no see. Shang Feiyu was not the least bit self-conscious. She looked up and met the man's gaze, then smiled and nodded towards Yugu. How did Hua Xiao end up at the Starry Sky restaurant with a shui? Yugu then looked at Hua Yuting, smiled slightly, and asked quite mildly. Everyone knows that the Starry Sky restaurant is a couple's restaurant in Beijing that is famous for its romance. Unless it is chartered like in their circle, otherwise the men and women who come in groups are mostly couples. Are you questioning me? A hint of interest appeared in Hua Yuting's dark eyes, and his tone was neither fast nor slow. Long Qian's scalp tingled. It had been a long time since no one had dared speak to Hua Xiao in that manner. This so-called movie star really doesn't know when to die. However, if he and Miss Shen Shui really were friends, then perhaps Hua Xiao would also let him off the hook. After all, Hua Xiao would not let Miss Shen Shui be in a difficult situation. In just 10 days, those close to him have seen clearly enough that he does not treasure her, but rather, he treasures her life. No, he is just curious about our relationship. Shang Feiyu quickly stepped in to smooth things over, while also giving Yugu a glance. I came here to eat with Mr. Hua, so if you have activities going on, you don't need to worry about us. She was really hungry. As for Yugu, well, she was just doing her senior sister a favor in changing the script a bit for him. If he can win the Best Actor award and become an award-winning actor, it's because of his own talent. Without acting skills, no script can make him a winner. Hua Yuting withdrew his intimidating gaze and glanced at the woman next to him, who was gently touching her belly. A dark look flashed in his eyes. It's a pity, the baby is still too young. Otherwise, it would be great to conceive a child of his there. But for now, he had to feed her. She was hungry. Long Qian. Hua Yuting said calmly, ordering that all the signature dishes be served within 30 minutes. Yes, Boss Hua. Long Qian immediately strode away to convey the order to the kitchen. The Starry Sky restaurant was an enterprise set up by the people under the Hua family. Hua Yuting had been there in person on the opening day. That was why it had received such enthusiastic support from people in the industry. It had gradually become a place frequented by high-end couples. But the cuisine definitely passes muster. After all, this is a place that Hua Yuting has honored with his presence. The people under the Hua family, no matter how much they want to make money, would never dare to disgrace their young master Hua. After Long Qian left, Long Qian took charge of escorting Hua Yuting and Shang Feiyu to a quiet and elegant booth. Yuga stood in place, watching the two of them leave. A slight bitterness in her throat. It turns out that the man she likes is like young Master Hua. And inside the booth, Hua Yuting's large palm lightly pinched the soft flesh of the woman's lower back, and he said discontentedly, "He admires you." Shang Feiyu choked a little, and her lower back itched. She bit her lip and slapped his hand away, glaring at him with watery eyes. "All the unmarried girls in the capital admire you." What? Does she still have to settle scores with him over jealousy? Hua Yuting was amused by her words. He lazily tapped his cheek with his long fingers and looked at her with a smile in his eyes, including the baby. She really had dug herself a hole. She did not admire him. Clearly, he had taken advantage of her while she was asleep. She saw that he was quite useful, so she would use him for now. Shang Feiyu was determined not to admit that she admired the man in front of her. Chapter 44, Hua Xiao's woman is so beautiful. It doesn't matter if the baby doesn't admit it, her husband knows that the baby is shy. Hua Yuting's fingers slowly stroked the woman's sensitive waist-side skin through the fabric, his voice a little low and a little lingering. Anyway, her husband really admires the baby. Shang Feiyu quickly scanned the area with her eyes. Very good. No one. She instantly reached out and retaliated by pinching the man's waist hard. The man let out a muffled grunt. Then, he coughed hard. A very exaggerated cough. It instantly attracted the attention of a few people in the distance, but they didn't dare to look any longer when they saw the two of them seemingly flirting a little. Shang Feiyu. What kind of flirt did she provoke? However, Shang Feiyu was not as shameless as Hua Yuting, and she casually withdrew her hand and picked up the lemonade in front of her to drink. Feng Yuting didn't care about being public. But she couldn't. Just as Shang Feiyu ignored Feng Yuting's fingers that were messing with her waist and endured with a composed face, Sheng Ningxian walked over with two glamorous women. Mr. Hua, this is Shang Ningxian. She hadn't come up to Feng Yuting before because she was shocked by the exquisite woman next to Feng Yuting. Her skin was so flawless you could almost touch it, her lips a rosy red without any makeup, her long, dark hair slightly curled, and her eyes were moist and dark. Everything about her was just right. It was a perfect match. She could be called a walking fox spirit. Shang Ningxian's nails were about to snap from jealousy. She knew that Hui Xiao had a woman, but she didn't know that Hui Xiao's woman was so beautiful. An unprecedented sense of crisis welled up in her heart, making her wish to do something to make that face disappear from the world forever. Female companion. Hui Yuting glanced at Shang Ningxian and 4 words came to mind: pretentious. She was no better than that girl Shang Feiyu. At least that girl was simple and unadorned. And she didn't delude herself with someone who didn't belong to her. Hui Xiao really knows how to joke. Shang Ningxian gave a perfect smile that she had practiced countless times. I was asking for this lady's name. Do you know her? Asked Hui Yuting. Without waiting for a reply, Hui Yuting asked again, does she know you? Then, a light snort, why should you know? Shang Yihe didn't dare ask questions in front of him. Who did she think she was? Shang Ningxian had not received kind words from Hui Yuting for so many years, and she was used to it. And she had already thought of a good response. Young Master Hui, after all, you are engaged to the Sheng family. As a member of the Sheng family, I have every reason to be curious about the pretty woman by your side, right? Shang Ningxian said with a smile. Indeed, there was no reason not to. But Hui Yuting only heard the point. He curled his thin lips up in pleasure, smiled at the woman beside him, and nodded in agreement. Well, my companion is indeed very pretty. Shang Ningxian and the other 2 women were speechless. So you heard only the words pretty girlfriend in that whole sentence? Puff. Shang Feiyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. She had to admit that Hui Yuting was a man who had a knack for infuriating people without meaning to. And when Shang Feiyu let out a laugh, Shang Ningxian was instantly infuriated. She asked coldly, Miss, who exactly are you? Do you know that this is a restaurant for couples? Do you know that Mr. Hua has a fiancé? Shang Feiyu blinked, and curiously asked in return, then, Miss, are you here to reserve the entire restaurant because you have many boyfriends? This time, it was Hui Yuting's turn to laugh out loud. This little mouth is really something. Hui Yuting looked at the woman's seductive, moist red lips with interest, and slowly praised. Shang Feiyu's eyes twitched. He better not have any other meaning for the double entendre. However, in fact, the man did. Because the man stretched his slender and beautiful fingers out to her lips and pressed them with desire. He even tried to gently insert the tips of his fingers into the gap between her lips. Mr. Hua. Shang Feiyu quickly turned her face away to avoid his presumptuous fingers, and there was a flicker of fire in her eyes. I hold a grudge. We agreed that I could only reveal it after he withdrew from the engagement. If she hadn't been afraid of his next move tonight, would she have gone to the Starry Sky restaurant with him? As it turned out, she met Shang Ningxian. Shang Ningxian would definitely try to find out her identity and get the Sheng family's 3 idiots to cause trouble for her. Well, that's not bad. She could use the identity of Jin Shui to teach those 3 idiots a lesson. She was worried about not having a chance, wasn't she? Your husband, don't worry. Hui Yuting leaned in and directly sucked on her earlobe. She flinched and slapped him back. Of course she didn't use much force. And she hit him on the shoulder. She wasn't in the habit of hitting her man in the face. But it still made a loud pop. To be honest, Hui Yuting licked his thin lips and said in a sexy voice, I like the sound of pop. You can be even more provocative. Shang Feiyu really couldn't resist this man, and at the same time, she was a little afraid that this man was threatening her and was going to slap her hard later, so she quickly took his arm and coaxed him in a low voice, I'm sorry, I'm afraid of being tickled. Ha! Hui Yuting raised his finger and rubbed her earlobe, his eyes dark and deep, why are you not afraid of being tickled in bed? Oh, heavens! Oh, earth! Shang Ningxian was so angry that her fingernails had pierced her palms, causing her severe pain. She was completely convinced that this vixen-like woman was what Shang Feiyu had meant by Hui Xiao's new thing. But she wondered what the woman's identity was. Why did she have Hui Xiao's favor? Shang Feiyu knew that Hui Yuting had let his hair down, and instantly decided to cooperate with him and act the vixen to the extreme. There are other people here. She lifted her slender fingers and slid them over his sexy Adam's apple, cooing. Little flirt, I can tell you don't want to sleep tonight. Hui Yuting's body tightened instantly, and he gripped the woman's mischievous fingers. Poof. If he gets aroused, he won't listen to her anyway. It's him who's doing all the work. She's not afraid. Shang Feiyu still had some confidence in her own fighting capabilities. She couldn't fight a long battle. But if she gets a few hours rest, she'll be fine again. She just doesn't believe it. This man is made of steel, he can go for days and nights without getting tired. The little arrogance and unwillingness to admit defeat in the woman's eyes are clearly captured by the man. He curls his tongue gently over his upper lip and smiles meaningfully. Later, you need to eat a lot, huh? Sheng Feiyu stiffens, takes a deep breath, and looks determined. Okay. Shang Ningxian finally couldn't stand it anymore. Because the man and woman in front of her were ignoring her. She was accompanied by two popular stars in the industry, and they must be laughing at her in their hearts. Shang Ningxian turned around and quickly left. The two female celebrities glanced at each other and followed Shang Ningxian without saying a word. No matter how much Hua Xiao humiliated Shang Ningxian, they could not offend Shang Ningxian, the little princess of the Sheng family. After all, they did not have the same backing as Hua Xiao. Shang Ningxian's eyes were red, and she walked quickly with somewhat unsteady steps to take a seat in the booth. At this time, Director Yude and Yugu were already sitting in the booth. Seeing Shang Ningxian's appearance, Director Yude smiled bitterly and said, "You guys, you're still young, and you picked the wrong person to mess with. Why did you mess with the prince of the Hua family?" You guys? Shang Ningxian keenly grasped the emphasis of these words and looked up at Director Yude. She saw that after Director Yu's gaze swept over her, it also swept over the actor Yugu who was standing nearby. She looked at Yugu in an instant. "Actor Yu, how did you offend Mr. Hua?" Chapter 45, he instantly bowed his head and kissed her. Shang Ningxian knew this Yugu. Although he had a good reputation in the industry, he would never lick people. Once, her older brother went to a celebration dinner for their film crew, and Yuga was there as well. The director and producer asked Yuga to toast her brother, because her brother had invested 20 million. Yuga gave a faint smile and just sat there, raising his glass to her brother. At that time, her brother's face turned black. If she hadn't pulled her brother's sleeve and begged and cooed, her brother would have probably made Yuga suffer. So what made Yuga come up to Hua Yuting and offend him? Yuga thought of Jin Shui, who never appeared in crowded places, whom he had asked out countless times but to no avail. He gave his back molar a nudge with his tongue and smiled indifferently. Naturally, it was because of the man's possessiveness. He couldn't understand why she, who was so beautiful and talented, would want to follow such a domineering and arrogant man as Hua Yuting. She even seems a little subservient in front of Hua Yuting. If Sheng Feiyu knew what Yugu was thinking, he would immediately fly into a rage. "You're the one who's subservient. Your whole family is subservient." I was just trying to appease him because I knew he couldn't handle the truth. A man's possessiveness? Shang Ningxian was taken aback, and then she suddenly realized, "You know that woman by Hua Xiao's side?" That woman? Yuga gave Shang Ningxian a foreboding look and said, "Ms. Shang, be careful what you say, lest you bring trouble upon yourself." He knew that the Sheng and Hua families had an engagement, which was equivalent to being in the same boat. And he was just an illegitimate child of the Yu family. But if she was disrespectful to Jin Shui because she admired Hua Yuting, he wouldn't mind using his good big brother's guilt to cause some trouble for the Sheng family. After all, everyone in the circle knew that Hua Yuting had never acknowledged the engagement and had been fighting against the Hua family patriarch to break off the engagement. Shang Ningxian didn't pick up on this meaning in Yu Ji's words. She thought that Yugu was reminding her that that was Hua Xiao's woman, and to be careful of Hua Xiao's anger over a woman. Her mood grew even worse, but she chased after Yugu and asked, "The actor king still hasn't answered me. Do you know her?" Her surname is Zhen, and her given name is Shui. The notebook I won an award for was corrected by her. Yugu never intended to hide this. If Shen Shui hadn't refused to be exposed in public, he would have mentioned her name on the stage when he received the award. But now that she had appeared in public with Hua Yuting, she must not mind being recognized. And he didn't want such a talented woman to be known only as Hua Xiao's woman. Shang Ningxian should know that Jin Shui was an outstanding woman with talent. Jin Shui? Director Yu, who was standing nearby, exclaimed in surprise. Could she be the medical student with an amazing talent in art? A medical student? Shang Ningxian was taken aback. Wasn't she just a canary who relied on her looks and body to get ahead? And she was also some kind of medical student with artistic talent? Yes, I heard it from an old friend too. It seems that she can sell a painting for tens of millions, but she rarely paints because her main job is as a doctor. It seems to be an English name. Director Yude couldn't think of what it was called for a moment. At this time, a big shot in the industry sitting on the other side, who had heard the conversation between a few people, gave a faint smile and took over the conversation. Ada. Director Yu turned his head and saw the veteran actress Lin Feng, who was also a member of the film industry. He nodded excitedly, yes. Dr. Ada. That's her. He said, and then went up to shake Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng had also heard of Dr. Ada? Lin Feng raised her hand and shook hands with Director Yu, and then explained, a year ago, I had an accident while filming a stunt on a wire. All the doctors said I would need to have my leg amputated, but she was the only one who said the operation would be successful and that I wouldn't need to have my leg amputated. Otherwise, I would have lost my leg. Huh? Wasn't Dr. Ada only 17 years old a year ago? Director Yu was extremely surprised. He had heard that this Dr. Ada had just turned 18 this year. Yes. Lin Sheng didn't say that Ada performed the surgery. He had signed a confidentiality agreement at the time. Sheng Ningxian couldn't help but laugh. Could it be that Lin didn't recognize the person or hear the name correctly? In our country, a 17-year-old does not have a medical license and cannot go up on the operating table. Lin Xian's smile faded a little, and her tone also became a little more subdued. Did I say that Ada performed the surgery? She merely gave a surgical treatment plan, which her mentor thought was very feasible, and in the end, it successfully saved my leg through surgery. Rules and regulations have always restricted ordinary people. Otherwise, there will be chaos. But for a once-in-a-century genius, everyone will be more protective and give them the green light. Just like the youngest genius medical student who was admitted to a world-renowned medical school abroad, only 13 years old. The same goes for the entertainment industry. Everyone is willing to bring up and promote a talented child actor, even if they are only a few years old. The fact that Sheng Ningxian said such a doubting thing proves that she has no tolerance for others. So that's how it is. Sheng Ningxian's smile froze, and she keenly sensed that Lin Feng was a little upset, so she immediately didn't dare to continue questioning anything. Jin Shui. She secretly wrote down this name. Tonight, when she went back, she would have the university investigate properly. It would be best to pay a large sum of money to get rid of her. By coercion or enticement, there was always a way to make her get away from Huashao. If she didn't know how to appreciate it, then don't blame her for using extreme measures. Sheng Ningxian lowered her eyes and took a sip of red wine, concealing the cold light seeping from the bottom of her eyes. On this side of the booth, Shang Feiyu had already started to tuck in. She didn't care at all about what Sheng Ningxian and Yugo were talking about. Over the years, she had long since understood a profound truth: in the face of absolute strength, all plots and schemes were beneath contempt. Are you full? She put down her chopsticks and was about to pick up the napkin to wipe her mouth when her man reached ahead of her and brought it to her, carefully and gently wiping her oily red lips while asking in a gentle voice. She answered with a stiff face, then relaxed. What was there to be afraid of? He wouldn't kill her. At worst, she would end up begging and cooing. If that doesn't work, she'll just hang herself. The man had no idea what the woman was thinking. After wiping her mouth, which had turned red from the lipstick, he wiped her hands. Each delicate finger was like a work of art, so beautiful it made you feel sorry for it. A picture from the night also appeared in the man's mind. The Adam's apple, slightly rolling. Baby, look up. Yuting put down the napkin, reached around the woman next to him, and leaned back. The electric seat had already been adjusted by Yuting. The seat tilted down. The curtains around them slowly lifted. Don't you? At the moment the curtains lifted, Sheng Feiyu felt a tingling in her scalp, fearing that the man intended to do something inappropriate here. However, before she could finish speaking, and before she could struggle, she was forcibly embraced by the man and laid on the backrest of the seat. And she was instantly captivated by the romantic starry sky. The words on the tip of her tongue were all swallowed. It's so beautiful. Sheng Feiyu exclaimed, looking at the countless stars that glittered like broken diamonds in the night sky above the transparent restaurant ceiling. She was looking at the stars. And the man beside her was watching her with slightly curled lips. There are stars in her eyes too. The stars are nowhere near as beautiful as the baby. Yuting said in a low voice. When she turned her head with a laugh, he immediately lowered his head and kissed her. He had wanted to do this when they entered the restaurant. Chapter 46, It was love at first sight because she was a baby. The man's voice was low and hoarse. Stars are really beautiful. Sheng Feiyu didn't want to close her eyes, but the man's kisses became more and more unrestrained, so she finally couldn't help but hook her neck around his neck. A mewling sound came from the edge of her red lips. Because they were outside, the man endured despite the veins in his arm bulging. He stepped back slightly, looked at her beautiful, moist eyes, and touched her red lips once in a while, his sexy voice teasing, "My husband's charm is still a little bit greater than the stars, isn't it so?" Sheng Feiyu tilted her head slightly and looked at the man's handsome face. The affection and care overflowing from the depths of those dark eyes were so clear. At this moment, her heart, which she thought would never beat for a man in her life, suddenly began to beat a little faster. "How long will you like me?" She looked into the depths of his eyes without blinking, and her fingers slowly climbed up to his thin lips. It is said that men with thin lips are cold-hearted and fickle. And Yuting's lips are even thinner than many men's. So when she first returned to the Sheng family 2 years ago and saw him, her fiancé, she retreated 3 paces. A man like this is ruthless when he wants to be. She has always been sensitive and naturally noticed the hidden dangers and ruthlessness in him. In the end, the fate that was meant to be could not be avoided, and she was still involved with him after all. "It shouldn't be for long." The man pressed his finger against her red lips and whispered. Sheng Feiyu smiled. She felt that the man had not finished speaking. For some reason, she seemed to have a little understanding of him. "After all, I probably won't live to be 1,000 years old." The man sighed, and said with a melancholy tone, "Thinking that I can only enjoy the pleasures of love with my baby for less than 100 years makes my heart ache a little." Sheng Feiyu's mouth twitched. This flirtatious bitch. All she thinks about is that kind of thing. But her heart still fluttered. "I want to bite you." She drew the man close and nibbled his lips gently, saying softly, "Come." The man's long fingers reached straight to his waist, open and even a little excited. Sheng Feiyu grabbed his wrist and said crossly, "I want to bite your collarbone." "Rotten rascal." Yuting let out a low laugh of pleasure. He was teasing her in the first place. Out in public, he wouldn't be so unrestrained. "Well, you can bite anywhere you want, baby." Yuting's fingers climbed up the collar and ripped the buttons of the high-end shirt. He tilted his head slightly, exposing his collarbone to the woman's eyes. Everything about her husband belonged to the baby. Sheng Feiyu just couldn't understand how this man could be such a suave talker. He said he learned it online. But there were so many men surfing the internet, how was he the best one? The key was that his voice was seductive and lustful, and no matter how cheesy the romantic words were, they immediately sounded not cheesy when coming from his mouth. They also sounded particularly nice. Sheng Feiyu thought to herself that she must have put a filter on him, which is why she saw him as perfect in every way. The man waited for a long time, but didn't get the bite from the woman. The end of his sentence rose slightly. Sheng Feiyu came back to her senses, stared at the man's exquisite collarbone, and bit down. She tightened her teeth from light to heavy. Slowly, until she tasted blood in her mouth. She really wanted to leave a scar on the man. A scar on this beautiful and seductive collarbone. But as soon as she bit through his skin and tasted blood, she suddenly felt reluctant. The moment she loosened her teeth and tried to back off, the man's large hand pressed her head, the point. She was a little speechless. If she wanted to leave her husband a mark of love, she should bite on the point. The man gently stroked her curls as if the one who had been bitten was not him. He didn't even change his tone of voice in the slightest. Sheng Feiyu didn't really bite down, though. She rubbed upwards, her chin slightly raised, and changed from biting to sucking. She planted several strawberries on the skin around his collarbone. When she giggled and stepped back, the man looked back at her, raising an eyebrow. Suddenly, she felt that planting strawberries was better than leaving a bite mark. Sheng Feiyu licked the blood on her lip, the bite mark not deep, just breaking the surface, and it would disappear in half a month at most. The baby needs to be planted by her husband often. Yuting kissed her lips, and the blood disappeared as the two lips rubbed against each other, otherwise they could not declare the baby's sovereignty. Sheng Feiyu suddenly felt a flush in her ears. He actually understood. Cough cough, she really wanted everyone to know that this man already had a master. It was obviously not yet time for the appointment, and now, as Jin Shui, she would be scolded for being a vixen. But she was a bit impatient. This is not a good sign. Her husband is a good man, so she doesn't need to worry about the baby. Yuting laughed softly, promising that he would never let another woman get within 3 steps of him. How did it happen the first time? Someone forgot? Sheng Feiyu snorted, saying, "If you hadn't fallen for that lowlife, you wouldn't have touched me in the first place." Once is enough. What if he falls for that lowlife again, and she happens to be away from him? In that case, the baby is wrong. Hui Yuting lifted her chin, and his dark eyes looked seriously into the deepest part of her eyes. He slowly and calmly cleared his name. It was because the baby was in love at first sight, and he didn't want to restrain himself. The baby is a doctor, and she should understand that I was still in my right mind at the time. Sheng Feiyu's eyelashes trembled. She had no way to refute this. Although he was very unrestrained that night, and was more passionate than usual, he was awake the whole time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to catch her so quickly. If it had been any other woman. Hui Yuting entwined his tongue with hers, his tone of voice a little slurred. I had already told Long Qian to throw him out. Sheng Feiyu let out a muffled grunt and held down his unrestrained large palm. My heart, it's broken. He made it with his fangs. Hui Yuting's senses returned, and he gently withdrew his palm. Baby, does it hurt? Standing so close, Sheng Feiyu clearly saw the pity in the depths of the man's dark eyes. Her lips were tinged with her moisture. She was more fascinated and moved than the stars in the night sky. She thought that her mind had probably really been clouded by the man's beauty, because she had even muttered to him in reply, "No, it doesn't hurt." And she knew full well that there could be very serious consequences. Usually, it was only when she tearfully pouted and said it hurt that he would be gentle and caring. From now on, husband, be gentle. Hui Yuting chuckled lightly and pecked her on the lips. His baby was so good. He really wanted to hurt her to the bone. He wanted to hold all the beauty in the world in front of her. Really? You can do that? Sheng Feiyu didn't really trust this man's tender words at the moment. The main thing is that when he goes wild, he's out of his own control. What's the point of pity afterwards? Poof. Feng Feiyu. She knew it. Feng Feiyu. She knew it. Feng Feiyu. He smiled and put his arms around her without saying anything else. She also enjoyed the quiet for a while, lying in his arms and looking at the twinkling stars in the night sky. Until the twinkling stars inspired her to sleep. She began to feel drowsy. Seeing that she wanted to sleep, the man cooed softly, "Baby, we should go home." I don't want to move. Sheng Feiyu was too full to move and was starting to feel sleepy again. Why don't we just sleep here tonight? We can watch the sunrise tomorrow. But before she could tell the man her thoughts, he laughed softly, got up, bent down, reached out and picked her up. Okay, husband, let's carry the baby home. Chapter 47, her reputation as a vixen was completely confirmed. Sheng Feiyu had a moment of clarity. She didn't mean for him to carry her. But when the man got up, he had already pressed the electric button, and the curtains around them had already opened. She had to swallow the explanation that came to her lips and bury her face in his arms like an ostrich. Well, her reputation as a vixen was now firmly established. So why on earth had she gone out to dinner with him? She had agreed with him that they could not be seen in public together, but she had broken the rule first. Never mind, she had set the rules herself, and she had every right to break them. Mr. Hua, is Miss Xin Shui feeling unwell? Do you need me to call 120 for a doctor? Sheng Ningxian kept her eyes on the side where Hui Yuting was seated. When she saw the curtain finally open, she saw Hui Yuting walk out with that Xin Shui in his arms. She immediately got up, walked quickly up to them, and asked as gently and politely as she could. Her eyes fell on the woman the man was holding, and she cursed under her breath, "Damn vixen." Hui Yuting glanced at the woman who was sulking in his arms and wouldn't show her face, and his thin lips curled slightly. She had contracted a disease called fragility. Doctors can't cure it, only I, Hui Yuting can. Sheng Feiyu's mouth twitched slightly. Fine, Sheng Ningxian can be made to cry. Sheng Ningxian's eyes did turn red, and she bit her lip and said, Hui Xiao is so intimate with his date, if Feiyu knew, she would be very sad. Hui Yuting had a little patience for Sheng Feiyu. When he saw Sheng Ningxian mention Sheng Feiyu, he said indifferently, that's not going to happen. After all, she's not like other women, coveting the position of Mrs. Hua. Sheng Feiyu almost laughed out loud. This man really has a poisonous tongue. Sheng Ningxian didn't realize this, and she was even a little anxious, but after all, Mr. Hua is still engaged to Xiaoyu. How will outsiders see Xiaoyu if he embraces a female companion in public like this? Hui Yuting's eyes suddenly turned cold and indifferent, and he looked at Sheng Ningxian as if he were looking at something dirty. As soon as this terrifyingly cold aura was released, Sheng Ningxian instantly stiffened, as if she didn't dare to move. Idiot. Hui Yuting's thin lips coldly spat out these two words, and he walked away from the Starry Sky restaurant with Sheng Feiyu in his arms. Long Xian, who knew the critical point of his temper, immediately blocked Shang Ningxian's way. He would not allow Shang Ningxian to go any closer and bother them. But in fact, the cold sweat on Shang Ningxian's back had long since soaked the thin fabric of her clothes. She was scared by Hui Yuting. She would never chase after Hui Yuting again. Long Xian then turned coldly and strode after them, following Hu Xiao out of the room. Shang Ningxian remained in the same place for a long time before she calmed down. Jin and Shui. She clenched her fists tightly and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Shang Ningxian took out her phone and sent a message to Shang Jiansheng. Then she put on a smile as if nothing had happened and continued her party with the many bigwigs in the entertainment industry. Shang Jiansheng was still in the office of the president of Shengshe Group, dealing with documents. Suddenly, his phone rang, and it was the reminder sound. He immediately put down the documents in his hands and took the phone to check it out. Big brother, the woman that Xiaoyu mentioned, Hui Yuting's woman, is named Jin Shui, and her English name is Ada. She is with Hu Xiao today, deliberately coming to the Starry Star restaurant to show off, not even walking on the road, coquettishly asking Hu Xiao to hug her in public. She is a vixen who knows how to confuse men. Zhen Shui? Shang Jiansheng froze for a moment. Did that name sound familiar? Had someone mentioned it? Shang Jiansheng frowned, but quickly dismissed it as unimportant. What was important was that Hui Yuting's woman had shown up. And she had deliberately gone to show off in front of his sister. He had reason to suspect that it was Sheng Feiyu who had mentioned the swapping of marriage partners to the old master Hua, so this woman that Hui Yuting was supporting had switched the target from Sheng Feiyu to Shang Ningxian. Oof. Can a woman really turn the world upside down? Shang Jiansheng narrowed his eyes and quickly found the phone number of his old classmate who worked as a private detective and dialed it. You help me find someone, I want all her background information. Her Chinese name is Jin Shui, and her English name is Ada. After the call, Shang Jiansheng stopped worrying about the matter. He continued to work. As for Sheng Feiyu, who had been away from home for several days, Shang Jiansheng had not even remembered. However, Shang Yihe, the head of the Sheng family, was almost going crazy. He had asked all over the world, but no one had seen his youngest daughter Sheng Feiyu. Not even at school. The homeroom teacher was polite, but obviously unhappy with his youngest daughter, saying that she had stopped replying to the teacher's messages. It seemed as if she had no intention of taking the college entrance exam. And today, he even went to the Hua family unannounced, suspecting that they were hiding his daughter, but he didn't find her there either. Xiaoyu, where are you? After calling all his acquaintances to no avail, Shang Yihe stood in his study with red eyes, looking at the portrait of his late wife, who was as beautiful as a fairy, and shed bitter tears. What Shang Yihe didn't know was that his youngest daughter, whom he loved but not as much as his eldest daughter, was at that moment being held steadily in the arms of the most honorable man in the capital, who regarded her as his only and most beloved baby. Hui Yuting returned to their warm nest, carrying Sheng Feiyu, who had fallen asleep in the car. He laid her on the bed and gently undid the little clothes that bound her. Sure enough, he heard a small sigh of relief escape her red lips. He smiled. Being a woman is really hard work. The baby is so pitiful. Hui Yuting opened the drawer and took out a brand new tube of ointment. Before, he didn't know that the baby was Ada, and he was going to ask his grandfather for it, but it turned out that the ointment was homemade for their baby. Suddenly, it became luxurious. At his request, she filled the drawer completely. Just in case. With his long, beautiful fingers, Hui Yuting took some ointment and gently applied it to the woman's broken heart. Sheng Feiyu was awakened by the cold ointment. When she opened her eyes, her vision was still a bit blurry. She looked a bit confused and cute. Hui Yuting stared at her and smeared the ointment all over the injured area for her. Then, with her cheeks pink, she went to the bathroom and took a shower. Sheng Feiyu didn't plan to take a bath because she had just had ointment applied, so she pulled the quilt over her and played with her phone. The man soon came out. He casually wiped his hair and came to the bed, covering her up. He took the woman's phone away. Young Master Hua? Sheng Feiyu helplessly looked at the long snake eating its own tail on the screen of her phone. She had almost cleared the level, hadn't she? That's so mean. Hui Yuting threw away his phone and gazed at her watery eyes full of accusation from above, unable to resist kissing the cute curl eyelashes. Then, with a hoarse voice, he asked softly, "Baby, is that okay?" Sheng Feiyu looked at his dark eyes, which were hidden in restraint, and was slightly lost in thought. Chapter 48, Just Let Him Spoil You. The result of being soft-hearted towards a man is a woman who is exhausted. A hoarse voice. Red eyes. Sheng Feiyu was lying on top of the man, not wanting to move a single finger. However, the man still asked with a hint of confusion, "Baby, why do I always want to bully you? If I bully you and you cry, it hurts me. But as soon as I see you, I just want to bully you to death." How could she know? She's not a mind reader. But someone must have been the Wolf King in a previous life. Sheng Feiyu closed his eyes and lazily gave the most likely answer. Ha! He was being called a wolf in disguise. The man let out a low chuckle. His baby was just so cute. But his baby's body is still quite good. Yuting lightly wrapped his arms around the woman's slender waist and praised. It can withstand his building. His stamina was incomparable to that of an ordinary man, but she would not be hurt by his wildness. He was very happy. In this way, at least he would not have to endure too much pain. Moreover, this was only the beginning, and she was still young. During the period of adjustment, she would experience some pain. However, after a few times, she would enjoy it. Thank you very much. Although Sheng Feiyu deliberately snorted, she was still quite proud in her heart. She had learned kung fu from her master since she was young, right? Even after returning to the Sheng family, she often practiced in her room, doing lunges and squats to build up her strength. Outside the Sheng family, she started running. That's why she doesn't drive, and of course she doesn't have a domestic driver's license. Her brother had taken her to participate in a car race abroad before, and she even won an international award. Moreover, she studied traditional Chinese medicine with a master, and Western medicine at a medical school abroad. That's why she has the English name Ada. Back home, she has always used the Chinese name Jin Shui. Her master's surname is Jin. However, she will soon change back to her mother's surname and revive the Lin family. Between us, there is no need to thank each other. Yuting laughed softly, holding her waist, and his eyes darkened a little. Sheng Feiyu's beautiful eyes opened instantly, and she looked at him roundly. How dare he? Her waist was about to break. Yuting lifted her up and said in a low, hoarse voice, "I like it when you baby talk to me. The nastier you are, the more I'll get into it." Sheng Feiyu's red lips moved slightly as she was about to scold him, but then she gasped. "Can you be a human being?" She struggled to get off him, but he held her tightly. "Don't worry, honey. I'm not going to do anything." The man narrowed his dark eyes, looking like he was in pain, but also happy. How can this be doing nothing? Sheng Feiyu laughed in her heart. At this time, her phone vibrated. Who was looking for her in the middle of the night? It must be urgent. Sheng Feiyu had brought her personal phone when she left the Sheng family, and usually only important people would call her. So she looked serious, took out her phone, and answered it. "Junior, someone has spent a lot of money looking into the background information of your identity as Jin Shui. After we tracked it down, we found out it was someone from Sheng Jianxing's camp. It's Bai Yefeng." Yuting really didn't intend to bully people, but Bai Yefeng's sudden sister made him feel displeased. The person who had been by her side for so many years was not him, Yuting. He had to make up for all the time he had missed. No need to lie. Sheng Feiyu swallowed the cry that came to her lips, and looked at the man who suddenly attacked her in disbelief. She immediately cut off the call. "Baby." The man seemed tireless, shouting "baby" over and over again. The next day, Sheng Feiyu's legs were shaking when she returned to the Hua family mansion with a new look. She cursed her family wolf a few hundred times before she finally went back to her room and collapsed. After catching up on some sleep, it was afternoon. When she came out of her room, she met the smiling expression of the old man Hua. "Fine, laugh all you want." Sheng Feiyu walked up calmly and called obediently, "Grandpa Hua." "Well, did little fishy sleep well? You must have been exhausted yesterday, right?" Grandpa Hua asked with a smile, touching the dragon pattern on the head of his walking stick. "I slept at the school dormitory yesterday, so I'm not tired." Sheng Feiyu told a lie with her eyes wide open. "Oh, your father has been looking for you all over the city." Grandpa Hua smiled complacently. "The school has also looked for you." The implication was that she was lying. She hadn't even stayed in the school dormitory. Sheng Feiyu smiled, "Grandpa Hua, aren't you a bit idle? Why don't I find you a companion?" Cough cough. On the side, the usually serious butler Hua couldn't hold back any longer and coughed violently. Grandpa Huo was stunned for a few seconds, and said resentfully, "You girl, you really have a sharp tongue. I don't know who will marry you in the future and be bullied by you every day." Isn't that his grandson? Sheng Feiyu flattened her lips, and it was not certain who was bullying whom. She still had back pain, her legs were shaking, and there was that vague pain. Did she say anything? Poof. Poof. Right, little fish girl, are you really not going to let your father know what you're doing at the Hua family? Grandpa Hua has been called by several old friends, asking him if he has hidden the Shang girl and deliberately let Sheng Yi has searched the world. When the old master Hua thought about it, the girl's stupid father wouldn't report it to the police, would he? That's why he wanted to ask Sheng Feiyu what he thought about letting Sheng Yi know about her being at the Hua residence. If the old master Hua wants to say something, just say it. I don't really care. Sheng Feiyu laughed, not wanting to remind the old master Hua that from the beginning, it was he who had been lying to Sheng Yi, not her. At most, she didn't answer the Sheng family's phone calls. It was the old master who tried every means to hide the fact that she was at the Hua family's. Then I'll let people spread the word. After thinking for a while, the old master began to fabricate a tragic plot for Butler Hui. You let outsiders know that the little girl Sheng Yi slept in the park for several days, and it was only today that my eldest grandson and his men found her and took her back to the Hua family. Butler Hui, yes, old master. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would never have believed it. She really is spoiled. After Butler Hua left to take care of some business, Grandpa Hua looked back at Sheng Feiyu and sighed, why are some people so stupid? They still haven't figured it out? At first, Sheng Feiyu was puzzled. But soon, she felt really tired. Why couldn't Grandpa Hua wait just a little longer than half a month, and just hope that she would make a fool of herself in front of Hua Yuting? Hua Yuting scheduled his family's precious private art exhibition for a week later, with the number of invited guests limited to 30. They were all the favorites of the big families in Beijing. And Sheng Feiyu asked Bai Yefeng to take charge of putting her works, one by one, into a private art museum that Hua Yuting had directly bought. Sheng Feiyu didn't really have any thoughts about the man's generosity. He has a lot of money, so what can she do? Just let him spoil her. She is not high and mighty. And just as Sheng Feiyu, as Xin Shui, met Lin Qian again at the fish pond bar. Sheng Jiansheng brought Sheng Ningxian and his bodyguard, and blocked her at the entrance to the fish pond bar. Miss Xin Shui, what a coincidence. Sheng Ningxian's beautiful eyes gleamed with an icy light, but her lips curved into a polite and gentle arc, and her voice was soft. Chapter 49, This woman, does she take Jing City's most honorable young master Hua as a gigolo? Sheng Feiyu knew that Sheng Ningxian would definitely come looking for her. But she didn't expect it to be so soon. It seems that Sheng Ningxian really loves that man Hua Yuting to death. It's also true that before she returned to the Sheng family, Sheng Ningxian grew up as the Sheng family's little princess, spoiled and loved, and the engagement between the Hua and Sheng families had always been known throughout Jing City. Sheng Ningxian probably long ago thought that this marriage would fall on her head. Unexpectedly, 2 years ago, the old master Hua found her, a country girl, and brought her back. This made Sheng Ningxian's long-cherished dream begin to risk turning into bubbles. So how could Sheng Ningxian not be anxious? Thinking of this, Sheng Feiyu's red lips curled up in a clear and cool smile. There are no such things as coincidences in this world, especially not with Yu Sheng family. As she spoke, she lazily tucked the hem of her red skirt into her waist, revealing her slender but powerful waist. Even though you have brought so many people with you, I am not unable to handle it. She gave Sheng Ningxian a finger-wagging gesture, extremely provocative. It was only then that Sheng Ningxian saw that the woman in front of her was wearing a pair of white leather pants underneath her bright red skirt. It seemed as if she often got into fights. Sheng Ningxian thought of Sheng Feiyu being kidnapped and threatened by this Xin Shui. Her heart sank slightly, and she smiled after a while. Miss Xin Shui has misunderstood. No matter when I go out, my family will send so many people to follow me. After all, I have too many crazy and paranoid fans. Oh? Are you sure you don't want to fight? Sheng Feiyu's laughter was full of sarcasm, and then she let her skirt down. Okay, you're looking for me, what do you want? After that, I'm going to go in and find my friend. This place is not very convenient, let's talk in the car. Sheng Ningxian turned sideways and pointed to an extended Lincoln not far from the intersection ahead. Sheng Feiyu looked over. It really is the Sheng family's little princess. The extended Lincoln was out and directly occupied a space of 10 meters, with bodyguards surrounding the car to protect it, scaring the people in the vicinity to death. Fine. Sheng Feiyu withdrew her gaze, sent a message to Lin Qian on her phone, and then walked towards the ostentatious extended Lincoln. Eldest brother Shang Ningxian tugged the sleeve of Sheng Jianqing's shirt. Later, it will depend on your ability to talk this woman into submission. Sheng Jianqing looked at the bright and beautiful woman in front of him, whose arrogance was evident even in her back, and his cold eyes were filled with a sense of foreboding. He has met countless people, and the stronger the person, the more of an aura they have. This woman's aura, her gaze, everything about her exudes the air of someone in a position of power. He originally thought she was just a canary who got to the top through her beauty, but he didn't expect her to be such a powerful and mysterious woman. Because he still hasn't been able to find out her real background information. I'm afraid this woman is not easy to deal with. Let's go to the car and talk about it first. Sheng Jianqing pushed his gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and said coldly. In any case, we need to have a confrontation to gauge the situation. Sheng Ningxian took a deep breath and walked with Sheng Jianqing towards the parked Lincoln. Driving this car out was also meant to intimidate Jin Shui. But it seems like it didn't have much effect. The three of them quickly sat in the spacious and luxurious car. Shang Feiyu didn't even glance at the luxurious interior from beginning to end, but instead found a comfortable position to lean lazily back in his seat, raising an eyebrow at the two Sheng siblings. Then, he looked at his Rolex white gold lady's watch on his wrist and slightly raised his eyebrows. My friends are still waiting for me at the bar, so I can only give you 15 minutes. He's showing off again. He must have given this vixen the watch. Shang Ningxian thought hatefully. Sheng Jianqing glanced at the watch on the woman's wrist opposite him. It was not as simple as Shang Ningxian had thought. Because he remembered that this Rolex lady's watch was not for sale. Not only is it limited, there are only 3 in the world. It is also a gift from Rolex to extremely distinguished guests. Because it only appeared on a well-known foreign website when the designer was first designing it, few people in China know about it. Only the eye-catching Rolex letters in English and the exquisite and gorgeous sparkling diamonds inlaid on the dial can let people know that it is very valuable. However, most people don't know just how expensive it is. 2 words, priceless. Yuting never paid attention to these women's luxury goods, and logically, this watch should not have been a gift from Yuting to Jin Shui. This made it even more terrifying to think about. Miss Jin. Sheng Jianqing's gaze returned from the white gold women's watch, and he spoke clearly. According to my sister, you are close to our Sheng family's prospective son-in-law, and you are openly seen together in public? I'm afraid that's not very good, is it? Shang Feiyu's eyes flashed, and then she let out a light laugh. The second young lady of the Sheng family has already agreed to call off the engagement with me, so I wonder what gives you the right to come before me and tell me what to do? She agreed to call off the engagement only because you kidnapped and threatened her. Shang Ningxian blurted out. Shang Feiyu giggled, that's right, I'm the bad woman, so what are you going to do about it? You. Xiener. Sheng Jianqing raised his hand and pressed down on Shang Ningxian's clenched fist. Shang Ningxian bit her lip and held back, not saying anything else. Sheng Jianqing looked at the dazzling woman in front of him and said lightly, Miss Jin Shui is young and accomplished, beautiful as a flower, and there is no shortage of men she can choose from. Why does she need a man who is already engaged, and is literally labeling herself as the third party? Shang Feiyu touched his chin. No wonder he is the eldest son of the Sheng family and the president of Xingda. Although his emotional intelligence is appalling and he is hopelessly stupid, he still has some intelligence when dealing with his enemies. She would give this comment a score of 90. So? Shang Feiyu raised an eyebrow, waiting for Shang Jianqing to continue. She wanted to see how much Shang Jianqing could give her. If Miss Jin Shui can break up with Mr. Hua, I am willing to give Miss Jin Shui 200 million as compensation. Shang Jianqing said. 200 million. Shang Feiyu looked at Shang Jianqing with an expression that was difficult to describe. Do you know how much I spent on one night with Mr. Hua? Shang Ningxian's bottom lip bled from biting it. What? This vixen has already climbed into Mr. Hua's bed? Jealousy grew wildly in Shang Ningxian's heart. But she forced herself to hold it back. She couldn't lose her composure. They hadn't even gotten married yet, so it didn't count. For a wealthy young master from the upper class like Mr. Hua, isn't it normal to have a few women around? As long as she becomes Mr. Hua's rightful wife, she will be the only young mistress of the Hua family, and no one can shake her position. Only in this way. Can she remain the little princess of the entertainment industry forever? Miss Jin Shui, buying Mr. Hua for a night? Shang Jianqing's eyelids twitched. He suddenly remembered the gossip that had been circulating in the capital circles a while ago. It was said that Mr. Hua had caused a huge stir and said he was looking for a woman. However, this gossip was quickly suppressed, and those in the know were warned. Everyone speculated that the woman must have been caught by Mr. Hua, which is why he forbade those in the know from mentioning it again. Could it be that the woman that Hua Yuting was making a big fuss about was actually Jin Shui, and the reason was that Jin Shui had slept with Hua Yuting and also given Hua Yuting money, so that made Hua Yuting angry? 50 million. Sheng Feiyu's delicate eyebrows and eyes were full of grievances. This is simply the most expensive gigolo I have ever heard of. Sheng Ningxian was stunned. This woman, treating Jing City's most noble Hua Xiao as a gigolo? Chapter 50. Sheng Feiyu's face stiffened. Why was this man here? Do you, Mr. Hua, know that you're treating him like a gigolo? Sheng Ningxian was so angry that her voice trembled. How could her unattainable white moonlight, the dream lover of all the young girls in Beijing, allow this woman to humiliate him like this? I guess he knows. Sheng Feiyu thought about it and he was quite happy about it. In terms of passion, that man had never failed to give it to her. That day, he even played the role-playing game of the CEO and secretary in front of the French windows. He had a blast, and she was quite speechless. Sheng Ningxian's face completely changed, still, quite happy. Hua Xiao is completely charmed by the vixen. He has already lost his normal outlook on life. Do Ms. Zhen's parents know that Ms. Zhen is being a third party? Do they also approve of Ms. Zhen's approach of knowing about the third party? At this time, Sheng Jianqing asked coldly. A flash of appreciation crossed Sheng Feiyu's mind. Not bad. Unable to find out her background, he knew to ask about her parents' identity in a roundabout way. Fine, she'll cooperate. I'm an orphan. Sheng Feiyu flicked her hair and said with a smile and a frank face. Orphan. Sheng Ningxian's heart leaped with joy, looking at her eldest brother Sheng Jiansheng. Even if Xin Shui is talented and capable, but with the identity of an orphan, the Sheng family can crush her to death. As for the Hua family, can she marry into it? Up until now, the old master Hua has only recognized Sheng Feiyu as his granddaughter-in-law. I'm sorry for being presumptuous. Sheng Jianqing didn't mean to apologize, and just spoke condescendingly. Precisely because Miss Shen is an orphan, she cannot allow herself to degenerate and dishonor the memory of her parents in heaven. Sheng Jianqing, you're talking about my mother. Do you believe I dare to slap you here? Sheng Feiyu's face immediately turned cold. A deep, dark color filled her usually bright, alluring eyes. The coldness from her body made people shiver. Her voice was even colder, like an ice blade, as if it could cut through the throat. Sheng Jianqing looked at Jin Shui in front of him, and strangely, his mind connected these eyes with another pair of eyes. His heart suddenly felt a sharp pain. They were clearly two completely different people, but the hatred they both felt towards their deceased mothers was the same. Sheng Feiyu quickly regained his composure, lifted his hand again to brush his hair, and then said, "It is disrespectful to the dead, and you will go to hell for it." I heard from Mr. Hua that young Master Sheng also had deceased relatives, right? Sheng Jianqing pursed his lips. Of course he did. His biological mother. It's just that the memories his biological mother left him were not good. He is the eldest son of the Sheng family. When his mother was still alive, he hated her hysterics. Whenever she mentioned his younger sister, she would start having various episodes. Later, she even slit her wrists. She never considered that he was only a few years old at the time, and whether he would be scared. She didn't die from the wrist slitting, and was saved by the doctor. Later, she even jumped to her death. He couldn't understand such a mother, and didn't want to. Later, someone gradually took over the role of mother. It was Su Fingning. The three brothers always called her Auntie Foam. She was gentle and emotionally stable, and treated the three brothers as if they were her own. Gradually, the three brothers got used to her. They never thought of their crazy biological mother again. Okay, I'm not really interested in talking nonsense with you guys, my friend is waiting for me. Sheng Feiyu glanced at the time on his watch and got ready to get off the bus. It's not even 20 minutes yet, right? Sheng Jianqing snapped back to his senses and said coldly. So? Do you guys have anything else to say? 200 million, I won't accept it. Sheng Feiyu raised an eyebrow and sneered. Name your price. Sheng Jianqing said calmly. 200 billion. Sheng Feiyu's price, which she had uttered without hesitation, made Sheng Ningxian let out a cry of shock. How could you not go robbing? It was Sheng Jianqing who told me to name a price. Sheng Feiyu looked at her like she was an idiot. There's no difference between you and a robber. Sheng Ningxian took a deep breath. not wanting to lose her composure in front of Sheng Jiancheng. In front of her three brothers, she had always been the elegant and sweet little princess. She couldn't ruin her image. Otherwise, they wouldn't have doted on her like this. Of course, there's a difference. I'd go to jail for robbing 20 billion, but if you give me 20 billion, I don't have to go to jail. Shang Feiyu forced down her aversion to stupidity and said with a smile and calm, Shang Ningxian. This vixen is really sharp-tongued. It makes people angry. 200 billion. Sheng Jianqing slowly drew the first smile of the day, his voice cold. It seems that Miss Shen has no intention of leaving Mr. Hua at all. She is deliberately playing with them. You just realized it now? Shang Feiyu looked at Sheng Jianqing in surprise. Without waiting for Sheng Jianqing to get angry, she winked her watery eyes and laughed lightly. If Sheng had always been mine, she wouldn't have chosen to ask for 200 billion, would she? After all, how can the identity of Madame Hua, which allows her to walk around the capital city with impunity, be worth just 20 billion? Sheng Ningxian almost crushed the corner of her skirt. Yes, Madame Hua's identity is priceless. But the problem is that she is an orphan. Can she become Madame Hua? Why is she so greedy? Does Miss Shen really believe that Hua Shui will marry her? Sheng Jianqing stared coldly at Jin Shui, his eyes full of mockery. An orphan girl, would the Hua family, one of the top families in the capital, accept her? Why wouldn't they? Shang Feiyu raised a bright, bewitching smile and ran his slender fingers over his cheeks. For the first time, he was moved. Such a man was best kept under control. If he hadn't given me his blessing, how would I dare to touch the apple of the old master? Was I, your second young lady Shang Feiyu? The car door opened. Facing the three people in the car was Hui Yuting's handsome face, which was captivating. Next to him were the two brothers Long Qian and Long Xian. As for the Sheng family bodyguards responsible for guarding the car, they simply did not dare to stop the cold as hell Hui Yuting. Even if they were joined by their husbands and wives, 3 young masters, and 2 young ladies, they still would not dare to stop the mighty young master Hua. Shang Feiyu was speechless when she met the man's soul-capturing cold eyes. Why is this man here? Shit, what if my husband heard me bragging? Hurry! Sheng Jianqing's heart sank when he heard the arrogant words of the woman in front of him, but then Hui Yuting appeared, and the woman in front of him looked guilty. A flash of speculation crossed his mind. Could it be that this woman is lying? In fact, did Hui Yuting not know that she had kidnapped and threatened Shang Feiyu to make him withdraw from the engagement? Sheng Jianqing looked directly at Hui Yuting and deliberately asked in a calm tone, Hua Xiao. Miss Shen Shui said that Hua Xiao gave her the go-ahead, so she sent someone to kidnap Xiao Yu and tortured him all night, forcing Xiao Yu to take the initiative to withdraw from the marriage with the Hua family. Is that right? Hui Yuting's eyes were dark and unclear. The atmosphere in the car was eerily quiet. It was unnerving. Chapter 51. This misunderstanding seems a bit big. Shang Feiyu looked at Hui Yuting's aura, which seemed a bit gloomy, and she was originally just embarrassed that he had heard her bragging. But suddenly, she reacted with a start. No, although she herself could not possibly have kidnapped and tortured herself, Hui Yuting thought that she and Shang Feiyu were two different people. In his opinion, it was her, Jin Shui, who kidnapped and tortured Shang Feiyu, forcing Shang Feiyu to propose to withdraw from the marriage to the old master Hua. Shang Feiyu's fingers tightened slightly. She couldn't just say in front of the Sheng siblings that she was Shang Feiyu and Shang Feiyu was Jin Shui. Her plan would be completely disrupted. But if she didn't say anything, Hui Yuting would definitely misunderstand her as a vicious and scheming woman. The situation suddenly became complicated. At that moment, Sheng Ningxian also suddenly realized that Hua Xiao had no idea that Shang Feiyu had been kidnapped and tortured by Jin Shui all night. This vixen is lying. As a result, she was caught red-handed by Mr. Hua. Thinking about Shang Feiyu's miserable state that day, she cursed Shang Feiyu in her heart for not telling Mr. Hua's father about it. What a great opportunity. So she immediately said with a heartbreaking voice, Young Master Hua, you don't know, that day when little fish sister returned to the Sheng family, she had bruises all over her body, all the scars from being tortured. We were going to take her to the Hua family to demand an explanation, but she said that you, Young Master Hua, knew about Miss Shen kidnapping her. It was because of this that we tolerated this quarrel. Hui Yuting's thin lips parted slightly, and he coldly spat out this word. Sheng Ningxian's face suddenly turned pale, and the rest of her words got stuck in her throat. Come here. Hui Yuting didn't even look at Sheng Ningxian, and his knuckles were clearly defined as he reached out to the woman in the car. Sheng Feiyu looked into the man's dark, ink-black eyes for a moment, and slowly, she placed her small hand in Hui Yuting's large palm. There's a fight back there. If he humiliates her in front of others, scolds and yells at her, she won't give him face either. Sheng Feiyu had just touched the ground with her toes when the man pulled her into his arms. Ugh! It hurts. Where is her softness in his chest? It hurts her so much when she bumps into him. Mr. Hua, are you planning to protect her? Shang Ningxian shouted in anger when she saw Yuting actually put his arm around Jin Shui and turn around to leave. Isn't he afraid that the Sheng family will go to the old master? I will handle it. Yuting said these words and then walked away with the woman in his arms. Shang Ningxian's long suppressed tears slid down her face. Xiener. Sheng Jiansheng saw his precious younger sister, whom he had taken care of since childhood, crying over a man, and his heart was both angry and powerless. If it had been an ordinary man, he could have used tricks to help his precious younger sister get him. But Yuting is no ordinary man. Big brother, I feel so bad, so bad. Shang Ningxian could no longer hold back, and threw herself into Sheng Jiansheng's arms and cried out in pain. Sheng Jiansheng was heartbroken, and held Shang Ningxian in his arms, comforting and reassuring her. This younger sister has liked Yuting since she was a child, and has rejected the advances of many boys for Yuting. How could her big brother not know this? And originally, he always thought that his younger sister could become the young wife of the Hua family. After all, Shang Feiyu had been missing since childhood, and Xiener was the only little princess in the Shang family. As soon as she turned 18, the marriage contract between the Hua and Shang families would fall on Xiener. But who knew that Shang Feiyu had been found by the old master of the Hua family? Everything was completely disrupted. Just having Shang Feiyu was enough to give him a headache, because the old master Hua was stubborn and would only accept Shang Feiyu as a granddaughter-in-law, and he even went so far as to execute his own grandson for trying to break off the engagement. Now, there's also Jin Shui, who is even more attractive than a vixen. She has completely charmed Yuting. It's not much different from having a weak king. To set things right and return everything to the way they want it, unless. The cold, dark eyes of Sheng Jiansheng, filled with a deep, dark ink. Hey! As soon as Shang Feiyu got into the car, she saw Lin Qian in the front passenger seat waving and smiling at her. Great, she knew why Yuting was here. What really, really good friends! Ada, I saw the message you posted, came out to look for you, and ended up seeing the Sheng family causing you trouble, so I immediately called Huashao to ask him to come and save the day. I'm resourceful, right? Lin Qian still smugly took credit with Shang Feiyu. Shang Feiyu endured the depression in her heart and gave a fake smile. Yes, you're very resourceful, but how did you get Huashao's number? You forgot? Last time you called me from a strange number, and I only found out it was Huashao's phone after I asked. At that time, I saved it. Lin Qian giggled. It seems that there was such a thing. Since this dog, Yuting, insisted on using the same couple's phone as her, she had taken the wrong phone several times. The main reason was that every time she was with him, she was so tired that her eyes couldn't stay open, and most of the time she was confused and her mind wasn't clear. Let's send you home first, we can't meet today, let's make another appointment next time. Shang Feiyu glanced at the man who didn't say a word and said to Lin Qian. Okay. Lin Qian agreed readily. She won't be a third wheel. Soon, the driver drove the car to the Lin's house first, and after dropping off Lin Qian, he returned to the Genie mansion. Yuting didn't say a word the whole way, and there was a hint of suppressed atmosphere around him. It wasn't until the two got out of the elevator. Yuting suddenly pushed the woman he was holding against the wall of the aisle, and lowered his head and kissed her fiercely. Shang Feiyu's lips were sore from being kissed, and she struggled at once. This kind of thing should be sweet and mutually pleasing. It shouldn't be a punishment. Shang Feiyu's watery eyes were tinged with anger. Just as she was about to kick the man away with one foot, the man suddenly retreated a few inches. He stared at her with rapid breathing and asked hoarsely, "Baby, you really care about your husband, don't you?" "Huh?" Shang Feiyu froze, and even her anger instantly disappeared. What did he say? Baby kidnapped the girl and forced her to agree to call off the engagement because Baby wanted to be with her husband in a fair and square way, right? The man hooked her waist, and his lust-filled dark eyes looked deeply into her eyes. So, this is how he understood it? Shang Feiyu's eyelashes trembled slightly. This misunderstanding seems a bit big. How to break it? Baby Yuting felt the tremor of her eyelashes, which seemed to have stirred his heart like a feather. He couldn't help but bow his head again and kissed her delicate red lips. But this time, he was very light and gentle. He didn't get so excited as to hurt her. Sheng Feiyu quickly softened, hooked the man's neck, and whispered, "Don't do it outside." His hand had already reached her heart. "But there should be a camera at the door." "Okay." Yuting took out one hand and used his fingerprint to unlock the door. The two then entered the door. Bang! The door closed. It cut off all the beauty of the moment. Chapter 52. Go apologize to the girl for the baby. Yuting chuckled. Sheng Feiyu lay on the man's chest, playing with his long, thick eyelashes. Her slender, pale fingers counted the eyelashes one by one, and when she couldn't remember, she started again from the beginning. The man's big hand was on the woman's waist. It seemed to be taking a short break. "Baby, are you not tired?" He didn't open his eyes, but his voice was low and dull. His heart was confused, and naturally he couldn't sleep. Sheng Feiyu laughed lightly. The man finally opened his eyes. Sheng Feiyu quickly retracted her fingers. She almost poked them into his eyes. Such beautiful eyes, she couldn't ruin them. "Tell me, my husband, and solve the baby's confusion." The man laughed softly. "Don't you have any values?" Sheng Feiyu asked, resting her chin in her hands as she looked at him. Yuting's eyes darkened, and he understood what she was asking. After a long while, he slid his palm from her waist to her head and rubbed it. "My values follow the baby." Sheng Feiyu was speechless at his answer, but her lips curled up a little. It was because his lips had been bitten by her earlier when she was so angry that they hurt when she smiled, and she let out a hiss. "Does it hurt?" A flash of pity crossed Yuting's eyes as he ran his finger along her lips. He had already restrained himself. She should exercise regularly and had excellent physical fitness, so she could barely bear him. But if he lost his mind and went all out, he really didn't know what state she would be in after him. "Are you a dog?" Sheng Feiyu complained. They'd had in-depth conversations many times, but every time he gets excited as if it were the first time. "Well, I'm a dog." Yuting nodded in acknowledgement. Sheng Feiyu gave him a blank look. "Don't be silly, I know you're a snake." "For the baby's sake, it doesn't matter if you're a dog." Yuting chuckled lightly, put his arms around her, and kissed her forehead. After all, dogs are loyal to their masters. She's not his master. Master. Sheng Feiyu suddenly blushed at the thought of some not-so-healthy images. Before, she didn't understand why she could never be cool in front of him. Now he understood. It was mainly because he was so good at flirting. And he was so flirtatious. He could say anything, and it sounded so genuine that you couldn't find anything wrong with it. Sure enough, her values had started to follow his lead. If someone else told her such sweet nothings, she would beat them to within an inch of their life. "Cough, you're sudden," Sheng Feiyu grunted softly and lay down. "No." Yuting suddenly grabbed her waist, so hard that she fell back onto his chest. A hazy look appeared in her eyes. "Air." "Why?" Yuting whispered, blowing air next to her earlobe. After a jolt, Sheng Feiyu suddenly gritted her teeth and looked at the man's handsome face. "I'll risk my life to please you today." She wanted to see if his body was good or if she was. A strange light rose in Yuting's eyes. "Really? No kidding. No regrets?" "Never." Yuting's thin lips curled up in a thick arc and he smiled happily. "The baby is so good. This bastard." It was almost dawn when Yuting carried the unconscious woman into the bathroom to clean her up. The whole time, the woman never woke up even once. He smiled and kissed her lips. She was such a stubborn baby, refusing to admit defeat. He almost completely lost control. But that would definitely hurt her. Fortunately, he still had his senses. After cleaning up, Yuting held his world in his arms and laid back down on the bed. "Sweet dreams, and dream of your husband." He gently embraced her and kissed her red lips. He accompanied his woman to sleep. The two slept until the afternoon. Sheng Feiyu woke up first. Her biological clock has always been very accurate, and she will wake up after sleeping for 6 hours. However, since having an accidental relationship with Yuting, her biological clock has been turned upside down. She moved her aching and limp body and cursed the dog man. He really is not a normal human being. She asked herself if her physical fitness was good enough, but she couldn't withstand his exertions. Sheng Feiyu quickly blamed it all on the fact that she had just turned 18. When she was in her 20s, she would definitely be able to outlast him. Although she didn't know why she had to be serious about such things, she felt a sweet feeling in her heart when she thought that she would still be with this man a few years from now. So this was what it felt like to be in love? Sheng Feiyu turned her head and looked at the man who was hugging her as she slept. His eyelashes are so long and beautiful. In his sleep, Yuting is completely non-aggressive, like the sleeping beauty in a fairy tale. After all, his face is very androgynous. It's just that his usual aura is too strong and cold, which conceals his originally beautiful and delicate features. But in his sleep, this is not the case at all. He looks very soft. Especially those beautiful thin lips. Sheng Feiyu pursed her lips in a smile, leaned in and took a bite. It really is very chewy. No matter how much the baby flirts, her husband is not coming today. Yuting opened his eyes, tightened his arms around her, and his voice was low and lazy as he woke up. After all, if he hurts the baby, her husband will be very sad. Sheng Feiyu pouted, I didn't flirt with you, can't I give you a good morning kiss? Okay, how can a man say no? Yuting smiled and pecked her red lips, then got up. He got out of bed and put on the clean clothes he had found last night. Then he took a skirt and went forward to put it on his own delicate baby. Sheng Feiyu was happy to enjoy his service, after all, she was so tired because of him. After the two had a brief wash, Yuting gently rubbed her head, I won't accompany you today, I have to go back to the old house. Sheng Feiyu felt her heart tighten for no reason, and she looked up at him hurriedly, what are you going back to the old mansion for? To apologize to the girl for the baby. Yuting laughed softly. Sheng Feiyu. There's no need for that, is there? It's weirdly apologetic. I think that since Sheng Feiyu didn't tell the old master Hua about it, she doesn't plan to tell anyone, so Sheng Feiyu tried to turn the tide. Yuting raised a finger to seal her red lips. Baby, if the Sheng family finds out, the old master will definitely find out. He gazed at her with dark eyes and said softly, the old master loves that girl very much, and I promised the old master that after the engagement is broken off, I will treat her like a sister and prepare a dowry for her in the future, so that she can marry out of the Hua family in style. I don't want the old master to have any misunderstandings about baby because of this matter. And he is going to marry baby back into the Hua family. If grandpa hates baby, he can only take baby and run away together. But that would not be good for baby. So he must personally resolve the matter of kidnapping. Sheng Feiyu felt even more guilty after hearing this. But before she could decide whether to try harder or simply confess, Yuting's phone vibrated furiously. Yuting didn't avoid her and directly pressed answer, Grandpa. Get your ass back here. The voice of the old master Hua roared from the phone receiver. Then, faintly, it seemed that it was Sheng Yi's voice, persuading him. Yuting's cold eyes narrowed slightly. The Sheng family's actions were indeed quick. Chapter 53, I'm sorry, Yuting, please wait for me. Okay. Yuting's lips parted slightly, and he answered with one word before hanging up. You make the arrangements for the baby, I'll go back first. Yuting hugged Sheng Feiyu and sucked on her lips. After letting her go, he rubbed her head with his hand before turning and leaving. As she watched the man's back, a few strands of struggle and hesitation appeared in Sheng Feiyu's eyes. Why not just call it quits? Just as she was thinking this, a WeChat message from Sheng Jianxing came through. She steadied herself and opened her phone to take a look. We're getting justice for you at the Hua family. Yuting will be back to the Hua family soon. Where are you? Hurry up and come out. Take this opportunity to propose a change of marriage partner. A cold curve formed at the corner of Sheng Feiyu's lips. When she looked up at the closed door again, a trace of apology appeared in her watery eyes. I'm sorry, Yuting, just wait for me. Even if, by then, he would be angry and would quarrel with her, she would accept it. She would do her best to appease him. After all, it was she who had caused him to suffer. Sheng Feiyu took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, and then left the Jinyu mansion. More than an hour later, Sheng Feiyu, having changed her clothes, hurried back to the Hua family mansion. She was also familiar with the Hua family mansion, and the old master Hua had even specially left her a secret passageway that she could use at any time. So when she came down from the third floor, a group of people in the living room of the Hua family mansion were all stunned. Xiao Yu. Sheng Yi hadn't seen his youngest daughter for a long time, and he immediately stood up excitedly and rushed towards Sheng Feiyu. It turns out that you really are in the Hua family. God knows he rushed over as soon as he got the news. It so happened that Sheng Jianxing had also come to see the old master at the Hua residence on some business, so he brought Sheng Ningxian and Sheng Xian along to keep him company. It was only after they got in the car that he realized that his eldest and second sons had come to tell the old master a story. He was persuaded by his two sons and decided to seek justice for Xiaoyu. After all, he couldn't let his youngest daughter suffer in vain, could he? If it weren't for Xiao's return, I would never have shown my face, because I don't want to see any of you. Sheng Feiyu's tone was cold, her eyes indifferent, as she looked at Sheng Yihe like a stranger. Her biological father. Sheng Yihe's heart ached fiercely. Just as he was about to squirm his lips to say something, he heard Grandpa Hua greet Sheng Feiyu, "Little fish girl, why didn't you tell Grandpa Hua when you were wronged? Come here quickly, Grandpa Hua will definitely do something about it." Sheng Feiyu walked around Sheng Yihe and came to the side of the old man, gently took his arm and explained, "Grandpa Hua, there was a misunderstanding between me and Jin Shui, but it was because she loves you so much that she kidnapped me on impulse." Before Sheng Feiyu went downstairs, Hua Yuting, who was about to be punished by the old man, gave her a slight smile. The baby really loves him. She was even capable of doing something so insane. It shows just how crazy she was in love with him. Grandpa Hua was the only person in the room who knew the truth, apart from Sheng Feiyu himself. Although the idea of his own kidnapping was ridiculous to Grandpa Hua, he knew that Sheng Feiyu had told the Sheng family this lie as part of a larger plan. But his eldest grandson was different. His eldest grandson really loved the little fish girl, and was even willing to admit to the crime of kidnapping for the sake of the little fish girl. He was just afraid that he would take out his anger on Jin Shui for the sake of the little fish girl. After the little fish girl's birthday banquet, he could laugh at his eldest grandson's stupid act of withdrawing the engagement every day. Ha ha ha. His heart was filled with joy, but he pretended to be angry and said, regardless of whether it was a misunderstanding or an impulse, she hurt the little fish girl. I can't let her off so easily. But she has accepted me as her sister. If you bully my sister, I will be heartbroken. Sheng Feiyu shook Grandpa Hua's arm and gave it a gentle squeeze. Grandpa Hua naturally picked up Sheng Feiyu's hint, and after a moment of pondering, he confirmed, "Little fish girl, you must not help this Yuting boy on purpose just because of him. Did that Jin Shui really accept you as her sister? Did she mean it?" "Yes. I'm sure." Sheng Feiyu nodded emphatically. "Well, since she has apologized to Xiaoyu and become her sister." "Sheng Feiyu." Sheng Jianqing interrupted Hua's words with a cold shout. Sheng Feiyu's dark eyes lifted faintly. "What is it?" "Young Master Sheng." Sheng Jianqing said coldly, "We came here to seek justice for you, but you took it upon yourself to reconcile with her in private. How much did she pay you to be willing to forgive her for kidnapping and torturing you? As for matters within the Sheng family, as long as they don't reach the point of violence, Grandpa Hua won't intervene." This was what Grandpa Hua agreed to after Sheng Feiyu had begged and pleaded in every way imaginable. So at the moment, Grandpa Hua was just watching. But his expression was slightly one of looking at an idiot. He wants to see just how stupid the Sheng family can be. "Not much, 5 million, and I didn't take it." Sheng Feiyu looked at Sheng Jianqing calmly. "After all, the inheritance my grandfather and mother left me was already more than enough. The main reason why she didn't leave the Sheng family even though she was clearly over 18 was for this inheritance. She won't leave this inheritance to these ungrateful people, not even a single thing. Then you shouldn't forgive this either. Kidnapping is illegal." Sheng Jianqing scolded. "Oh." Sheng Feiyu gave a faint smile, staring deeply into Sheng Jianqing's eyes, wondering how many years he would get for colluding with human traffickers and encouraging someone to commit suicide. If he was really so righteous, he should have sent the person who killed their mother to jail first. "You." Sheng Jianqing of course knew what Sheng Feiyu meant by this, and his face turned pale. How many times did he have to say it, that Auntie Feng had not done it and she was not that kind of person? Why is Sheng Feiyu so stubborn? She is just like their mother in the past. This is the reason Sheng Jianqing has never liked this younger sister from the beginning. She easily reminds him of their mother back then. Paranoid, selfish, and cold-blooded. No wonder they are mother and daughter. "Grandpa Hua, if there is nothing else, I will go back to my room and rest. After all, I don't really want to meet someone with a brain full of water." Sheng Feiyu looked at Grandpa Hua with a heartbreaking calm in her eyes. "Who are you calling an idiot? Sheng Feiyu, you're getting out of line. Don't think that just because the Hua family is backing you up, you can do whatever you want. If Hua Yuting were to break off the engagement with you, I don't think the Hua family would care about you anymore." Shang Xian had been holding back for a long time, but finally he couldn't hold back anymore and stood up, yelling. When the old master Hua heard this, not only was he not angry, he also looked at his eldest grandson with a smile on his face. "Tell them." Hua Yuting's dark eyes were already full of coldness. In front of him and the old man, Sheng Jianqing and Sheng Xian dared to treat Sheng Feiyu like this. Then, in the Sheng family over the past 2 years, just how much suffering had Sheng Feiyu endured? Hua Yuting slowly lowered his long legs and slowly got up. With his absolute height advantage, he looked down on Sheng Xian, his face full of contempt. He said slowly, after the engagement is broken off, I plan to recognize Sheng Feiyu as my younger sister and always protect her. Chapter 54, How did Sheng Feiyu's tears make him feel distressed? What? Sheng Xian's face suddenly turned ugly. Didn't Hua Yuting previously treat Sheng Feiyu coldly? Why had he suddenly become Sheng Feiyu's brother? And he even sounded like a crazy man who dotes on his sister. Was he crazy or was Hua Yuting crazy? Sheng Yiha, on the other hand, said in a daze, Isn't this too? Where is there an unmarried woman who becomes a younger sister? I'd like to see who dares to gossip in front of me. Hua Yuting lifted his long, slender fingers and tugged at his dark blue tie. He exuded a careless air of dominance. Of course they didn't dare say it in front of Hua Xiao, but they couldn't finish what they were saying behind Sheng Yiha's back. Hua Yuting's thin lips curled slightly, and his jade-like fingers lifted and shook. Apart from Sheng family members, basically no one else dares to gossip about the Hua family behind their backs. Because, it is likely that they will be recorded by their opponents and report back to the Hua family. This has happened before. Hua Yuting directly gave the other party a chance to prosper. He then precisely targeted those who had fabricated stories about the Hua family. He killed one to warn 100. The reputation of the Hua family cannot be smeared or tarnished. The only exception is the Sheng family, because the Lin and Hua families were close friends back then and had arranged a marriage contract, so the Hua family naturally treats the Sheng family more tolerantly than others. Otherwise, with attitudes like Sheng Jianqing and Sheng Xian's, wouldn't they have already been beaten to the point where their own father Sheng Yiha wouldn't recognize them by Hua Yuting? How could they still be sitting in the Hua family living room, spouting nonsense? It's fine to recognize and accept Xiaoyu as a younger sister, but Xiaoyu can't just keep living in the Hua family. Sheng Yiha originally came to fetch Sheng Feiyu, and mentioning Jin Shui kidnapping Sheng Feiyu was just a side note. So he quickly put the kidnapping aside and looked at Sheng Feiyu, his gaze pleading. Go back with your father, Xiaoyu. Yuting and I have already accepted you as our younger sister. What's wrong with you living in our Hua family? Hua Senior grunted lightly. In the future, when you get married, just marry directly from our Hua family. After all, there are many houses in his Hua family. I almost forgot, there are even more houses in your family. It's just that they're all in Jin Shui's name. Hua Senior stroked his chin. It seems that it's also fine to let my eldest grandson marry into the Lin family? As long as little fish girl works hard in the future and gives birth to 2 boys, one of them will take the Hua surname and carry on the Hua family line. No one knows that the stern-looking Grandpa Hua is thinking about something so far away. The dowry, our Hua family can afford it too. Hua Yuting added absent-mindedly as he rubbed his chin. My grandfather and my mother have long since prepared a dowry for me. Sheng Feiyu said, deliberately looking at Shang Ningxian. Sure enough, Shang Ningxian saw a trace of unwillingness in her eyes. After all, Shang Ningxian was the Sheng family's acknowledged little princess, but Sheng Yiha had a huge fortune in his hands that no one could touch. It had always been managed by a famous financial team. That was money that no one could touch except Sheng Feiyu. It was originally thought that Sheng Feiyu would never return, so sooner or later, that money would be hers and her 3 brothers. And her brothers had always loved her, so they would definitely not divide up the dowry. So basically, that money was all hers, Sheng Ningxian's. In the end, Sheng Feiyu was found by Grandpa Hua. Sheng Ningxian clenched her fists, looked down at the ground with downcast eyes, and almost couldn't control her jealousy. But then she thought about what her mother had told her, and suddenly calmed down. Her mother had said that since it was a dowry, Sheng Feiyu could only take it when she got married. So, they just needed to marry Sheng Feiyu to a man they could control. At that time, they would still get most of the money. And her mother had already found the right man. Just waiting. Shang Ningxian thought, and she felt less jealous of Sheng Feiyu. After all, everything that belonged to Sheng Feiyu would be hers. What I give you is what I give you. Hua Yuting glanced at Sheng Feiyu and spoke in an imperious tone. Sheng Feiyu pursed her lips and whispered, Thank you, Mr. Hua. I'm not going to undermine my own husband. She suddenly realized that she had really come to think of Hua Yuting as her husband, and a shock ran through her heart. Her ears also flushed a slight pink. Hua Yuting was not in the habit of staring at other women. When he said that sentence before, he glanced at Sheng Feiyu and then withdrew his gaze. Naturally, he hadn't noticed. But Grandpa Hua was right next to Sheng Feiyu, and he saw it all clearly. He suddenly laughed heartily, saying, "Good, harmony in the family brings prosperity. This is the style of the Hua family." Saying this, he waved his hand at Sheng Yiha. "Alright, Yiha, you've seen it too. If Xiaoyu doesn't want to go back with you, let her stay with me. I promise that not a single hair on her head will be lost." Uncle Hua Sheng Yiha still followed the name of the late Madame Sheng and called Hua's father Uncle Hua. Unfortunately, Hua's father no longer had the slightest affection for this junior. Because this junior had done too many things wrong. He was too confused. "Fine, I'm tired, you can go." Hua's father rarely loses his temper like this, but at the moment, he lowered his face and even turned his back on the Sheng family. Sheng Feiyu pursed her lips lightly, reached out to support the old man, and patted his arm reassuringly. This little action was seen by Hua Yuting. His impression of Sheng Feiyu as a younger sister improved a little. It seems that he had preconceived ideas before. In fact, this girl has certain strengths that make her grandfather like her. At least, she is sincere with her grandfather. Hua Yuting's thin lips curled up slightly, and then he looked at the Sheng family members who refused to leave, frowned, and said in a cold tone, "Why haven't you left yet?" The Sheng family members. "Okay. We can't stay." Sheng Jiansheng, Sheng Xian, and Sheng Ningxian got up one after the other, and Sheng Yiha, the head of the family, also got up. However, Sheng Yiha still couldn't help but ask Sheng Feiyu again, "Xiaoyu, are you really not going home with your father? I already said 2 years ago that as long as that woman sets foot in the Sheng family door, I will never go back." Sheng Feiyu looked at Sheng Yiha with indifferent eyes, and the corners of his dark lips curled up coldly. Obviously, some people didn't take my words seriously and thought I was just joking. "Xiaoyu, I, Sheng Yiha, am ashamed." He did make the first mistake in this matter. Back then, he did promise his youngest daughter that as long as she returned to the Sheng family, he would never let Su Fingning set foot in the Sheng family villa. When the old master Hua saw that Sheng Feiyu's eyes seemed a little red, he immediately felt distressed, and then he snapped at Sheng Yiha, "Hurry up and go." Sheng Yiha sighed, bowed to the old master Hua, and then left the Hua family mansion with his son and daughter. "Little fish girl, don't be sad. As long as you have your grandfather, no one can bully you." Grandpa Hua patted Sheng Feiyu's shoulder lightly. Sheng Feiyu shook her head, her tone slightly choked. "Grandpa Hua, I'm not sad for myself, I'm sad for my mom." Hua Yuting watched Sheng Feiyu's reddened eyes from the side, and a vague discomfort jumped in his heart. His back suddenly stiffened. Why did he feel distressed because of this girl's tears? Chapter 55, could it be that he has discovered her identity? Hua Yuting suddenly got up and left. He strode away. He didn't even turn around. He didn't even say goodbye to Grandpa Hua. Grandpa Hua and Sheng Feiyu were both taken aback and didn't quite understand what had happened. The old man and the young man glanced at each other, and with great tacit understanding, they walked towards the study on the 3rd floor. Butler Hua. He really doesn't care whether the young master lives or dies. The old man and the young girl arrived at the study on the 3rd floor. After closing the soundproof door, they sat down and started chatting. What did the young girl think was the reason for Yuting's unusual behavior just now? Grandpa Hua knew his grandson very well, which was why he used the word unusual. In the past, Hua Yuting had been punished several times by Grandpa Hua for breaking off the engagement. But even when he was in pain, Hua Yuting would always tell his grandfather when he got up, "I'll go first, Grandpa, and we'll talk about the marriage cancellation next time." This made Hua's grandfather angry and frustrated. But just now, Hua Yuting suddenly got up and left, without even looking back, let alone giving his grandfather a glance, and said goodbye to him. This was the first time in the past 22 years that Hua Yuting had done so. Grandpa Hua was very curious. But he didn't think that his grandson had discovered Xiaoyu's identity, or suspected it. Because the reaction didn't match. If his grandson had started to suspect Xiaoyu, he would definitely have stared at her and tried various things. Instead, he just got up and left. It was almost as if he was afraid to look at Xiaoyu again. Could it be that? Grandpa Hua's eyebrows twitched slightly, and his eyes became interested. If that was the case, then it would be interesting. His son was never allowed to play as a child, fell in love at 16, married his wife at 22, had a child with her, and then ran away. So he can't enjoy the company of his grandchildren? Grandchildren must be played with. Isn't he your grandson? Sheng Feiyu asked tentatively. So shouldn't the person who knows Hui Yuting best be Hui Yuting himself? Hui Yuting's an anomaly, so Hui Yuting's grandfather should know better than she does, right? Anyway, she doesn't know. Of course he's my grandson. How could he be your grandson? Grandpa Hui glared at Sheng Feiyu. Sheng Feiyu almost choked on her own saliva. No, Grandpa Hui, you don't need to argue with the last sentence, do you? Grandpa Hui probably realized that he was about to argue, and immediately changed the subject. Your parents will be back soon, at your 18th birthday party. Her parents. Sheng Feiyu's eyes twitched, and she coughed lightly. Grandpa Hui, aren't Uncle and Aunt Hui traveling around the world? There's no need for them to come back especially, is there? It's not really my 18th birthday banquet. She already spent her 18th birthday with her master and senior fellow apprentices. Grandpa Hui also gave her a birthday present, a very beautiful talking parrot. It kept calling her girl. And trained countless times to call her sister or master, but never changed. She wanted to kill it every day. It was only because of Master Hui's face that it was spared. And came back to support you, right? Master Hui snorted heavily. I told them everything about you and Yuting. What? Sheng Feiyu's eyes widened instantly. This, she was caught off guard. Although she had only met Hui Yuting's parents a total of 3 times, she was Sheng Feiyu's face every time. Now that the couple knew at the same time that she had another identity, would they feel that she had been hiding it from them and was not honest? What is little fish girl worried about? They couldn't be happier. Grandpa Hui seemed to have read Sheng Feiyu's thoughts, so he snorted, saying that having a daughter-in-law like little fish girl was a blessing they had cultivated for 3 lifetimes. Grandpa Hui, you shouldn't say that. Sheng Feiyu's scalp tingled as she heard this. This was too exaggerated. It's true. They've always wanted a daughter. Now that they're getting old, they probably can't expect to have a precious daughter, but they can still hope for a beautiful and cute daughter-in-law. Grandpa Hui said with justification. When it came to this, Sheng Feiyu couldn't help but ask curiously, Grandpa Hui, why did Uncle and Auntie Hui want a daughter so badly? This time, Grandpa Hui fell silent. Just as Sheng Feiyu sensed something was wrong and was about to skip the topic, Grandpa Hui sighed and answered her. Because before Yuting, they actually had a daughter. But that daughter had no fate with them, and at the age of 8 months, she died in an accident. Your Aunt Hui almost died as well. That's why your Auntie Hui has always wanted a daughter. She wants the child back. And your Uncle Hui has been keeping her company outside all these years to make her happy, so that she doesn't think about that child whenever she returns to the Hui family. Sheng Feiyu felt a little sad listening to this. It was 8 months, just a little bit short of the due date. No wonder Auntie Hui couldn't accept it. And now that Mr. Hui is talking so lightly about it, I can imagine how tragic it must have been. It's even possible that Mrs. Hui was unable to come to terms with it for a while. Fortunately, Mr. Hui was so patient and stayed by her side for so many years. Mr. and Mrs. Hui really had a great relationship. Sheng Feiyu said softly. Hearing this, Mr. Hui came out of his sadness, looked at Sheng Feiyu seriously, and said, That's not true. You and Yuting are like 2 peas in a pod. Sheng Feiyu. Grandpa Hui really feels uncomfortable if he doesn't tease her and Hui Yuting every day. Forget it, she can't afford to provoke him, she'd better slip away. And it wasn't until Sheng Feiyu returned to her room that she remembered no, Grandpa Hui still hasn't told her why Hui Yuting is acting so strangely. What a big mystery. The Sheng family returned to the Sheng family villa after being snubbed by the Hui family. Su Fengning came up to greet them, whispering, What's wrong? Sheng Yihe felt mixed emotions when he saw Su Fengning. After all, it was because of Su Fengning that Sheng Feiyu had run away from home this time and even said that she would never return to the Sheng family. But he couldn't lose his temper with this gentle face, so he just said, I have a lot of work at the company, I'll go to the study, and quickly went upstairs. Su Fengning watched Sheng Yihe leave. Suddenly, she felt a little bit of a letdown. She had been trying to steal this man for so many years, and Lin Wan had been dead for so many years, and she also felt a little bit of a letdown. This man was not as intoxicating as she had originally thought. Especially in bed, he was like a pile-driving machine. I really don't know how Lin Wan could have tolerated him back then, and was so deeply in love with him. It made her think that he was some kind of treasure, and she went to great lengths to steal him away. If it weren't for the Sheng family's wealth, she would have dumped the man a long time ago. Her mother Sheng Ningxian's choking voice pulled Su Fengning's thoughts back. She turned to look at Sheng Ningxian, whose eyes were red, and sighed, Don't cry so easily. A woman's tears are very valuable. Use them where they are needed. Use them to make men feel sad. Crying for no reason will only make people sick of you. Although Su Fingning said this, Shang Xian, who was standing nearby, was very distressed and immediately put his arm around Shang Ningxian's shoulders to comfort her. Then he angrily said to Su Fingning, "Auntie Feng, you don't know. The people in the Hua family, from the old to the young, are all arrogant and can't stand the Sheng family at all." Su Fingning almost blurted out when she heard Shang Xian's words, "Why should the Hua family care about the Sheng family?" Chapter 56, She Must Be Hua Yuting's Wife. Su Fingning has played the role of the virtuous wife and good mother in the Sheng family for so many years, so of course she is not going to let her efforts come to nothing now. She suppresses the urge to blurt it out and gives a soft smile. The Hua family have generations of achievements, so naturally they are better than our Sheng family. Xian, you need to get along well with Hua Xiao, after all, you will be family in the future. Shang Xian had always taken Su Fingning's words to heart, and reluctantly said, "If it weren't for Xianer, I would definitely argue with him today. But never mind, Auntie Feng is right, we will be family with him in the future." Su Fingning calmed Shang Xian down before looking at Shang Ningxian and saying lightly, "Xianer, look at you, your makeup is all smudged from crying. Let's go, mommy will accompany you back to your room to wash your face and chat." "Okay." Shang Ningxian sniffed, and put her hand into the hand Su Fingning held out to her. The mother and daughter quickly went upstairs and went to their room. Big brother, Shang Feiyu previously promised to mention the marriage exchange to the Hua family patriarch, but now is he planning to go back on his word? Shang Xian asked, scratching his dark hair in annoyance. Shang Feiyu's attitude towards them at the Hua family today had made him very unhappy. But where this unhappiness comes from, Shang Xian himself is not very clear at the moment. Now even Hua Yuting is backing her up, so naturally she has a stiff upper lip. Shang Jianqing sneered, "She is clever, even Hua Yuting's woman has hugged his thigh and called her sister." Shang Xian thought of Hua Yuting's woman, whose name was Shui, and hurriedly asked, "Big brother, is that woman really that beautiful?" Shang Xian has a small group in the entertainment industry. The other day, Hua Yuting appeared at the restaurant with a woman, and they left together in the end. The news had already spread in the industry. However, no one dared to take a picture of the woman. Even the surveillance cameras in the restaurant were inexplicably hacked. Shang Xian has been in the entertainment industry for a long time, and he has seen all kinds of beautiful women. So when he saw those in the industry who had seen Hua Yuting's companion bragging about her, he couldn't help but be a little skeptical. Was that woman really that beautiful? In the words of those in the industry, she was pure and desirable, with a touch of the seductress? What kind of beauty was she? He couldn't imagine anyway. Shang Jianqing's gaze darkened, and his thin lips tightened. She was indeed very beautiful, with an indescribable and special temperament. So Hua Yuting was serious about her? Shang Xian's sense of crisis suddenly arose. It seems so. Shang Jianqing narrowed his eyes. As soon as Hua Yuting returned to the Hua family today, he took the initiative to shoulder responsibility in front of the old master Hua, saying that he had asked Jin Shui to kidnap Shang Feiyu. But Hua Yuting clearly didn't know about the kidnapping beforehand, so he was unconditionally defending this Jin Shui. Her name is Jin Shui? Shang Xian frowned. It seemed like he had heard that name somewhere. Who had mentioned it to him? It was. Shang Xian suddenly remembered it was the award-winning actor Yuga. The one who was all the rage. And the film that Yuga starred in was adapted by this Jin Shui. Every line she touched up had a pretty explosive effect. He had even jokingly mentioned to Yuga that if he were to switch careers and become an actor in the future, he would ask Yuga to help him get this Ms. Jin Shui to write the script. It was her. Shang Xian's face changed slightly. Shang Jianqing suddenly fixed his gaze on Shang Xian. "Do you know her?" "No, but I've heard of her name. It seems she's a screenwriter." Shang Xian didn't say that he actually admired the other person's talent quite a bit, because he had watched this movie, and the plot, lines, and actors were all quite explosive. Otherwise, how would Yugu be so acclaimed? In addition to her identity as a doctor and painter, she has the identity of a screenwriter? Shang Jiansheng, who had always been calm and self-possessed, couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Ha! Shang Xian was also stunned. So this woman is a genius? This thought popped up in the minds of the two brothers at the same time. Does this seem like a tricky situation? Second floor, Shang Ningxian's pink and romantic princess room. Is that woman more beautiful and more accomplished than you? Su Fingning asked indifferently. Shang Ningxian nodded with red eyes, But she immediately added, but her family background is not as good as mine, she is an orphan. So what if she is an orphan? Su Fingning laughed coldly, what's the difference between me and an orphan? But I ended up becoming the lady of the Sheng family, the real daughter-in-law died, and her 3 sons all obey me obediently. Shang Ningxian suddenly couldn't say a word. Sheng Feiyu's real mother, Lin Wan, she knew, had always been a thorn in her mother's side. Her mother, she hated Lin Wan. Or perhaps she was jealous of Lin Wan. Before, she didn't understand or appreciate these emotions, but now she understood and appreciated them. She hated Jin Shui and was jealous of her. She even wondered if she had Jin Shui's face, she would be perfect. Or, she would be happy to be Jin Shui. Xiener, you must understand one thing, a temporary victory is never a final victory, a temporary defeat is never a final defeat. Su Fingning looked at Shang Ningxian with cold eyes and said in a heavy tone, if you really like Hui Yuting, then you must stay calm. Like your mother, you must be careful with every step until you achieve your goal. Shang Ningxian thought of Hui Yuting's beautiful face, which was attractive yet forbidding, and bit her red lips, giving a soft in response. I know, mother. She really liked him. Ever since she was young, she had always liked him. Moreover, all her friends in the circle believed that the position of the young wife of the Hua family would be hers. If she were to lose it to another woman, she would never be able to hold her head up in the circle in the future. As Shang Ningxian thought about this, her resolve strengthened. She must marry into the Hua family and become Hui Yuting's wife. After leaving Shang Ningxian's room, Su Fingning went to the study. Sheng Yi saw Su Fingning and waved impatiently, I'm busy, I'll sleep in the study tonight, you go back to your room and sleep alone. A dark look passed across Su Fingning's eyes. In the past 2 years, Sheng Yi had been sharing her room with her less and less. Since when? It probably started when that bitch's daughter returned to the Sheng family. Sometimes, she really hated that old thing from the Hua family. Why did he have to bring that little bitch Sheng Feiyu back? The Sheng family was originally their world. As a result, once Sheng Feiyu returned, she, the head of the household, Mrs. Sheng, had to move out of the Sheng family villa. She lived outside for 2 years. Although she was living in the Sheng family house, the wives in her circle all laughed at her behind her back. Still not leaving? Sheng Yihao looked at the woman standing in the doorway with a stern face. Su Fingning came back to her senses, took a deep breath, and smiled gently, okay, just be careful not to stay up too late. I'll tell the maid to send some midnight snacks over later. Okay. Sheng Yi's face eased slightly when he heard her be so considerate. After Su Fingning left, Sheng Yi stood up and once again stood in front of Lin Wan's portrait. He looked at the bright and beautiful smiling face and was lost in thought. Awan, have I done something wrong again? Chapter 57. Whenever she thinks about this, she hates it. Ah. In the manor house on a stormy night. A woman's heart-wrenching screams came from afar. Yan Yao's heart ached beyond words, hugging his wife who had a seizure and constantly comforting her. At the same time, his fierce gaze shot at the bodyguard beside him, has Ada not arrived yet? The bodyguard replied hurriedly, Sir, she said she had left half an hour ago, she should be here soon. Before the bodyguard could finish his sentence, the door was slammed open. Sheng Feiyu rushed in wearing a gray casual shirt and walked to the bed in 2 or 3 steps. Mr. Yan, I'm here. The Yan family was in a hurry, and she didn't have time to change. So she just slipped out of the Hua family in her current appearance and rushed to the manor. Yan Yao saw Sheng Feiyu's appearance and a flash of surprise passed through his eyes. This was because this was the first time Yan Yao had seen Ada, who was usually so bright and dazzling, looking so unremarkable. They were 2 completely different people. If she hadn't spoken, he really wouldn't have recognized her. But soon, Yan Yao had no time to speculate about the reason why Ada was dressed like this. The moment Mrs. Yan saw Sheng Feiyu, she suddenly burst into tears and hugged Sheng Feiyu tightly. Don't go, Mommy was wrong, don't go. Mommy knows she was wrong. Mommy. Sheng Feiyu's body stiffened slightly, and a dense pain came from her heart. Since she first took over Mrs. Yan as a patient, she has always felt this pain, because she thinks that when her mother was alive, she must have been in such pain. And while Madame Yan has the incomparable Yan Yao as a considerate companion who gently comforts her, her mother did not have that blessing and only met a scumbag like Sheng Yiha. While Madame Yan has her doctor to save her, her mother back then could only despairingly jump off a high-rise building. Every time she thinks about this, she hates it. She hates those ungrateful Sheng family members. Okay, I won't go, don't worry, I promise I won't go. Little fish Mrs. Yan let go of Sheng Feiyu, touched her face with tear-filled eyes, and called out her nickname with bloodied lips, trembling. Sheng Feiyu's heart trembled. Little fish? Little fish, don't leave mommy, okay? It's thundering outside. If I let go of your hand, the thunder and lightning will take you away. You have to stay by mommy's side, don't go anywhere, it's dangerous outside, someone wants to steal mommy's little fish baby. Mrs. Yen kept crying, muttering, and stroking Sheng Feiyu's cheeks. Finally, she was too tired to cry and held Sheng Feiyu's hand tightly before falling asleep on the bed. However, since Sheng Feiyu came, although Mrs. Yen was still not clear-headed, she did not hurt herself again. Yen Yao watched the whole process from the side, and his tense emotions were finally relieved. Thank you, Ada. Yen Yao spoke hoarsely, sincerely thanking her. He had sought so many doctors for Wan Wan, but only Ada could truly stabilize her condition. Perhaps he should tell her the truth, thus allowing her to be completely cured. A slight look of confusion flashed in Yen Yao's eyes, but it was fleeting. No, he had finally regained her after so much effort. He had carefully guarded this relationship for so many years. If her identity were to be revealed, and she had so many children, would she choose to leave him? Yen Yao closed his eyes to hide the pain in his heart. I'm sorry, Wan Wan, forgive my selfishness, but I can't lose you again. I can't bear it anymore, seeing you lying in a pool of blood breaks my heart. Sheng Feiyu had wanted to pull her hand out and go out and talk with Yen Yao. But as soon as she had this thought, Mrs. Yen began to ramble uneasily. She had to continue holding Mrs. Yen's hand and asked Yen Yao as quietly as she could, Mr. Yen, why did Mrs. Yen have a seizure? Yen Yao looked out the window at the night sky with a blank expression. She hated thunder. The day she had been lying on the ground covered in blood, it had also been a stormy day with thunder but no rain. It reminded her of something very unhappy. Sheng Feiyu understood, it turned out to be because of the thunder. However, the day before when I came, it was also a stormy day with thunder, but that day, Madame Yen seemed perfectly normal. She recalled. Yen Yao looked back at her, that's because you were there. Sheng Feiyu was taken aback. Does that mean that if she wasn't with her, Madame Yen would have had a seizure that day too? Ada, I have a request that I'm not sure you'll agree to. Yen Yao looked at the girl in front of him, who didn't even recognize herself as Ada, and his gaze slowly fell on his sleeping wife. Please go ahead and say it, Mr. Yen. If I can do it, I will definitely agree. Sheng Feiyu knew very well that her feelings for Madame Yen were not just those of a doctor for her patient. There was also an inexplicable feeling in her heart. Perhaps it was because the painful appearance of Mrs. Yen when she had an attack always reminded her of her dead mother. And tonight, Mrs. Yen also called her Xiaoyu baby, which made her feel extremely close. I want to adopt you as my daughter with my wife, Yen Yao said. Ah? Sheng Feiyu was surprised. The head of the country's #1 conglomerate wanted to adopt her as his daughter? Did he know that this would cause a sensation throughout the country? However, in front of my wife, you can't say you're her adopted daughter. Yen Yao looked at Sheng Feiyu and slowly made a request. You have to say that you're her biological daughter, and your name is Yen Xiaoyu. Yen Xiaoyu. Sheng Feiyu's heart trembled, and she looked at Mrs. Yen, who still held her hand after falling asleep and refused to let go. After a while, she asked softly, Mr. and Mrs. Yen once had a daughter? Is this daughter the knot in Mrs. Yen's heart? You don't need to ask anymore. Yen Yao said indifferently, you just need to do as I say. Perhaps this method can untie the knot in my wife's heart and heal her. Sheng Feiyu knew that Yen Yao and Mrs. Yen had a painful past, and that this past seemed to be unknown to outsiders. Therefore, no matter how much Yen Yao loved Mrs. Yen, he was always unwilling to tell her about this past. Even if she was Mrs. Yen's attending doctor. Now, Yen Yao has come up with this plan because of the way Mrs. Yen treats her. She will let her pretend to be Yen Xiaoyu in front of Mrs. Yen. She will see if this can help Mrs. Yen let go of her daughter's loss. Sheng Feiyu thought for a moment, then resolutely nodded, okay, I promise. Mrs. Yen is originally her patient, and it is her responsibility to cure her. If this can really help Mrs. Yen let go of her heart, then everyone will be happy. And she has nothing to lose. Thank you, Ada. No, fish. Yen Yao smiled, looking very happy. Mr. Yen is being polite, this is what I should do. Sheng Feiyu also smiled. That night, Sheng Feiyu stayed at the manor and slept with Mrs. Yen. Yen Yao went to the study and, after a moment of contemplation, picked up his brush and drew the inconspicuous gray-clad girl he had just met. Then, he dialed an extension and asked for one of his subordinates. Find out who she is. Yen Yao handed the subordinate a sketch of the portrait that was 9/10 realistic and ordered coldly. Yes, sir. The subordinate quickly left the study. Yan Yao sat at his desk and closed his eyes in meditation. He would not let anyone threaten the safety of Yin Yan. Chapter 58. Baby, can't I do it? Sheng Feiyu stayed at the manor with Madame Yen for the night, until Madame Yen woke up and looked at her face in a daze. She then spoke, Madame Yen, it's me. Madame Yen still looked at her face, stunned. She didn't know what she was thinking. Well, shall I go wash my face? Sheng Feiyu looked at her hand, which had been numb from being grasped all night. Madame Yen followed her gaze and, startled, retracted her hand. Sheng Feiyu's hand was a little bruised. She had held it for too long. Wait here for a moment. Sheng Feiyu smiled, gave Madame Yen a hug, and got up to leave for the guest bathroom. She not only wanted to wash her face, but also go to the bathroom. She had been holding it in all night. When Sheng Feiyu came out of the guest bathroom, she had resumed her appearance as Ada. She had just let her ponytail down and let her long hair down without having time to curl it. Yan Yao didn't know when he had stood in the hallway. He looked at the obedient and delicate girl who had come out of the guest bedroom. A faint dark gleam flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect it to be her. As soon as Sheng Feiyu walked out of the room, she saw Yan Yao not far away and immediately walked over to him. Before she could say anything, she heard Yan Yao slowly call out her name, word by word. Sheng Feiyu. Sheng Feiyu raised her thin eyebrows, not surprised that Yan Yao had found out her identity. She was well aware of the importance of Mrs. Yen to Yan Yao. So last night, her face must have alerted Yan Yao, causing him to investigate her. I have been concealing this identity for some personal reasons. Sheng Feiyu explained with a clear gaze. I am very interested in this personal reason. Yan Yao glanced in the direction of the master bedroom and said indifferently, You go have breakfast with my wife first, I will wait for you in the study. After saying this, he turned and went to the study. Sheng Feiyu looked at Yan Yao's back and lightly curled her lips. If Mrs. Yan's illness has nothing to do with Yan Yao, then he is truly a wonderful man. He always puts his wife first, afraid that she is hungry or cold. How many men can do that? As Sheng Feiyu thought this, the face of Yuting suddenly popped into her mind. Those dark and deep eyes seemed to be dissatisfied. Baby, can't I do it? Sheng Feiyu's eyes twitched slightly. She was afraid that she wasn't crazy. At a time like this, she can still think of Yuting. Shaking off the inexplicable fantasies in her head, Sheng Feiyu steadied her nerves and turned back to the master bedroom. Mrs. Yen had already finished washing up and changed into a lavender dress with the help of the maid. Now she looks no different from a normal person. Little fish. Seeing the obedient and cute girl walk in, Madame Yan's beautiful eyes were filled with uncontrollable joy. She walked up and gently took the girl's hand, looking down and asking, Did Mommy hurt you? Sheng Feiyu's throat caught, but she was awake, right? Why was she still? When did your father pick you up? Why didn't he tell me? Madame Yen tenderly stroked Sheng Feiyu's cheek, wondering if she was trying to surprise me? Well, now there's no need to lie, just automatically assume the role. Sheng Feiyu guessed that Madame Yen had such a vivid memory of last night that she really took her for that Yen Xiaoyu. Let's go downstairs for breakfast first, I still need to go to the study to talk to him about something later. Sheng Feiyu's forehead suddenly started throbbing, but she couldn't call out Mom or Dad. Fortunately, Madame Yen didn't care about that, and happily took Sheng Feiyu's hand and walked out. Good, Mom hasn't had breakfast with Xiaoyu yet. Sheng Feiyu. We have. But at that time you took me for Ada. Sheng Feiyu realized that Yen Xiaoyu was probably the hardest disguise she had ever worn. After all, in her other disguises, she didn't have to call out Mom and Dad. After the breakfast was over, Sheng Feiyu was sweating. Mrs. Yen kept serving her food and looking at her with overflowing maternal love, asking her how she had been all these years and if she had been bullied. Sheng Feiyu naturally wouldn't sell her misery, and said that she had always been taken care of by her master and her fellow apprentices, and that she had had a very happy childhood. In the end, Mrs. Yan's eyes filled with happy tears. It's true, my little fish is really a blessed girl. You watch some TV here for a while and rest, and I'll go to the study and keep you company, okay? Sheng Feiyu said softly as she saw Mrs. Yen finish her breakfast. Yan Yao is still waiting for her in the study. Good, you two should talk. Mrs. Yen wiped away the tears in the corner of her eyes, smiled, got up, and went to the sofa to sit down. The maid turned on the TV. Mrs. Yen soon started watching a family drama. Sheng Feiyu went upstairs to the study. Mr. Yen. The door to the study was ajar, so Sheng Feiyu knocked twice lightly before entering. "Close the door and sit down," Yan Yao said lightly, sipping a small glass of red wine. Sheng Feiyu closed the door and sat down in front of Yan Yao. A glass of juice was placed in front of her. However, she had just had milk for breakfast, so she didn't pick up the juice. Sheng Feiyu was abducted at the age of 1 and her whereabouts were unknown. She was found at the age of 16 for the elderly Hua. She has been back in the Sheng family for 2 years. She often skips classes, is unmotivated, reticent, eccentric, and argues with her stepmother. She also gets along poorly with her 3 biological brothers. Yan Yao looked up and looked at the girl in front of him with her delicate little face. "Are you really Sheng family's daughter, Sheng Feiyu? Or are you just using the identity of Sheng Feiyu to infiltrate the Sheng family for some other purpose?" "I am Sheng Feiyu, the Sheng family daughter who was abducted by human traffickers when I was 1 year old and sold to the countryside." Sheng Feiyu was not worried that Yan Yao would betray her, and she simply admitted it. Yan Yao came to China just to cure his wife's illness. He will not get involved in other people's business. So the only thing he needs to be sure of is that she will not cause harm to Mrs. Yan. Yan Yao's heart trembled. In fact, he also knew that Sheng Yiha would not have recognized Sheng Feiyu without a paternity test. Therefore, the girl in front of him was indeed the Sheng family daughter who had been abducted by human traffickers. Why do you have to pretend in front of the Sheng family? Yan Yao didn't quite understand. Since she was so capable, why did she have to hide her abilities in the Sheng family? What did she really want? Sheng Feiyu's red lips curved slightly. "If I say that I want to avenge my dead mother and remove the Sheng family from the capital, will Mr. Yin feel that I am heartless?" Yan Yao was truly shocked this time. He stared at Sheng Feiyu for a long time before finding his voice. "What revenge are you talking about? Didn't she suffer from severe depression because she lost her daughter and then had a nervous breakdown before jumping off the roof during a thunderstorm?" Although he also hated Sheng Yiha for marrying her and not taking good care of her. But she was sick after all, and she jumped off the roof because she couldn't think straight. Even though he hated Sheng Yiha for being careless and even marrying someone else, he couldn't really do anything to Sheng Yiha. After all, he was the biological father of their children. Chapter 59. How could he care about a woman other than his baby? What revenge is there to be had? Sheng Feiyu gave a cold smile, and a cold light shone in her clear, watery eyes. "Mr. Yan, you don't really think that I was really lost by my mother, do you? And my mother, she really became depressed because she lost me, doesn't she?" Yan Yao's heart was shaken. If it weren't for the years of training to keep his emotions hidden, he was afraid that he really wouldn't be able to keep his expression stable at this moment. "You mean there is a mastermind behind this who set your mother up?" "Yes." Sheng Feiyu clenched his fingers. "This behind-the-scenes manipulator is Su Fingning. I started looking for evidence 2 years ago, and now I have all the evidence in my hands, just waiting for my 18th birthday banquet in half a month, when I will deal the Sheng family a crushing blow." Half a month later. 18th birthday banquet. Aren't you already 18? Yan Yao didn't know that Sheng Feiyu's age had been reduced by 2 months because of Sheng Ningxian. This was not shown in the investigation data given by his trusted subordinates. 2 years ago, the Sheng family members changed my age by 2 months in order to cover up the fact that Sheng Ningxian was Sheng Yiha's illegitimate daughter conceived during my mother's pregnancy. Sheng Feiyu explained. Yan Yao frowned slightly. "I don't understand this. If they wanted to cover up the affair during pregnancy, shouldn't they have made your age older? If they could, wouldn't they have done it?" Sheng Feiyu snorted. "I was abducted when I was 1 year old, and many old people in Jing City know which year I was born. As for Sheng Ningxian, she has been in the entertainment industry for many years, and her date of birth has long been known throughout the internet, so there is no way to change it. Therefore, they could only change my month of birth to make Sheng Ningxian's birth date come before mine, to prove that Sheng Yiha at least did not cheat on his wife while pregnant." Yan Yao understood. The Sheng family never thought that Sheng Feiyu would return, and the people of Jing City had long since forgotten about such a Sheng family daughter. So they didn't pay attention to Sheng Ningxian's age. It wasn't until Sheng Feiyu returned to the Sheng family and the Sheng family had 2 daughters that the Sheng family realized this. They could only settle for the second best and let everyone know that Sheng Yiha did cheat, but not during Lin Wan's pregnancy. So they changed Sheng Feiyu's age to 2 months younger than Sheng Ningxian's. This really makes it worse. This is like trying to hide silver by wrapping it in gold. Yan Yaoxin sneered inwardly, and then asked, even if you have evidence in your hands that proves that Su Fingning was the one who colluded with human traffickers to abduct you and caused your mother to become depressed, why do you want to deal with the entire Sheng family? She didn't kill anyone, did she? Sheng Feiyu curled her lips in a faint smile. I'm not stupid enough to send her to prison, and I can't sentence her to 2 years. Besides, now that the Sheng family is obviously going to protect her, I of course have to first take away her backers. 2 years in prison? That would be too easy for Su Fingning. She'll make Su Fingning gradually lose everything she took from her mother. Abandoned by her husband. Turned against by her children. Scorned by everyone. Yan Yao stared at Sheng Feiyu. That's your biological father and 3 biological brothers. I have given them chances over the past 2 years. A coldness flashed in Sheng Feiyu's eyes, but they didn't believe me, only Su Fingning. Sheng Yihao was forgivable, but my 3 brothers were born after 10 months of hard work. They are my mother's real sons. But they also recognized the thief as their mother, and they even resented their mother's illness. Yan Yao saw that the girl in front of him had glistening tears in her eyes. His heart ached, but there was also a trace of relief. No wonder they say that a daughter is a mother's little cotton-padded jacket. Among the 4 children she gave birth to, only this daughter truly cares for her. They shouldn't despise their mother for being sick. Sheng Feiyu closed her eyes. They shouldn't despise her. When they were young, she could forgive them for being afraid of her and not liking her. But when they grew up and understood right and wrong, how could they still think their mother was annoying? Mom is just sick. It was Su Fingning who caused it. It wasn't something that my mother wanted. Xiao Yu, you're very good. Yan Yao looked at Sheng Feiyu's reddened eyes with gentle eyes and smiled. It's also a kind of fate that my wife and I can meet you. In the future, my wife and I will be your mom and dad. Sheng Yiha, that father, she doesn't want it either. Big fool. Sheng Feiyu opened her eyes at this and smiled lightly. Mr. Yan, don't worry, I won't ask for a single penny of the Yan family's wealth, I can. Before she could finish, Yan Yao raised his hand. Don't say such formal things. Sheng Feiyu had to swallow the rest of her words. She had wanted to say that she could sign an agreement in advance. My wife has a connection with you, which means I have a connection with you. Yan Yao raised his finger, gently tugged at his tie, then took a sip of red wine. My wife and I only have 1 son, but he doesn't really care about the family fortune, so you don't have to worry about anyone targeting you because of that. What he meant was that since the Yin family had adopted her as their daughter, she would naturally get a share of the family fortune. Sheng Feiyu's eyebrows shot up. She really didn't need it. She could earn her own living. Okay, go keep my wife company. Yan Yao waved his hand. As for what you want to do, just go ahead and do it. If you need money or manpower, just let the butler know. I'll tell him to obey your orders completely. Thank you, Mr. Yan. Sheng Feiyu had to get up and say thank you. However, she didn't need it. She had money and people. If it wasn't enough, she still had her husband. Sheng Feiyu thought this as she turned to leave the study, and couldn't help but let a faint smile curve her lips. Hua Yuting. I've missed you a little. Fish Pond Bar. Facing the world with a cool expression, Hua Yuting sat in a booth, his face closed to strangers. The several black-clad bodyguards standing around him made no woman dare to approach and strike up a conversation. Hua Gu, are you troubled by something? Xin Yu was originally playing a game at home, but then he received a call from Hua Yuting asking him to find a place to drink. Without thinking, he said Fish Pond Bar. Who would have thought that after Hua Gu caught his sister-in-law here last time, Fish Pond Bar became popular? The Fish Pond Bar was already very popular, but now it's completely exploded. It's full of beautiful women and handsome men. It's become the most popular place in the whole city for single men and women to meet and have a good time. Hua Yuting lifted the vodka in front of him and took a sip. After a long while, he asked Xin Yu coldly, if a man feels pain when he sees another woman cry, what does that mean? Even now, he could still recall the discomfort he felt in his heart when he saw the tears in the little girl's eyes. After carefully distinguishing it for a long time, he was sure that was heartache. But, how could he feel heartache for a woman other than his baby? Not even for the little girl who was like a sister to him. That must mean that this woman is very important to him. Xin Yu's words without thinking made Hua Yuting's entire breath double. Chapter 60, A Little Demon That Needs to Be Fixed. The man's voice was low and hoarse. What if it's a younger sister? After a long while, Hua Yuting asked again. Xinyu laughed. It's normal for a brother to worry about his younger sister, otherwise why would he have the nickname sister-spoiling madman? Yuting's lips curled slightly, he liked hearing that. Although he didn't go so far as to be a sister-spoiling madman, a little bit of worry should be normal, right? No, brother Hua, you don't have a sister. Xinyu was only then aware of the situation and looked at Yuting in surprise. Don't say anything. Yuting glanced at Xinyu and took another sip of vodka. He was going to get beaten up. Xinyu. He was really impressed. But he was just teasing brother Hua a little, so he shouldn't be noticed, right? Thinking about this, Xinyu coughed lightly, leaned closer, and whispered, Brother Hua, in fact, to tell whether a man's feelings for a woman are family love or romantic love, there is only one rule to go by. Which one? Yuting raised an eyebrow slightly. It's whether or not you have those urges for that woman. Xinyu winked. Oh. Yuting's eyebrows and eyes became even more composed. He only has feelings for one woman, his baby. He wants to die in her arms. As for Sheng Feiyu, he never had any feelings for her. Well, he really only felt like a big brother towards Sheng Feiyu. Xinyu looked at him and wondered why he was so calm. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? No energy. Xinyu continued drinking with little interest, watching the beautiful pole dancer on stage. At this time, Sheng Feiyu left the Yan family manor. As she walked, she looked down and sent a message to a certain glutton. Then she waited for a long time, but there was no reply. Is he busy? Sheng Feiyu stroked her chin lightly with her finger and raised an eyebrow. Forget it, it's not like she didn't try to reach him, he just didn't reply. Men can't be trusted, I'll just go find my sisters. Sheng Feiyu quickly sent a message to Lin Qian, and Lin Qian almost immediately replied, meet at Fish Pond Bar. Sisters are indeed reliable. Sheng Feiyu pursed her lips slightly, put her phone away, and headed to the Fish Pond Bar. Half an hour later. Sheng Feiyu saw Lin Qian standing outside the Fish Pond Bar at a glance. She raised her fine eyebrows slightly and walked towards Lin Qian. Qian. Lin Qian grabbed Sheng Feiyu's wrist and excitedly said, Ada, Mr. Huo and Mr. Qin have already arrived at the bar. I'm so happy, no wonder Ada told her to come, she must be here to set up a date. Lin Qian's words made Sheng Feiyu narrow her eyes a little. Then she took out her phone and opened the message to take a look. No reply. Okay, if he doesn't reply to my message, I'll think he's busy with something important, but it turns out he's here drinking and hanging out with the girls. Sheng Feiyu's red lips curled up slightly, but her words were cold and indifferent. You're only looking for me because Mr. Hua didn't reply to your message? Lin Qian was dumbfounded. No way? So she got excited for nothing? You go in first, I'll come in a bit later. Sheng Feiyu laughed lightly. If he likes looking at pretty girls so much, I'll let him have his fill. No, Ada, what are you doing? Lin Qian was a bit anxious. She didn't want her best friend to get into trouble by fighting with a man like Mr. Hua. Sheng Feiyu patted Lin Qian on the head, under the bed, never be afraid of men. You can be submissive in bed. The prerequisite is that the other person is really that strong. Like Yuting. Sheng Feiyu added in her heart. Lin Qian blinked her eyes, and her good sister meant that in bed, you should be afraid of men? Ha! She was a bit hard to understand. The confused Lin Qian followed her good sister's meaning and went into the bar first. She didn't dare sit too close to Yuting and Xinyu, and chose a seat closer to the stage. After ordering a margarita, Lin Qian began to enjoy the hot dance on stage. She couldn't help but say, gee, it's really quite sexy. No wonder these men love to watch. Lin Qian couldn't help but glance sideways at her best friend's man. As she did, she suddenly locked eyes with Yuting's cold gaze. Lin Qian suddenly shivered. Oh my god. That was scary. I really don't know how her little sister managed to win over Mr. Hua. I admire her courage. Lin Qian quickly turned her head and continued to look at the stage with a calm expression. Yuting had seen Lin Qian a long time ago. He kept staring at Lin Qian's seat, speculating in his mind when his baby would arrive. After all, Lin Qian could not have come to the Fish Pond Bar alone, she must have made an appointment with Jin Shui. Just then, there was a sudden uproar in the bar. The handsome guys were whistling and some were screaming. The commotion was so loud that people subconsciously looked up at the stage. Pop! Lin Qian opened his mouth wide, and the expensive margarita in his hand fell to the ground. It shattered. Ada. At the same time, the glass in Yuting's hand was directly crushed. With a loud bang. His eyes blazing, he looked at the woman on stage, wearing sexy little hot pants, her curly hair falling over her waist, and a silver mask that only revealed her red lips. She wasn't doing anything particularly provocative. She just ran her slender fingers up and down the pole, then twisted her tiny waist a couple of times. Then she slowly twirled a few times around the pole. She was the type of pole dancer that was so innocent that it was annoying. But she exudes a mysterious air like a demon. With a body that is so flawless, even just taking a few simple steps can make a man feel his blood rush. He can't help but want to uncover that mask, and even tear off those annoying hot pants to discover the essence of the demon. Wow! Shinyu, who was standing nearby, had a shocked look in his eyes. Before he could look again, a full bottle of chilled red wine was poured over his head. It instantly captivated his eyes. Brother Hua, you. Shinyu was busy wiping the red wine off his face, confused as to why he was being doused with wine, when he saw the man next to him, who was radiating a cold and imposing aura, taking off his suit while striding towards the stage. Hua's bodyguards immediately opened the way in front of them. Hua Yuting strode onto the stage in the blink of an eye. Pang! The man slapped the woman's butt. Sheng Feiyu was startled, and for a moment, her eyes were filled with fire as she stared at the dog-like man who had publicly spanked her. Hua Yuting threw his suit over her, and with a forceful push, wrapped her slender body tightly. Little demon. The man's low and hoarse voice was not hard to hear, full of clenched teeth. A little demon that needs to be fixed. Sheng Feiyu was covered in the wide black suit, only her straight legs were exposed. She looked up at his stormy black eyes, and the red lips beneath the mask curled up slightly. How did what I just did compare to what they did? Feng Yuting narrowed his cold eyes. What they did? Who? If Mr. Hua wasn't satisfied, she would be happy to do it again. Sheng Feiyu raised her finger and gently tugged at the man in front of her tie, slowly winding it around her finger. She stood on her tiptoes and leaned closer and closer to him. Her seductive red lips, in front of the man's thin lips, breathed in like orchid. I can seriously dance the whole set for Mr. Hua to enjoy. Hua Yuting smiled, his dark eyes flashing with the light of a hunter. He lifted her chin and kissed her fiercely and forcefully. Wow! Wow! Inside the bar, there were screams of joy in an instant.